wonderful day. Today on the Black Financial Channel, what I want to do very quickly is I want to go through 5 rules of investing, 5 things that you want to follow if you want to be financially successful, if you want to be okay economically, if you want to find yourself in a good position, then these are some things that you can do that will put you ahead of the economic curve. Now, as I come in, do me a favor. Let me know if you can hear me. Hey, Yoshika, how are you? I see you, Yoshika. Good to see you, girl. You know what? I can tell you this. A lot of you may have not seen me on Facebook for a while, and that's because I've had some issues with Facebook and Instagram, but and I don't know why. I don't think I'm a dangerous guy or anything, but then again, when you're very pro-black, that can be seen as dangerous, which I don't understand that. However, I am here, and I'm really happy to see you, Yoshika, because you were a person that I saw quite often. I didn't see you as much on YouTube. So if you want to stay in touch with me, these one thing I can tell you is these social media platforms are not always as reliable as we want them to be, and so we actually have backup methods to stay connected. So if you want to receive, stock tips and stuff like that, and meet with me every morning, we do financial consciousness training every day. Text the word morning to 87948. Pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948. I can't promise I'll be on Facebook forever. I had an Instagram page, had 600,000 followers on Instagram, and then one day the page just disappeared. And fortunately, we're prepared for these things. I have probably 100 different platforms that I can go live on at any moment. So we were always prepared because we always talk about diversification as an important rule of investing. But if you want to stay connected, text the word morning to 87948, and I'll invite you to my free class, basically called Financial Consciousness Training. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week, and it's free to you, free to your family. It will change your life. Like, for example, just today, I laid out the Black Wealth Master Plan, which will ensure that your children will never, ever, ever have a financial problem. I'm a financial scientist. In case you don't know my background, I got my PhD at The Ohio State University in finance. I also taught at Syracuse University, Indiana University, The Ohio State University, etc. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. And let me just hop into this so you guys can go on about your busy day. So I'm going to give you 5 quick rules of investing to kind of keep in mind as you become an investor. Investing is tough. A lot of people think that it's an ATM machine that you're just going to make money all the time. And it's not like that. You have a lot of people that will tell you not to invest because they invested and they lost money. And a lot of times the reason they lost money is because they did it wrong. They lost money because they broke one of these rules. So I'm going to give you some rules that I believe in that will protect you in terms of understanding what you're getting into. The first rule, the number one rule, the biggest rule of investing of all time is diversify, diversify, diversify. You have to spread your money out. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. There was a guy named Quentin Portis who played for the Washington Redskins. Let me know if you remember the story of Quentin Portis, or if you remember him if you're a sports fan. Quentin Portis had the highest contract, the highest pay. He was the highest paid player in the entire NFL. He was the highest paid running back in NFL history, if I'm not mistaken, at the time. And Clinton Portis literally, what he did was he gave all his money to an investment advisor who lost it all. And so Clinton was literally like thinking about going to kill this man. Like, he literally was outside this man's office with a gun, basically saying, like, I'm gonna go in here and take this dude out because he stole my money. And I don't doubt that he stole his money. I'm not going to say that Clinton didn't have a point. Shoot, some folks, you almost feel like they need a little killing, whatever. I'm not advocating for that at all. But that's I understand the sentiment. But when I heard that he lost all his money, the first thing I thought about was, I said, okay, he probably didn't diversify, because it is impossible, people. Mark my words, write this down. It is not possible to lose all your money if you're properly diversified. Do you understand? If you lose all your money, that means your money wasn't spread out enough. You had too much hinging on one business or one investment, and that's just not a healthy way to invest. So I can tell you right now, if that advisor came back and say, I lost all your money, I bet you anything that he wasn't properly diversified, or he was invested in some of what statisticians will refer to as these long tail investments that are these crazy long shots, like my cousin Willie's bowling alley and my uncle Rerun's liquor store and stuff like that. And if you ever want to see an example of that, watch Raising in the Sun. Remember Raising the Sun? When the daddy had worked his whole life for the life insurance money, and then the son took all the money and put it into Willie's liquor store. And so at the end, he's crying. He's like, Willie, how you go do me like this? Willie, why you go? Willie, where's Willie? Hey, well, you shouldn't have gave all your money to Willie. Don't give all your money to Willie's liquor store. That's not a sound investment. A diversified portfolio of S&P 500 companies is a great way to start. If you're not sure what to do, if you're stuck a little bit, if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's where I have the $5 a day investing plan. And also, in fact, this morning on financial consciousness training, I actually strengthened the Black Wealth Master Plan and explained the 3 things I believe every Black child should have is, number one, they should all learn how to start a business by the age of 12, just in case they can't get a job. You can't just depend on other people to employ you. You got to depend on yourself. Number 2, every Black child should own stock by the age of 5. 5 years old is actually too late. I believe they should own stock before they're born. Number 3, every Black child should be in a position to put a down payment on a property when they're 21 years old. It doesn't mean they have to buy property at 21. It just means that if you do things like the $5 a day investing plan, which is at blackwealthmasterplan.com, then you will have enough money to be able to do that. They'll have $100,000 or more in liquid assets, which will give them a lot of options that other young people don't have. So if you follow this plan, and remember, I'm speaking as a financial scientist. I am not a YouTube influencer. I am not some guy on the internet running his mouth. I am a guy who was teaching college students finance in 1993. That's how old I am. I don't think I look this old. I stay in good shape, but I'm 52. I'm not 22. And so you have a lot of 20-something-year-olds teaching investing, and I can teach you how to buy stock and all that. And I hate to say it, but a lot of them don't know what they're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. I know the science. If you follow those 3 rules, your kids will never have a financial problem. Your grandkids will be good for life, and they're going to thank you. The ultimate way to show love to your child, give me a yes if you agree, is to prepare them. Give me a yes if you agree that the best way for me to really show love to you isn't just to feed you food and tell you I love you. I got to show you. People are always talking about I love you, but how you really gonna love me if you throw me out here in a racist society with no assets? How can I think that you really love me when you didn't prepare me, when I'm going through all this pain and all this trauma and all this destructive environment and everything, and you never got me ready for none of this? That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. And I'm not saying that your parents didn't love you. And I see Charlene, I see your comment. I'm not saying your parents didn't love you, but I'm saying that, we got to really understand what love is. Love is not just a word. Love is a verb. Love is not just a feeling. Love is actually an action. If I love you, I'm going to do for you. If I love you, I'm going to prepare you. If I love you, I'm going to fight for you. If I love you, I'm going to fight myself, if that means saving you. I'm going to fight myself. I'm going to fight my generational curses. I'm going to fight my liabilities. I'm going to fight my trauma that may cause me to not show up for you properly. I'm going to fight myself in order to love you. To show love to my kids, I fight myself. I say, okay, Boyce, I know you want to give a trauma response. I know that you're mad and you want to cuss somebody out and you want to act like an immature idiot, but no, you're not going to do that because this little girl's looking up to you, and how you treat her is going to affect how she deals with men for the rest of her life. So you're going to fight yourself. We're not bringing out the raggedy version of Boyce. We're going to bring out the good Boyce. We're going to bring out the strong Boyce. We're going to bring out the intelligent Boyce. So you need to sit your ass in the corner and meditate. Think about what kind of man you need to be, and you go in there and you be that man. So somebody who loves you will fight the world for you. They will fight themselves for you, and they will fight all this racism for you. That's what I believe love is. Love is an action. Give me a yes if you agree. All right, so let me keep going. Hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. I promise I'd make this quick, so let me make it quick. All right. No, so number one, first rule is to invest, diversify. That's very important. Number 2, you got to think long term. You got to think. Warren Buffett has a saying that says, if you're not prepared to own a stock for at least 10 years, you shouldn't own it for 10 minutes. So my belief is that you should prepare to invest for at least, say, 5 years. You can't judge a stock by the first 2 or 3 months. A lot of people will buy stock in February, and then if it ain't making money by June, they'll say, oh, that was a bad investment. That's not true. Some things take time to manifest. So give yourself some time. Number 3, know your risk tolerance. You got to know what you're ready for and what you're not ready for. There are different kinds of investments. All of them can be good depending on what kind of investor you are. There are super risky investments, and then there are low risk investments. So ultimately, you got to make sure that you're not signing up for something that's going to really stress you out. There are some investments that are not liquid, like, for example, investing in somebody's business or whatever. That's not going to get you your money right out. So I like liquid investments. I have a preference for liquidity. I like investments where I can get my money out real fast if I need to. I don't really like the investments where they're like, oh, we're going to hold your money for 5 years and then you'll get a return. I don't do that anymore. I do Short term, I do or more so not short term, but more so liquid, highly liquid investments that if I want to move that money out tomorrow, I can. I think that makes things more fun. And actually, the way I make my money, actually, most of my money is I sell stock options. A lot of people don't explore this, but this is a great way to make money if you know how to manage your portfolio. In fact, a lot of people are able to quit their jobs by doing this. And so if you want to actually take a look at the program we have where we talk about how to sell stock options and make income, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. And that is literally where we're changing lives by helping people to liquidate their stocks in a way that allows them to maintain ownership and still increase their income. And if you're a person that has been saving properly or investing properly, maybe you got money in your 401k or you've got access to capital through a HELOC or a family investment club, it's a great way to make money. In fact, if you have $50,000 to $100,000, a lot of people can make enough income to quit their jobs. So this is not hocus pocus. This, again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. And so this is real stuff. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you'd like to take a look. All right. So what else? With your investments, you want to, number three, the third rule would be to educate yourself. Make sure that, that's the fourth rule. My apologies. Fourth rule is to always use investing as an educational opportunity. I believe in the constant consumption of financial information. If you are constantly taking in information and constantly learning as you're investing, then you're going to be a better investor. Give me a yes if you agree. If you are constantly learning, if you're constantly growing, if you're constantly evolving, then you're going to be better, because you're not just going to be better at investing and making money. You're actually going to start getting to the point where you just understand life better. I really believe that investing is life. Like, you're investing by listening to me right now. You could be twerking, you could be watching TV, you could be, hanging out at the club, you could be doing a million things, but you're listening to me. So you're investing, but you're just not investing money. You're investing time. So I encourage you to do that. Keep making investments. People who invest are the people who win. Those who don't invest don't do very well in life. Now I see a comment here, Esto Jackson Jr. I don't know Esto, but man, I'm happy for you. He says, I am living proof that following Dr. Boyce's advice actually works in my case. My portfolio has gone from 1.16 to 1.3 million since January 2024. Woo! Good for you, brother. Good for you, man. Okay, ladies. So Esto Jackson is a millionaire. Y'all act like black men ain't nothing. I don't know if Esto's black or not. Maybe Esto, you a brother regardless, and I'm proud of you, man. So I love hearing stories like this, by the way. So if you have stories like this and you ever see me in public, or you get online and you have a story you want to share in the chat like Esto did, please do that, because this reminds me that it's worthwhile. It reminds me that somebody's listening. It reminds me that people are benefiting from the time that we're spending online. I do this every single day. And when I first started doing this, it was really hard. Back in 2006, when I first started, a lot of people didn't even believe black people could build wealth. A lot of people believe black people didn't have an interest in economics or money. And I fought them through tooth and nail. And I had to fight through a lot of people who have a poverty mindset. I have to fight a lot of people who believe that it's a waste of time to talk about investing with black people and all this other stuff. And I've had people even tell me, you know what, you should just go talk to Asian people and Indian people and white people, because they're going to get it. They're going to want to do it because they have a mindset, right? And I don't believe that. I believe that we have people in our community that have the right mindset too. And so that's why I talk to you, and you're the ones I care about. And this is what's fun for me. So Esto, thank you for making my day, brother. I really appreciate you so much. And I'm very, very happy for you. And also, I want to change one little thing about Esto's comment. He says, following Dr. Boyce's advice. So first thing I'll say is I don't give financial advice, right? Like, I just, this isn't me telling you what to do. This is just me I might tell you what I do or what I would do, right? It's up to you to make that decision. You are the one who gave yourself advice, and you're the one who made those moves for yourself. So pat yourself on the back, brother. You did this. All right. So let's see. Esto has a question. He says, can you speak to how to transition to spending the fruits of your labor? I'm 67, and that is the issue I'm having trouble with. Yes, sir, I'm black, sir. Okay, great, man. Well, it's great to hear that you're black. But again, I always have to make it clear, like, I don't hate people who are not black. I just happen to love black people. A lot of people think that if you love black people, you hate everybody else. I don't think that's true. I think hate is a toxic energy. I think hate shows weakness. Hate shows it's an unproductive emotion, in my opinion. So don't waste time hating people. Spend that energy loving people, right? Love is the most powerful force in the universe. Love is your superhero. Love will conquer everything. If you fight for what you love, you're going to fight harder than fighting against something that you hate. So anyway, in terms of transition to spending the fruits of your labor. Maybe you could make a rule for yourself, Esto. I mean, since you got 1.6 million, brother, you could just maybe invest in some of these dividend paying stocks, some of these cash cows, the Coca-Colas. And actually, I have a list of stocks. I call them dividend monsters, actually. Let me see if I can find that list and I can actually put it in the chat. But anyway, on this list of dividend paying stocks, that might be a place for you to go that can allow you to get dividends and to just say, okay, I'm not going to cut down on the principal of my investment. I'm going to just spend the dividends, right? I'm just going to, take the dividend payments and use that for my income. Also, some people even invest right now, like in things like treasury bills and treasury notes because interest rates are higher. So you might be able to do that and give yourself like a decent income just by spending the interest that you receive on those investments. Also, remember, the best way to make money I've seen for someone that has a big capital base is the selling of stock options. If you do it carefully, it will make 10 times more money. I don't say 10 times, but a lot more money than you make, say managing real estate, stuff like that. Like, so for someone like you, Esto, with 1.6 million, you could literally do something really basic and take like a small part of your portfolio. And let's say that you went out and you bought, let's say you bought 1,000 shares of Meta stock. So 1,000 shares of Meta stock, you'd have to come up with about $225,000 to do that. Robinhood will loan you the other 50%, right? So pay attention now. If Esto has 1,000 shares of Meta stock, he can sell options on that Meta stock. Today is the 11th, so he could literally right now. These are real numbers. This is not me making numbers up. You could sell a call option on that stock with a strike price. The current price is $474. You could pick a strike price of $490. You could literally make $10,000 a month just by selling options every month on your Meta stock. Did you follow that? So literally that's $120,000 a year Esto could make by simply taking some of his capital, not all of it, like just a little piece of it, that little 225,000, buying 1,000 shares of Facebook stock, selling call options every month with a really nice stock price to let the stock breathe. So that he still gets some of the upside and literally make 10 grand a month. And if he wanted to increase his income to 15 grand, that's easy to do. And that's what we do in the Prime program at drboyceprime.com. If you want to take a look, I give every week or every 2 weeks, actually, I give the students a list of what I call money makers of stocks that actually pay the highest income. Facebook is not the best. Meta is not at the top of the list, but Meta is more of a safer option. So the income's a little lower, but there's other companies where Esto could do that same strategy and make 20 or 25,000. And people don't believe me. They think it's crazy. I think it's, like, oh, you're making stuff up. And it's like, no, I have a PhD in this. Like, I'm a financial scientist. I can't just go make numbers up. These are real numbers. If you go into your Robinhood app right now, or whatever app you use, you will find these numbers. There's a real market with real value. And that's the other thing about value people don't understand is that an asset's value isn't what you think it should be. An asset's value is what it actually is. An asset's value isn't what you think it's worth. It's what it actually is worth, what someone's willing to pay for it. That's where stock prices come from. When they say that the price dropped, it's not because some people sat in a room and said, I think this stock is only worth $50 and they just announced that it's a $50 stock. No, the market tells you that. You understand? So when I gave Esto those numbers, when I said, yeah, Esto, you can make about $10,000 a month doing this simple strategy with Facebook or Meta stock, whatever you want to call it. I wasn't making numbers up. I was looking at numbers that are actually on the app that tell you what you could sell this for. Just like if somebody says, well, how much would these shoes go for? And someone says, oh yeah, they're worth $200 or whatever. Right. So long story short, Esto, you're in a sweet spot, brother. You are in such good shape. Your income could be whatever you want, and you could take a strategy like that without depleting your capital base. So you are the dream. You're the Black American dream. When people talk about, what they're, like Martin Luther King's dream or the dream of, or what freedom and liberation looks like for Black people. To me, freedom comes in the form of money. If you ain't got no money, it's hard to have freedom in America. That's my 2 cents. I don't give me a yes if you agree with that. All right. So let me give you the fifth rule of investing. The fifth rule would be to keep your emotions in check. When you invest, a lot of people allow their emotions to cause them to make bad decisions. The two biggest emotions that harm you the most in investing are fear and greed. Fear and greed are the two emotions that destroy people's wealth. If you invest out of greed, then you're going to take unnecessary risks. I'm a pretty conservative investor. You're gonna end up putting yourself in bad positions, and a lot of the greed tends to kick in during times like now when the market's doing really well. Everyone's excited. Everyone thinks that they're gonna make $1 trillion, and so they're throwing money at the market like crazy and buying into any crappy crypto out there, and that's gonna burn them. And then fear causes people to run away. As soon as the market starts dropping, they start getting scared and get shaky knees. And next thing you know, you're selling your stock cheap when you should have held on to the damn thing. And because if you'd held on to that $50 stock, it would, in many cases, it might grow into $100 stock, but you won't know because you left, you quit before the stock had a chance to show you what its potential looked like. So this isn't true for every stock, but this has definitely been true through most crashes. During the pandemic crash, a lot of people sold their stock when it was cheap because they were scared. A lot of people made money from that. During the crash in 07, 08, that was a massive opportunity to buy and make a ton of money. A lot of people missed out on that because they walked away. So don't let your emotions drive your investing. Think about the long-term goal. Look at the big picture. That's extremely important. Now, one of the things that we do extensively is to help with this is we do free financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern in the Black Business School. It's really, really good. You're going to love it. The live sessions are free. Now the recordings do have a fee that you can pay a small fee and get access to the recordings. So if you'd like to join us, just text the word morning to 87948, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. drboyceelevate.com is another place you can go if you want to sign up for Money in the Morning with Dr. Boyce. I guarantee you it's going to make a difference in your life. I wouldn't recommend it if I didn't feel confident that I can give you something that's going to really affect you in a positive way. All right, so let's see here. Before I go, let me look at a couple more questions. Hit the thumbs up button, please. Charlene says, Dr. Boyce, I need help with understanding stocks and portfolio. I have an account with Robinhood, but small stocks. My money's not that long to invest. Okay. Well, one thing, again, you can join the free morning financial consciousness training. Now, if you want to do something specific in terms of stocks or understanding money, we do have something called Black Money 101. Blackmoney101.com is where you can go. You can take a look. It's an introduction to the power of money. In Black Money 101, there's probably, I want to say 80 to 100 lectures that I've done on various aspects of investing and wealth and understanding money. That's one place you can start. We also have the Black Stock Market program. So we have a few different things you can take a look at. So feel free to go to Black Money 101. That can get you started. Let's see here. Esto says, additionally, I make is that $500 or $5,000 in pension income and currently not taking my Social Security till I turn 70, which would be $4,000. I would do options thing, but I would leave money on the. Yeah, Esto, you're good, man. You're good. Esto, and I think now make sure, Esto, that you have a good legacy plan. Like decide who is going to benefit 80 years from now from all the wealth that you've accumulated. Who's going to benefit 30, 40 years from now? And that's what I really want. Like I really want if you have children, I want them to benefit. If you don't have children and you've adopted children in your heart, that's fine too. If you have a charity that you want to benefit, remember you worked hard, you did the right things, you made good choices. So, and unfortunately we know the reality, right? When we're 67, we're not 27 anymore. So that means that, and really even me at 52, like I've done extensive legacy planning because legacy planning is how I'm going to live forever. Right. So Esto says he has a wife and kids and grandkids. Yeah. You got a lot of people to think about, man. So you are the patriarch of a multi-million-dollar corporation. You are the epitome of a strong, proud Black man. And I want you to carry that. I want you to just internalize that and just know you're the king. You've earned this, man. You have earned this. So as the king, then it's important for you to make proper plans and preparations for everybody else that's part of the kingdom, right? Actually, Esto's family, the crazy thing about life is that we all, men, we die younger than women do. Like I fully expect my wife to outlive me by about 20 years or so. And actually right now, a lot of people don't know this, but among the boomers, and Esto, I think Esto's a boomer, among the boomers, they're right now experiencing the greatest wealth transfer in American history. Women are going to get probably $13-14 trillion or more in wealth passed on to them from their husbands because the husbands tend to go before the wife does. But then the kids are going to get a multi-trillion-dollar wealth transfer to them. Right. So this is what's happening right now across the country. And so I really just encourage you guys, if you really want to have fun, sit down and really embrace the idea of estate planning and legacy planning, because, if you do it right, you can really take good care of people that that you love. And so one of the things we do in financial consciousness training that we cover extensively is we even talk about things like what is love? Like, what does love really mean? And as I was explaining earlier, I was telling you guys, like, how can I love you if I don't make a plan for you? Like, how can I love you if I throw you out into extensive economic pain due to a significant lack of preparation? Like, how can I say I love you if you have to do a GoFundMe for my funeral because I didn't make a plan? I didn't get any insurance. So to me, what I tell our youngest, and I got to go after I do this, guys, because we're about to do some stuff in the Black Business School. But, I told my daughter, I said, I love you so much that I'm going to be here with you whether I'm dead or alive. I love you so much that I'm going to protect you even if I'm not physically here to do that. I love you so much that I'm going to make sure that I put something in place so that you are going to be protected by me and God and everything else long after I'm gone. And I want you to remember that, right? And you do that by planning and preparing. You do that by thinking like an investor. Estate planning should be fun. It's not something you do because you're bored or because somebody's dying or because you just want to have a bad day. No, you do it because you want to live forever, right? So to me, that's the fun of wealth. That's what makes you a great man or a great woman. There aren't a lot of great people in the world, unfortunately. There are a lot of people who can't think about anybody other than themselves. They don't know what love really is because they never received it. They don't want to make a plan. They just want to go through hell and then react to all the pain that comes from a lack of planning. That's not the people I talk to. I talk to the people that want to be ready. So Esto, man, you got me going, brother. I appreciate you sharing that remark. I had no idea that you were able to benefit in that way. I'm super happy for you, and I'm happy for anybody else who's benefiting from anything that we're doing on this platform. Okay, guys. So anyway, I got to run. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want to join us for morning financial consciousness training, just pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948. Write that number down. Somebody type it in the chat, text morning to 87948, and you can join for free. It's a free class, 7 days a week, every single day. Also, if you can't text, and let's say you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can also sign up there for the free Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do that every single day, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week. The goal is to help you reach your economic potential and to make you as great as you can be. And last but not least, I want to make sure I mention an event that I'm going to be a part of. Jay Ortiz, who's a hip hop artist out of Philadelphia, is hosting something amazing called the Get Money Fest. And in the Get Money Fest, he's bringing together art and music and fashion with financial literacy. So he's having a big festival where the best artists, hip hop artists, regular artists, etc., are coming. Musical performances. He's got fashion experts, young Black fashionistas and whatnot that are bringing their stuff. And then he's also mixing that with financial literacy so that independent business people can learn how to succeed, right? So he invited me, he invited a bunch of other people that are coming in that have made lots of money and done really well. And so I'm going to be at the Get Money Fest. It's going to be May 18th in Philadelphia. You can go to getmoneyfest.com to get more information, but it's going to be May 18th in Philadelphia. And I don't have the address though with me, but if you go to getmoneyfest.com, you can find it there. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was nice to see you. And Yoshika, it's great to see you again, girl. I hadn't seen you for such a long time because I couldn't get on the Facebook thing, but I finally figured it out. So I look forward to seeing you again. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Peace. Everybody, what's going on? Happy Easter. It is so good to see all of you. And we are going to get started in a minute. I wanted to talk to you guys about something that I saw in the media, and it's really funny. I'm actually under the weather just a little bit, and so I hope it's okay if every now and then I clear my throat. I don't want this to sound bad, but, I talk to you guys constantly, and I just want to make sure that we remain connected. And I was reading a report about rich people. And basically what this report said is that rich people have now accumulated about $44 trillion in wealth. So effectively what that means is that they have just so much money. It's ridiculous. They are richer than ever. And it is not going to stop. It's, that old little Diddy songs, can't stop, won't stop. Rich people are never going to stop getting richer. And so I'm going to talk to you guys about what I'm seeing and how you can prepare your family for what I think is going to be an acceleration of wealth and equality. So get comfortable, buckle up your seatbelt. We're going to get started on the Black Financial Channel right now. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. That's theblackfinancialchannel.com. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm your friendly neighborhood finance professor. On the Black Financial Channel, we talk about black wealth and black economics every day. Sometimes we do it 10 times a day under the B1 condition. B1 means we are black first. Black first means that we don't hate white people. It just means that we love ourselves. If you agree with this philosophy, put a B1 in the chat. Let me know if you agree that it's okay for black people to love ourselves. And also, I want to say happy Easter to everybody. I see you, Etta and Larkita and Max Law, Sharon, Deuce Smith, codename Diva. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some interesting and really disturbing data about wealth inequality in America, racial and just general wealth inequality. I'm also going to talk to you about ways to deal with this, ways to respond. And at the end, if you stick around to the end, I have some stocks I want to share with you that I really think are going to help you and your family put some money in your pocket. One of the things that we've decided in the Black Business School to become one of our core philosophies and core missions is to make sure that you get richer, that you make more money because you're hanging out with us. I don't just want you to feel good. I'm not just here to give you a speech. I'm not just here to bust a rap or tell a joke. I'm here to give you something that will make your life better. You know, if I can't make your life better, then you shouldn't be listening to me. And so if we can agree on that, then if you can agree to support us, then we agree to support you, and we will support you by increasing your income, increasing your wealth, increasing your peace of mind, your financial security, making sure your kids are good, etc. And I am qualified in this. In case you don't know my background, my doctorate is in finance. And in case you don't know, that's a really hard degree to get. It takes a lot of time to get that degree. But anyway, so let's get it cracking. Let's jump in, and I'm going to talk to you guys about some data that I just saw. So effectively, rich people are are richer than ever. The rich keep getting richer, and that's just kind of how America works. They have so much money, it's ridiculous. They are sitting on swole, so to speak, financially. And a recent study showed that they've now the wealthiest in America have now hit a record of approximately $44 trillion. So they're sitting on $44 trillion worth of wealth. And this is very disturbing. This is not a healthy balance in our society. This is not a good thing. Just to kind of give you some context into this. Basically, rich people in America, they've always had more money than everybody else. We've always known that. We've always had the wealthiest. And in the early 20th century, you had the robber baron era, where you had a bunch of rich people sitting on insane amounts of money and a lot of poor workers who were struggling. Well, we've now reasserted ourselves into the robber baron era. The robber baron era of the early 20th century has repeated itself in the United States. If you look at some of the graphical representations here, if you look at, let's go back here. Let me go back and grab this stat that I actually like. Here we go. If you look here on this chart, can y'all see this chart? Give me a yes if you can see this. If you can't see it, if you're listening on Spotify, then I'll describe it to you. And this podcast is on Spotify. Just look up my name. So it says the wealthiest Americans own an increasing share of wealth. This graph only goes up to 2016, but I want you to look at the blue line. The blue line is what we're talking about, the richest 1%. And then I want you to look at the purple line on the bottom 90%. Don't worry so much about the orange line. The orange line matters, but I don't want this to be confusing. So if you look at this blue line, which represents the top 1%, here's what you notice. If you go back to the beginning, if you go back to 1989, you saw where the levels were. They dipped a little bit in the 90s. But the blue has kind of remained strong for the most part for the last 30 years. That top 1%, their percentage of American wealth has pretty much remained constant, or it's actually grown. If you see, there's a gap that starts to emerge around 2010. And it accelerates and it maxes out here at 2016. But just to tell you how the story ends, you got another 8 years after that. The gap continues to grow. Wealthy people, the top 1%, now have a record amount of wealth that they didn't have before. And if you look at the bottom 90%, The bottom 90%, their wealth has gone down. Their wealth has gone down. The bottom 90%, where their wealth has gone down, that represents people who basically are not in the financial system, who don't have economic vehicles, who are getting up and going to work every day, who are trying to save their way to wealth, who are getting a paycheck, spending the paycheck, and then living paycheck to paycheck. That bottom 90% is dropping. And so what I want you to just really understand is that based on my best guess and my best assessment, this isn't going to change. This is not going to change. By the time your kids get to the point where they are ready for economic warfare, when they start competing in this society, you're going to find that it's actually going to be worse for them than it is for you. I don't see any reason to believe that this is actually going to decline because the government and the politicians get more and more dysfunctional every generation. Society gets more and more capitalist centered, where those who control capital have more advantages, and that's just not going to evolve. Now, before I move on, if you could hit the thumbs up button, if you can. And I see We Are Farrakhan's asking, what's the link for the 25% off tomorrow class? Yeah, well, actually, we are going to do an event tomorrow. It's basically called Stormproofing, how to stormproof your portfolio to get ready for what I believe is a declining market that's going to happen in the very near future. What I'll do is I'll put this link in the chat. You guys, because you're here, I gave it to our students in Money in the Morning, our financial consciousness training in the morning, but I'll give it to you guys since you guys are here and listening. If you're listening live, you'll see that link pop up in the chat. Let me know if you see that link in there, and you can click on that and you can join for 25% off. It's a one-day event, but you get the materials for life. One membership, you can feed your entire family off of that. And then also you get the slides, the study guide, everything, the recording, all the materials. It's yours for life. So the fee is $89, but you can have 25% off by clicking this link. And also the recording for tomorrow, if you're talking about Money in the Morning, you can get those recordings at drboycedaily.com. Dr. Boyce Daily. The live sessions are free. We do that every single morning, financial consciousness training, 7 days a week. We even do it on holidays and weekends. Every single morning, 10 a.m., we do financial lessons and financial conversations. That's free. If you come live, it's free. If you want the recordings in the archives, there is a fee. That's how we raise money for the Black Business School, because we want to be an independent Black wealth institution. We need institutions in our community. We need think tanks in our community. We need the best and the baddest and the brightest sitting around thinking about how to solve economic problems in the Black community. We just signed Dr. Lene Javette, who is an absolute beast when it comes to, she's a beautiful beast, but she's an intelligent, beautiful beast. Shout out to all the smart Black women out here. And Dr. Javette is going to be our Dean of Entrepreneurship. Julian Gordon was our Dean of Real Estate for many years. And then also we've got Ace Chapman, who just came in, who showed our students how to make millions of dollars acquiring businesses. Also, Michael Edwards helped us to launch the B1 Forex Academy. So we got a lot of stuff going on. Now, if you want to see the recording, Terrell, if you sign up for the membership with that link I just shared, that will give you access to the recording. So you can just, go back in, log in anytime for the next 10 years and it'll be there waiting for you. And you can share it with your cousin and them and everybody else. All right. So here, let's get back to the topic at hand. So we were talking about how the richest 1% have pretty much dominated the American economy. My theory is that this plan for domination started about 40 years ago. I believe it started in the 1970s. See, remember I was telling you all that the way to control the present is you have to control the present when it's the past. Sun Tzu, in The Art of War, he said that battles are won before they begin, that those who prepare are the ones who succeed. And so things like gentrification or the control that the Republicans have taken over the U.S. government in terms of making all of our politicians centered on the money, all this started a long time ago. They started this plan in the 1970s. Now, the Democrats are not much better. So don't think I'm sitting here doing that Democrat-Republican nonsense. I just don't believe that voting for a Democrat or voting for a Republican is going to make a significant difference in the wealth levels of Black people. We've done those experiments. We've done those things. We've had these votes, and these votes have not led to anything when it comes to your economics. I say this as a finance PhD. So you're welcome to prove me wrong. You're welcome to show me where Black wealth has gone up because we voted for a Democrat or because we voted for a Republican. You're welcome to prove me wrong. In fact, I hope you prove me wrong because I'm getting sick and tired of all the nonsense where we are led to believe in false solutions to our problem. We're led to believe in solutions that don't work, but they're convenient for people that want to control us, manipulate us, and make money from us. So if you want to know where I stand, I am a big believer in Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics. I believe that if we think about economic power in the right way, we can get where we want to get to. Now, what is this that I put on my screen? Here is a chart on racial wealth inequality. And I want you to look at this chart here. Let's take a minute to dissect this and break this down. Okay. So here it says in 2019, the typical white family had a wealth of $184,000 in wealth, and the typical Black family had $23,000. The top is where white people live on this chart. The top chart is white people. Can y'all see this? Give me a yes if you can see this. Okay. The top chart, the black, is white people. The bottom, the purple, is Black people. Y'all see that? And if you look here, you can see that white people are just way at the top of everything when it comes to the economics. In fact, white wealth, it was going up, and then it looks like around 2007, that was when the stock market crashed, and you saw their wealth kind of dipped a little bit, but it kept on going up because being white has always been profitable in America. If you look at black wealth, start from the very beginning. Go all the way to the left-hand side. Can y'all see this? Are y'all following me? Okay, let me know if you're following me. I want to make sure I don't talk. I get excited. I talk a little bit fast sometimes, and I don't want to do that. And again, forgive me because I'm a little bit under the weather, so that's why I don't sound like myself. But I don't care. I'm gonna keep going. So you see here, look at the beginning. Look at 1989. The median white family, the typical white family. I believe this is the median. Yeah, it's the median, not the mean. The median white family has $143,000 in wealth. The median black family has $9,000 in wealth. Then you go out 30 years from 1989. 1989 is when I finished high school. That's how old I am. And you think all this progress has been made. You're told in school that all this racial equality has been achieved. You're told that black people are just doing so much better than they were before. Well, I want you to go up 30 years. And I want you to look at 2019. Look at 2019. White people are at 184. Black people are at 23. We went up by 14,000. They went up by 41,000. So not only are you behind, I need you to pay attention to understand this. I'm a mathematician, so I see this in very complex ways, but I can explain it to you. So don't get intimidated by that. It's not just that they're ahead of you. It's not just that they stayed ahead of you. It is that they got further ahead of you. Are you following this? So if you consider black wealth to be a car, if we're in a car and white people are in a car, not only is their car miles ahead of your car, but the gap ain't shrinking. The gap between the cars is actually growing. The gap is accelerating as fast as white people's wealth is accelerating. So this ain't progress, y'all. This is not progress, black people. This is not a win. This is not a win. Let me ask y'all a question. Let's do I do financial consciousness exercises. In the morning, we do our financial consciousness training. Let me ask you a simple question. If I was to ask you, what were the top 3 stressors for black people? The top 3 things that cause black people the most anxiety, the most stress, the most family drama. Would you agree with me? Give me a yes if you'd agree that money will be in the top 3. If I was asked, what are the top 3 things that stress a black man out? Would money be in the top 3? If I said, what are the 3 things that a single mother worries about the most? Would money be in the top 3? If I said, what are the top 3 things that break up families? Would y'all agree with me that money, a lack of wealth, a lack of financial security, that word is very important, security, very important, because that's emotional. Money's very emotional. If you ever want to be stressed out, just let somebody take money out of your bank account. Or let your credit card start bouncing. Let lose a job. Go through what it's like to lose a job. So here's what I want you to understand. I want y'all to understand, like, I'm a simple guy in the sense that I know a lot of complex ideas. My PhD is very real. It took me a decade to go through all the classes and everything, but I don't need to be complicated to explain these complex ideas. I can explain the complex ideas in a very simple way. So here's what I'm saying to you. When you tell me, when you get up on a podium, whether you're a politician or a Negro naysayer or somebody who just hates Boyce's guts because you don't like what I say on this platform, I'm going to simply say to you, okay, we've made all this progress, but are black people better off? Are we feeling better when we wake up in the morning? Are our lives more secure? And if you say, yeah, we're doing much better. I mean, things are so much, my gosh, back in the 80s, things were so much harder for black. Okay, I hear you. But I just showed you, we just agreed that having enough money is one of the dominant factors in whether or not your quality of life is good or bad. So, and the data clearly shows that you don't have much more money than you had back in the 1980s. I mean, that $14,000 increase, that's barely, that probably keeps up with the rate of inflation. That's it. The racial wealth gap has not closed. So if wealth is one of the top 3 factors that drives quality of life for black people, happiness and stress and everything else, then you can't tell me that our lives have gotten better if the money ain't showing up. That's when I become Joe Pesci in the reparations conversation. Y'all know what that is. Y'all know Joe Pesci's most famous line in Goodfellas? What was it? F you pay me. F you pay me. F you pay me. And if you can't pay me, then I'm going to go pay myself. So I want y'all to look at this chart. There's a lot of data here. There's a lot here, and I'm going to try to condense it so that we understand the conversation. But if you look at this chart, here's what I want you to understand. When I'm in a car that's either going slow or going backward or not taking me to the right destination, I'm going to get out of that car. If you tell me you're going to give me a ride to the land of equality through your movement, your car, which is moving, it's a moving car, so it's a movement. If you tell me that your movement is going to drive me to the land of equality, and I look around and I see we ain't going nowhere, we're going in the wrong direction, we're driving way too slow, then I'm going to get the hell up out of that car. I'm going to find some other way to get to the promised land, whatever that looks like for me. Everybody has a different promised land, but I bet you anything that if I was to survey most of y'all, give me a yes if you agree, if I was to survey most of y'all and I say, what does the promised land look like for you? I bet you money is somewhere in that equation. If I was to say, what are your goals for the future? Money would be somewhere in there. If I said, what are your dreams for your children? Money would be somewhere in the equation. So to me, if you are, I'm too smart to make myself stupid. I can't follow leadership that is less qualified than the people they are trying to lead. I can't follow somebody's ideas if the ideas don't make sense. When the math ain't mathing, I'm not doing that math. I'm a mathematician. I know that 2 + 2 is 4, and you're trying to tell me that 2 + 2 is 186, and the math just isn't mathing. So here's what I'm saying to you. I want you to look at this chart. And I want you to sort of look at these numbers. For white people, you had 143 as their median wealth in 1989, 184 in median wealth in 2016. Black people, it went from 9,000 to 23,000. Look at that 184. Look at that 184. Now, I want you to ask yourself a question. Here's what I want to ask you. This is my question. How many of you either are or know a black person who has a wealth level where their net worth, assets minus liabilities, exceeds $184,000? How many of y'all know a black person who has more than $184,000 in home equity? Maybe they've got, 40, 50,000 in stock. Maybe they got a small business that they wouldn't sell for less than a couple $100,000. How many of y'all know a black person who actually has more net worth or higher net worth than white people? Give me a yes in the chat if you know somebody who fits that description. Okay, a lot of you are saying yes. Here's the deal. This is what I want you to understand. There's nothing magical about white people. I know that you were raised to believe that they are these wonderful aliens who sprinkle fairy dust out of their ass, or that they come from another planet of superior beings. But there's nothing magical about them. This is not me being anti-white. I'm not being anti-nothing. This is just me being honest. There's nothing magical about white people and what they've accomplished. $184,000 in net worth is a very easy number to accumulate if you know the rules of the game. But it is a very hard number to reach if you're playing the game the way you were taught to play it by civil rights superstars and people that believed in things like corporate jobs, student loans, affirmative action, and things like that. If you believe white people as the masters of your economic fate, when they're running the businesses and they're deciding how you're going to go, if you believe that they're going to give you a net worth that exceeds $184,000, then you're going to fail. But if you know that you can give yourself a high net worth, again, we proved this earlier. There are millions of black people who have a net worth that exceeds 184,000. There's nothing magical about that number. It's not like it's 10 billion. So what I'm saying to you is that if you're in a car and the car's moving too slow, it's going in the wrong direction, it's driving backward or whatever, then you should get out of that car and get in another car. So my argument with you is very, very simple. The argument I want to make to you is very simple. The old moves ain't working. The old strategy ain't working. If I'm trying to figure out why the wealthiest 1% have $44 trillion, then maybe instead of going to school and studying all the BS and the nonsense that they teach you in the public schools, and a lot of it's BS, a lot of it's nonsense, I'm going to go study what the 1% are doing. How about that? How about that for a strategy? I'm going to emulate people that are winning the economic game. And maybe I can't emulate white people because I'm not white. You ain't white. But I can emulate black people. There are millions of black people out here who have no problem generating income for their families. They have no problem generating net worth. They're not sitting in the struggle every single day. They're not stars of the TV show Good Times, trying to make a payment and trying to make ends meet and all this other. No, they're doing good. Some of y'all are in this room. So what I'm saying to you is that I think that one of the biggest hurdles that we have to jump is to train ourselves. Like, we should not be learning from other people how to solve our problems. We should be learning from each other. I learned from you. When I sit down with students in the Black Business School and we do little one-on-one sessions, stuff like that, if you ever sit with me, you'll notice that I listen a lot. I take in your story. When you achieve something, I say, well, how did you do that? How did you get to that point? Because I'm thinking, okay, we got the formula. We cracked the code. I want to figure out what you did specifically, so that when I go back and shape the models and the formulas that we talk about in class or whatever it is, I've got data. I can say, here's what Black people are doing to get ahead. Here's what they're doing to stay behind. There are Black men out here that are just killing it. And let me give you a shortcut in terms of how they're killing it. They are killing it. They are not killing it by just looking for good jobs. They are killing it by supplementing their income through things like stock market investing. Stock market participation is the number one reason that rich people get into the top 10% or the top 1%. If you look at their percentage of participation in the stock market, it exceeds probably 90% of all people in the top 10% of earners that are in the stock market. And what I love about the Black Business School, which makes me so proud of you, is that when I took the data, you guys were about 90%. You weren't doing what everybody else is doing. You're doing something different, and I'm very proud of you. If you want to give me a gift for my birthday or for Christmas, I'd like to be able to take that survey at the end of the year and have that number be closer to 100%. I really do. And I hope that you can do that for me. That's all and I'm not asking you to do that for me. I want you to do it for yourself. But if you do it for yourself, that gives me something to brag about. I'm not going to lie. I love the idea that in the Black Business School, we can say we're solving problems that other people consider to be unsolvable. The problems are not unsolvable. It's just that the degree to which you can solve a problem is heavily dependent on how much attention you pay to the problem. Nobody pays attention to Black people in a fundamental way. Nobody pays attention to Black wealth in a meaningful way. Nobody pays attention to what our families are going through in a relevant way. And that's why the problem doesn't get solved. That which you pour time and energy into is what is going to grow. The flower that gets the water is going to grow. The flower that gets the dirt and the seeds and the sunshine is the one that's going to grow healthy. But our flower does not get watered because we got too many people out here trying to copy white folks. We got too many people out here trying to exploit the Black community. We got too many people out here trying to sit around and complain about a problem. We got too many people out here that become these weird crabs in a barrel that literally get angry because I'm using my PhD to provide a solution, and I don't have any patience for it. I call them the Negro naysayers. If you are a Negro naysayer and you come in here to cause trouble, just know you are in a sacred space. We will kick you out of the church. You cannot be here. If you're going to be a troll, you better be a quiet troll, because we ain't got time for nonsense. This backward thinking nonsense that's perpetuated in media is something that we have to fight against. Just today, I was fighting with some guys about rappers and the immaturity of rappers and how they take the most degenerate drug addicts who hate their mothers, who want to kill Black people, and then they give them the biggest platform. And then your little Black boy says, I want to be like him. I want to be like Lil Wayne. Why would you want to be like Lil Wayne? Lil Wayne is a guy who is incredibly unhealthy because he's been on drugs his whole life. He hasn't healed from the trauma he's gone through. He's got tattoos all over his face. He's got 2 or 3 women pregnant at the same time. What in the world about him makes you want to emulate any of that? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's right. I forgot. It's because he got money. Well, where did he get the money? He got the money from white people. Well, why did he get the money from white people? Well, because they will pay you to represent whatever stereotype or destructive imagery that they believe that Black people should carry around. That's what happens. And so what I'm saying to you is that we have the heroes in the community. We have the solutions. We've got the people in the community that can get it done. We've got the people that know the answer. I want to listen to the people that know the answer. That's my 2 cents. So anyway, guys, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I'm going to give you, I mentioned to you all that I had a couple stocks I want to give you. Actually, I'm going to give you a bundle here. Here is a list. I'm going to put this list. It's a list of 5 stocks under $10 that I believe in, that I believe that you can invest in, that I believe are going to make money in the next 5 to 10 years. Remember, with investing always involves risk. There is no such thing as riskless investing for the most part, at least when you're talking about trying to get a high ROI. But ultimately, That list should get you started if you want to become an investor. Also, if you go to blackmoney101.com, there is an introduction to the power of money, a training program we have. The lifetime fee is like $12.99 or something. However, you can literally get 90% off. That's kind of an introduction to the Black Business School to show you that we're not playing. We are the best on earth at what we do. And so that's just there for you if you want to take a look at that. Also, in the morning, every single day, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern, every single day, I do financial consciousness training. Because one thing I realized when I was going through my New Year's resolutions is that, sorry, I got this cough, guys. I hope you can forgive me. I'm a little bit under the weather, so please forgive me for that coughing. I know that that's trifling as hell. But anyway, one thing I realized is that part of the reason that our wealth levels are not where they need to be is that our awareness is very low. If you watch sports like basketball and football, you'll know that great players like LeBron James, one benefit that LeBron always had is that he is a guy who has a tremendous awareness of the court. Michael Jordan had tremendous awareness of the court. Serena Williams had tremendous awareness of what it meant to be a great tennis player. Her father, Richard, had a tremendous awareness of the vision required to build a Serena Williams. So what happens is that I think that our economic awareness is not there because our financial consciousness needs to be elevated. So in the morning, every morning at 10 a.m., we do financial consciousness training. You're welcome to join us. Pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And what will happen is I'll send you a link and you can join us for Money in the Morning, where we actually just literally expand our money mindset. We understand money on a different level. We become more deeply connected to money in a metaphysical way. We also become deeply connected to money in a subconscious way. We literally swim in financial concepts to the point where it will be money will be as natural for you as a fish swimming through water. Fish don't know that they're in the water. They're just born in it. They live in it. They exist in it. I want you to be with money the same way a fish is with water. And that's what financial consciousness training is all about. So feel free to join us. And also, of course, you can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to take a look at our financial Black Wealth Mastery curriculums, things like that. All right. So let me just sort of hit the last couple of points here. I actually, believe it or not, I actually had a couple more slides that I wanted to share in terms of data about the richest 1% and what's been going on with them. So here is the chart. So I showed you guys what's been going on with Black wealth. Let's move on. Let's look at America in general. So we showed this other chart where the top 1%, you see their percentage of wealth. That's the light blue line. Their percentage has gone up. The purple line at the bottom represents the bottom 90%. This is happening for a couple of reasons, mainly because the stock market has been going way, way up. I'm an expert on the stock market. My dissertation was written on the stock market. I didn't just read a bunch of books. I literally wrote original research papers. I discovered things in the stock market that no one else had ever discovered. That's what you have to do to get a PhD. You can't just regurgitate information. You have to discover new information. So in my dissertation from The Ohio State University, I discovered new information about the stock market. So I understand it at a very deep level. And I can tell you that gap right there is driven by the stock market. That's the first gap. But then the other part, the reason that purple line is going down is mainly because workers' wages have been either remaining flat or going down. Workers are not getting their fair share in this society. And a lot of it's because they deliberately went out of their way to bust up labor unions and to make sure that workers had as few rights as possible. And what's going to happen, the reason I think this gap is only going to grow is because you've got things like AI. Now you don't have to deal with people. You got robots. Robots will work for $2 an hour. You've got immigrants coming into the country by the boatload. You think that's an accident? You think they're accidentally letting millions of people into the country that should not be here? No, they're doing it on purpose. The money is the motive. Also, if you look at the United States is a terrible, terrible, terrible country in terms of economic inequality. Now, this chart is a little bit fuzzy. I apologize for that, but I'll make it simple for you. If you look at the top, that top light blue line is the United States. This represents the percentage of the country's wealth that is controlled by the top 1%. And this is actually not wealth. I'm sorry. This is income. So the percentage of income controlled by the top 1%. You see, the United States dominates all the other major countries. It dominates Canada, Italy, Germany, France, Japan, and the United Kingdom. And this is largely because your politicians are a bunch of worthless SOBs who don't really care much about the American people, and they've been bought out by major corporations. How do you think that we got to the point? Think about this. How many of you have student loans? Give me a guess if you ever have had a student loan or you're dealing with student loans. Give me a guess. How many student loan veterans we got in here? Okay. So a lot of you have. I know I have. I know I had to take some loans. So here's the deal. with student loans is really fascinating. So the reason that your loans have really set you back financially is partly because number one, they made debt available for people to go to college, which gave the impression that they were doing something good for the American people. But the problem is that when you increase the money supply, which is what happens when you do debt. What happens when you increase the money supply? Let me ask y'all. Let's do a consciousness exercise. What happens if I increase the supply of money when it comes to competing for scarce resources? What's the effect? It starts with an I. Inflation, right? Inflation. So the price of the asset goes up. And the reason the price of the asset goes up is because you have more dollars competing for scarce resources. So what happened was that when they increased the amount of debt available for people to go to college, they get a bunch of 18-year-olds who aren't even thinking, and they get them all, they make excellent economic suckers. Why? Well, because their financial consciousness has not been developed. They're not thinking long-term. They really don't think they're ever going to get old. So they'll sign anything so they can go to college and go to a bunch of parties. So they made all this debt available. So universities said, oh, there's a lot of money available, but we have the same number of spots available. So what we're going to do is increase our tuition. So what happened was that when they increased the amount of student loan debt available, the cost of college shot way through the roof. That's what they did. So it's like you think that they're helping you to go to school, but really what they're doing is they're saying, we'll loan you the money to buy a candy bar, but we're going to raise the price of the candy bar to $25. That's what they did. Are you hungry? You want a candy bar? You say, yeah, I'm really hungry. Okay, well, how much money you got? You say, well, I got $2. And they say, well, candy bars are $3. So what we're going to do is we're going to loan you money to get a candy bar, but we're going to increase the price of the candy bar from $3 to $25. But don't you worry about that, because all you got to do is sign the dotted line and you can have this candy bar right now. Well, because you have a society that's built around instant gratification, people don't think about delayed gratification, then you're pretty much signing yourself up for financial slavery. Capitalism is built around slavery. When you are in debt, you are a slave. Why does that mean you're a slave? Well, because if you're in debt and you don't know other ways to make money, then you got to make money. You got to pay the landlord. So what's the solution? Oh, I got to go to work. Well, what do most people say every day? Oh, I got to go to work. I don't like this job. Well, why don't you quit? Well, because I can't quit. Okay, there you go. You're a slave. I'm not making fun of you. I hope that was not too harsh in terms of how I said it, but that's literally the logic. Remember, slavery does not mean you're not getting paid. There are plenty of slaves around the earth. They get compensated. In fact, you could even argue that the original slaves in America were being compensated, just poorly compensated. They were given a place to live, a bed to sleep in, food to eat, so they could keep working. They gave them just enough to make sure they could keep showing up to work and remain healthy enough to keep doing their job. Well, in America, they kind of do the same thing. They don't pay you enough money for you to get rich. They don't pay you enough money to get free. They don't pay you enough money to quit your job. They pay you enough money so you can keep going back to work. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. Am I right or am I right? They literally are not trying to. They're like, oh yeah, we gotta really make sure our employees are empowered enough to quit the job. Well, that would not make them very good capitalists, now would it? You can't be a good pimp if you train your hoes to be independent enough to leave the street corner. You got to give them just enough that they looking good, looking sexy, but you got to make sure that your hoes stay in check. And so a lot of us are hoes to the capitalist system. They give you just enough to get by, not enough to get free. So if you want to get free, getting free is going to have to be your job. Getting free is going to have to be an aspect of economic maturity. Economic maturity, I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Economic maturity is bent on the idea that you are mature enough to understand that your fate belongs to you. Economic maturity means, and again, this is not in any other book anywhere. This is, again, with a PhD, I'm qualified to come up with new concepts and new theories. So economic maturity means that you get to the point where you say, okay, this is my responsibility, that my fate is contingent upon what I choose to do. It's not contingent on what the white man does. It's not contingent on what other people do. I can't go through my life and believe that my outcomes are based on everybody else. Economic maturity, it might be reflected from the fact that maybe you didn't go through an economic rite of passage. In my book, again, you can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. I highly recommend it. It's a bestseller on Amazon. I think you guys are going to like it. I know you're going to like it. And the thing about economic maturity is a lot of us never went through an economic rites of passage. And I believe that is critical for Black people. An economic rites of passage might look like this. It might be something where you graduate from being a renter to being an owner of property. You're no longer economically immature enough to think that you can rent your residence for the rest of your life and somehow find a way to be financially free. Economic maturity might be where you go through a rite of passage where you graduate from being a consumer to being a producer. Because what has happened, you have learned that you cannot get ahead in a capitalist society if all you do is consume. So I believe America's goal is to keep Black people as economically immature as possible. They do not want you and I in the halls of power. They don't. They really don't. And it's economic immaturity might be reflected in working for other people and just believing that that is a permanent stop. That's a permanent place you're supposed to be for your whole life. Well, again, if you like your job, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that you have to go and run a business or start a business, but I do believe you need to own a piece of a business. You need to own a piece of a business. So you can either do that as an entrepreneur or you can do that as a shareholder in a corporation. You can become a shareholder in 5 minutes. Open up that app, buy you some stock, you become a shareholder. You can go to blackmoney101.com. That'll get you started. There's other places in the Black Business School. We do that all the time. So the point of the matter is to say this. I will make the clear point that when we're talking about this delicate issue called freedom and equality and all this other stuff, I'm of the belief that the answer is very, very simple, but the implementation of the answer is very, very hard. The answer is simple. It's like losing weight. You know, the answer might be go to the gym, stop eating Cheetos. But the implementation is hard because you're addicted to Cheetos and you're lazy. You don't want to get up and go to the gym. That was my problem. That was my problem. We're all affected by this. But if you really want to look at where the money is in America and how the richest 1% became the richest 1%, just look at the stock market. You can see here on this chart, you've got, some down periods in the market. You had some stuff with World War II, and you can see here you have stuff with Black Monday in the 1980s. You had the lost decade, which was the year 2000 to 2010, and then you had like these rises. But I want you to look at this chart, and I want you to notice that this chart consistently goes up. This chart is deeply connected to the wealth of the 1%. So if you want to know how they got all their money, yes, some of it came from inheritance, sure. Some of it came from running their own businesses, sure. Some of it comes from the fact that many of them are executives with major corporations and making good money, sure. But a big chunk of it came from stock market participation and ownership of real estate. If you are an investor consistently in real estate and stocks, your wealth level is going to be higher than somebody who does not do those things. Okay, so as far as simple implementable solutions, I want to invite you guys to go and take a look at blackwealthmasterplan.com. This is a free platform that basically shows you how to do the $5 a day investing plan. We're asking everybody in the community to take a look at the $5 a day plan. So blackwealthmasterplan.com. Also, if you text the word money, you can to 87948. I'll send you some information on how to make money without working. A lot of you know about this. A lot of you are participants. This is part of the Prime program where we literally talk about selling stock options and things like that. That's how I make my money at this point. That's what I do to send money to my wife to pay down the credit card bills or to go on trips or to pay down the houses or whatever it is that we're trying to do. So literally, if you text the word money to 87948, you'll get a link to the training called How to Make Money Without Working. It's totally free. And that will introduce you to something that will probably blow your mind. And it's not hocus pocus. It's not fake. I can't be one of these internet scammers that's just trying to get your attention. It's based on real science and it's really straightforward. It's not risk-free, but you can manage that risk. And risk management was one of my expertise areas when I got my doctorate. Okay, so anyway, guys, that's pretty much it. Just a quick reminder, don't forget the Stock Options Summit is going to be April 19th in LA. It's basically a big event where we all get together and we study stock options for the whole weekend, and we do it in a way that's family oriented, and we have a ton of fun. So if you want to come to the Stock Options Summit in Los Angeles on April 19th, go to stockoptionssummit.com. And then last but not least, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is where we get together with the smartest Black people on the planet in all different areas, and we solve our problems. My wife, who is a therapist, she has a bunch of really cute therapist friends like her. She's the cutest of all in every place she goes, in my opinion. And she's actually deep into Black financial psychology. She's actually done some really great workbooks on the topic on dealing with financial trauma and things like that. So she participates in the convention. And then also at the same time, we just have lots of other experts in all different kinds of areas. We even invite, rappers and whether or scientists or engineers and business owners and investors and anybody that really has an idea that can benefit the community, that's who's invited to the ABNC. So feel free to join us. Go to allblacknationalconvention.com. We're going to be in Chicago this year. And when I say we invite rappers, I mention that specifically because I know some people think that I don't like rappers because I call out the immaturity of certain rappers, or if they're talking bad about their child's mother, or they're promoting drug use amongst young people. I get very offended by that. I don't like that at all. But there are rappers who are using their power for good. Guys like D1. D1 has come to the convention many times. Killer Mike came to the first convention. David Banner. There's lots of great artists out here that really do get it, and they are part of the movement too. So I want to make sure that they feel welcome as well. So anyway, guys, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And sorry about me sounding all choky and crazy in the background. I wish I could fix that, but I'm a little bit under the weather, so please forgive me for that. And here's that list. If you want to take a list of those 10 stocks or 5 stocks, I'm sorry, there's 5 of them under the cost of $10. So here is that list, Lillian. So there we go. Let me know if you see it in the chat. I'm putting it in there right now. And also, I'll try to put that in the description of the video as well. So take care, guys, and have a wonderful day. And Ruby says you're human. It's okay to cough. Well, thank you, Ruby. I appreciate that invitation. It's kind of hard though, because I listened to it later and it sounds terrible. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Love you. God bless you. Have a great day. Take care. Peace. Different states. And then I started going to sporting events and watching sports on TV, and I would see gambling commercials like encouraging the people watching the event to go and place bets on the games. I said, this is gonna be such a disaster. Like this is literally gonna be just excuse my French, but it's gonna be a shit show. It's gonna be a complete shit show because I can tell you this, if you want my 2 cents from a financial psychology standpoint, one of the worst positions you can be in this society is to be somebody who is addicted to betting and gambling, like with lots and lots of money on a regular basis. That is one of the worst. I wrote about that in my book, Financial Lovemaking, actually, when I was on the faculty at Syracuse. And that's what I refer to as a financial STD. And the reason I call it a financial STD is because it's hard to get rid of. And if you marry somebody that has this financial STD, you're going to be infected. And I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. If you are a big gambler or something like that, I don't mean to offend you, but I have to be honest with you and tell you that I would encourage you to get help if you find yourself in situations that are bad. And the worst part about it, though, is that it's kind of like people don't get help until the situation is so bad that they can't get out of the hole, right? People don't realize that they're in a bad situation until they're really in a bad situation, or they don't realize they're headed toward a bad situation until they actually get there. And then once you're in the bad situation, it's almost like showing up at the doctor's office after you've had cancer for 2 years. The doctor can only do so much. The doctor can't really he can't go back and reverse your cancer. He can't go back and change 20 or 30 years of bad eating habits and poor choices. All he can do is maybe, help you cope with just an unspeakably painful situation. So this is one of the reasons why I would say to you, please be extremely thoughtful and careful in terms of how you sort of address things like this. And now the other thing about sports gambling is that they tend to not market to everybody. Like they're not marketing to, old ladies and, in their 60s and 70s. Most of the people affected by this are people young men between like 22 and 35. So if you have a son or a husband, brother, father, friend, whatever, who is in that age range, just give them that consciousness. Remember, every morning this is what we do, right? We do economic consciousness, financial awareness, so that you can experience economic elevation, because that's what consciousness is. It's when you elevate and you rise up and you kind of can see things down the road and you can look around and you can see things around you and you can understand it, but you're not in it, right? So this was my first thought today that I wanted to share. And one day we can go into the weeds and the nuts and bolts of just why gambling is so horrible. But today I hope you'll just take my word for it that You don't want to mess with those addictions. I'll tell you a quick story, and then this affected me. Like I heard this, and this really got me thinking. When I was 31, when I was in that target age group, for this kind of thing, when I just joined the faculty at Syracuse University, and I got my first job making like decent money. And I was making six figures for the first time. Before that, I was a grad student making $12,000 a year. So the benefit of having a low income is that you don't have it minimizes the amount of economic damage that you can actually do to yourself, right? So basically, through grad school and undergrad, I did make financial mistakes. I did. I even bet on some games in college and stuff, and I can tell you about that experience. In fact, I'll back up and tell that experience. I'll tell on myself in terms of mistakes I made, and then I'll move forward to the story that I heard that really transformed me. All right, um, so here's what it was. Okay, so when I was in college, I had a friend. I went to University of Kentucky, and in case you don't know anything about Kentucky, it's not as backward as they portray it in the movies, but it is kind of country. You got a lot of country folks in Kentucky, and most of them were really nice people. So I mean, yeah, when I wrote articles about race and racism, I would get death threats and stuff, but most of the people weren't giving me death threats. Most of the people were nice. They'd invite you to your house and want to cook for you and stuff. And so anyway, I knew this guy named Russ. And Russ had another friend named Russ. And that's only going to happen in Kentucky. That's not going to happen in California, that you have two friends named Russ. So, Russ was a cool guy. We'd almost won a flag football tournament. It was the craziest thing. I was the one black guy on this team full of like slow beer drinking hillbillies that really just knew football. And Russ would just throw the ball and he would pound it into my chest and I would catch the ball and I had some speed, so I'd grab the ball and I'd sprint down the field and we almost won the championship. It was the coolest thing ever. And we didn't do anything complicated. It was just like simple, like, okay, boys, you cut across the middle, I'm gonna throw you the ball. I catch the ball, I'm the black guy. I sprint past all the white boys and we would score touchdowns. And we only lost. I was so mad because Russ threw the ball so hard that I caught it and it bounced off my chest and landed in the hands of the other guy. And I'll never forget like all those frat boys that we were playing against because the teams with the fraternities would form flag football teams. So the frat boys were like, yeah, yeah. It was like 100 of them, and there was like seven of us, but they had like literally like 60 guys on the sidelines, and I was so mad. But anyway, that's just me expressing untreated trauma over a significant loss in my life. Right, that's how pathetic my life was. So anyway, so I had a friend named Russ, and Russ had a buddy named Russ, and I went with Russ to Russ's house, and Russ basically would bet on these football games, and I love football. I love all the well, mainly basketball and football. Baseball kind of put me to sleep. Golf I got into when Tiger Woods started to play. So I was at Russ's house with Russ and we bet on the Cowboys game or something, or he was betting on these games, and I was like, yeah, I'll bet, and I bet some money, and I won, and then another game came on, I was like, oh, I'll bet on that game, and then I won again. And so here's what happened in my head, in my little 20-year-old brain. The dopamine hits, right? It's actually gambling and money. It affects the same region of your brain as cocaine. So what I did not realize was that I was being drugged, but not against my will. This is not something where I'm going to go file a lawsuit against Russ 30 years later and say you drugged me. No, I voluntarily participated. And I remember this feeling, and maybe you can tell me if you can identify with this feeling, because a lot of you go through this. Maybe if you have some sort of economic come up, or maybe you become an entrepreneur or something like that. I said, whoa, this is crazy. I made more money just watching football on a Sunday afternoon than I make working my job for 2 weeks. And I remember just thinking how great that was. Like, wow, so I know football. Every young kid thinks they know everything. That's why you can't hardly talk to some of them because they think they know everything. And then life humbles you, right? So I thought that I just kind of understood everything. But then I experienced the dark side of losing, and I remember how sick I felt because what happens is that this is leverage in action, and so what leverage did was leverage gave me the high of saying, "Whoa, I can make more money in 3 hours than I could in 2 weeks on my job." But the downside of that is I can also lose more money in 3 hours than I make in 2 weeks on my job. So if my job becomes the primary method through which I'm repaying this debt that I owe. Tell me if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes if this is making sense. Forgive me for my ridiculous story about playing flag football. I know that was a tangent, but that's what I do. So the problem though is that I was putting myself in an unstable situation. Why? Well, because now I'm in a scenario where my economic swings are so massive that yeah, if everything goes great, then leverage can shoot you through the roof. I could have got rich, but I didn't. I end up being $1,000 in the hole, and I'm making $200 every 2 weeks. That's very, very stressful. I mean, the financial anxiety that I experienced was at an epic level, and I was like, "Oh my God, what am I gonna do?" And what happens is that and this is why gambling becomes so dangerous. This is why you have to be very careful, is that when people get to that point where they're desperate and they realize, okay, I can't get out of this hole. Like I can't, the way I know how to make money is go to my job and work 2 weeks to get $200. So in order for me to get out of $1,000 hole, I would have to take $1,000 risks. I would have to do something bigger in order to fix it. And that's what gamblers do. They say, okay, well, I'm gonna get out of this. And so what do? They place bigger and bigger bets because that's all you got. All you got, the only way to overcome a bad bet is to make a bigger bet. And what happens is that you have this string at some point where all your bets go bad and you end up in a hole that you can never get out of, and then you're in debt for life, and some of them end up, in situations where if they have, you have bookies, you have people that get killed. In fact, there was all that speculation about even Michael Jordan and his gambling and what happened with his father. Again, I'm not making any assumptions about that. I want to be really careful because I do know Larry Miller, who was the president of the Air Jordan brand, who's very good, very close to Michael. So I don't want to be disrespectful, but that did cross my mind, and there in the media spoken about this a lot. And I do know another scenario where there was a poor guy who had actually been placing big bets on Robinhood. People understand Robinhood, the app, when it's abused inappropriately by like a young 24-year-old, they think that they're investing, but they're not investing, they're actually gambling. They say, "Oh, I'm a day trader and I'm an investor." And it's like, "No, I see your behavior. You're really doing sports gambling. You're just doing it with stocks and options, so you feel like it's more legitimate when really the exact same process of betting on a sporting event is exactly what you're doing right now when you're betting on these options and hoping for these quick flips and all these other things." Long story short, if you want to know how the story ended, I remember that it was that losing that money was the best thing that ever happened to me. I remember getting so sick to my stomach that I was like, "Oh my God, I never want to feel like this again. I never." And I remember there was Russ and then his friend Russ, and then the bookie's name was Sam. And I remember when I got the call from Sam, I was like, "Oh my God, is Sam gonna kill me? Is he gonna come beat me up?" And I paid Sam back and did what I was supposed to do. And I remember saying, and once I get out of this hole, I'm never gonna go back to that place again. So here's what happened. So you fast forward years later. I had my job at Syracuse, and by this time I'm doing well financially. So thank God I didn't come into my money until I became more mature. Because this is what happens to a lot of NBA and NFL players is they come into a lot of money at an age where they're not mature yet, and many of them don't have strong fathers that are heavily involved in their lives to force them and guide them into making mature decisions because the father has a certain level of male economic consciousness and just male consciousness period that the 21-year-old son just doesn't have. He doesn't, so a lot of these NBA players, I mean, you're 21 years old, you've been poor your whole life, and then suddenly you've got $47 million in your bank account. Well, that's going to make you feel like a god. That's going to make you feel like you can never run out of money. You are the king of every place that you occupy. You can do whatever you want and can't nobody tell you nothing. And then all the people that are in your ear, all the little the little melanin deficient people that suddenly want to be around you because you are who you are, these people will just sort of pump you up with this stuff. They'll encourage you. They sort of push you on because they want your economic consciousness to be low even as your wealth is very high. A person whose wealth is very high, whose economic consciousness is very low because perhaps they're distracted by the booty and the bling and the fame and hanging out with rappers and all that. That person is easily a person that's distracted is easily robbed. So they're robbing you. That's what they do. That's what they do to the athletes. The athletes, they it's like this blur of literally these dopamine hits. You're literally a drug addict to some extent because you've got millions in the bank. You're surrounded by women and fame and distractions, and on top of that, you're also trying to win championships or something, and you're not paying attention to what's really going on around you. And the next thing you know, a bunch of your money's gone. In fact, when I spent a lot of time hanging out with Damon Dash, who helped create Rockefeller Records, I'm convinced that Dame was the brains behind Jay-Z's career, Kanye's career, Rockefeller, all that. He's an interesting guy, and I remember one thing I remember him talking about is that when you get that much money and that much fame, and people know who you are, you have to let people know that you're watching because if they think that you're not paying attention, they're going to rob you. He said the nicest person in the world, who seems like the most loyal, friendly person ever will be literally just siphoning money out of your bank account while you're looking away. And so with Dame, that example really speaks to what happens to a lot of entertainers and athletes. And then if you compound that with a lot of the betting that's happening in sports, and it's growing, it's only growing, right? That you had one athlete that was just banned for life from Major League Baseball, but they didn't even start that investigation until March, and this happened 2 years ago. So if this is what happened 2 years ago, before betting really took off in sports, what do y'all think is going to happen 2 years from now? What do you think they're going to find out that's happening right now? Right now, you got a bunch of high testosterone 20-something-year-old men with millions of dollars in the bank. That betting culture, that gambling culture is huge in that space. I mean, it's huge. So it's a disaster waiting to happen. A lot of people's lives are going to be ruined. And what happens too is that sometimes when people fall so deep in that economic hole, they like that kid with Robin Hood, he fell so deep in the economic hole, he just killed him. He just took his own life. Because you get to that point of hopelessness. Go back. I want y'all to go and read how many stories there are. One day, if you get bored, go search for all the stories that there are about people doing really drastically horrible things because they'd fallen so deeply into debt from betting, from gambling too much. Go look and see. There are men who have killed their entire families. There are, and it's usually men, unfortunately. Women have their own vices. We know these things, right? But most of these stories involve men. Maybe they took their own life because they're thinking, oh, if I'm not here, then everyone will be better off, and they can get the insurance money. Just whatever. And so the point of the matter is basically to say, just be really careful about this stuff. Make sure your sons are just conscious about these things. And then let me just finish off this this part of the discussion with the story that really got me thinking hard about this. So when I was in Syracuse, I got that first job making good money. I went to a car dealer and I was looking for a car, and there was a guy who was driving the car around with me. Who was just kind of explaining to me, the car and everything else. And we got to talking, and he was older. He was like maybe 78 years old, and I was 31 at the time. And I remember I just asked him. I said, "So you're gonna retire at some point? Like, do you like working? Like, why do you work so much?" And he said, "Well, I had $500,000 in my retirement account." And I said, "Well, what happened?" He said, "It's all at the casino. I lost every penny of it at the casino." And I remember thinking, this is so sad because this old man has to work until he dies because because he blew all his money at the casino. And I remember at that moment thinking, I never want to be in that situation. I never want to be in a situation that is so bad that I can't fix it, or where I'm just so old that it's too hard to start over. It's very depressing to be. So one of the benefits of consciousness, and the reason we do economic consciousness every morning, is if you're conscious, then you can be 35 years old and imagine being 85 and being conscious of that and saying, gosh, I don't want to be here when I'm 85 or when I'm 75 or when I'm 65 or when I'm 55 or 45 or whatever, right? You can think ahead. Most people are not conscious. A lot of 25-year-olds, they think they ain't never gonna get old. Let me know. Give me a guess if you agree with it. If you notice this, let me know if you notice the amount of, if maybe you had some of that, the amount of confidence you have when you're young, that you're never going to be the old guy. So it makes you laugh whenever old young people make fun of old people, like, oh, you're a boomer, or you don't know nothing, or you washed up, or you're old. It's like, yeah, keep on talking. And then what happens is you get in your 30s and people start calling you sir and ma'am. Right? And then next thing you know, your favorite artist is doing an oldies concert, like old school. We're gonna bring back the old school. Nelly gonna be at the oldies concert, right? And then little things start to happen, and then you wake up in the morning and your knees, your knees ain't bending like Megan Thee Stallion no more. You ain't got it like you used to. You're not what you used to be, or you try to go play basketball like I did, and then my legs would not cooperate. My mind was ready. I'd spent all these years learning how to make the right moves, and I had a great 3-point shot, but my body wasn't cooperating anymore. And the list goes on and on. Like things just happen. You get older, and what happens is that because we have a society that tends to glorify youth over the wisdom of the elders, like we tend to believe falsely that people in our society only have value when they're young. We look at women and we say, "Oh, your value starts to drop after you're 35 because nobody wants you and you're this," which is nonsense, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. And also, same thing is true with men. I think that the idea that we have a society where that will listen to a 25-year-old rapper more than they listen to a 55-year-old scholar or a 47-year-old mother, that right there tells you why so many stupid mistakes get made. That right there tells you how much knowledge is lost because you don't even listen to the people who can tell you what's coming up down the road. I'm sorry, no disrespect if you're in your 20s. I'm not telling you that you don't know things. I can learn from you too. But Lord Jesus, when I was 25, I didn't know nothing compared to what I know now. And I was pretty damn smart. When I was 25 years old, I had been teaching college students for 3 years. I taught at University of Kentucky and Indiana. I taught math and finance and everything. So I was smarter than 90 something percent of the population at 25 years old. I knew a whole lot of stuff. But when I tell you that that a conversation between 52-year-old Boyce and 25-year-old Boyce would literally be a grown man talking to a kid, I'm not playing with you. Like there's so many things I could tell him that he has no idea of. But he thinks he knows everything. He thinks he's smart. He thinks he's unseen some things because he's smarter than he was when he was 21. Right. So one other element of consciousness is this. Pay attention now. This is important. And again, this is so not everybody can value this, right? Maybe I'm pushing too hard. But I believe that everybody here is intelligent enough to really follow what I'm saying here. One of the first signs of intelligence is very simple to me. Or better yet, one way to show me that you're not very intelligent is when you act like you know everything. When you are the person who knows all the answers, interrupts everybody because you already got it figured out, thinks you know everything, wants to lead every conversation, you do the most talking instead of and not very much listening. That right there tells me that you're not very intelligent and you're not very conscious. That just to be honest with you, the person who thinks they know the most is usually the person who knows the least, but they don't even know enough to know how little they actually know. A sign of intelligence and consciousness to me, and this is why I always say that this is a platform for intelligent Black people, not because you have to be intelligent, but because I believe that intelligence matters. I believe consciousness matters. I think if you're not woke, and when to me, woke means aware, looking around, head on a swivel, understanding things, diagnosing it, figuring things out. That's what I'm talking about when I say woke. I ain't talking about, whether you want to use the girls' bathroom. I don't care about gender and all that and who you're sleeping with. I know to me, woke is like, are you awake? Did you take your no dose and are you looking around or are you paying attention? Because a lot of people ain't paying attention. A lot of people are asleep. So that is so the lack so a sign of a lack of intelligence and consciousness is when you think you know everything. And unfortunately, a lot of young people get hit with that. The sign of intelligence to me, or one measure, in my opinion, of intelligence and consciousness is when you learn that just how little you actually know. When you have a full understanding that the universe of all the things you don't know is 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times bigger than the universe of what you know. What you know is about this big. And I say this again as a person who went to school from the age of 18 to the age of 30. I'm talking about studying 7, 8 hours a day. I wasn't just in school. I was in the books, studying constantly nonstop. And then I learned 10 times more since I finished my PhD over 22 years ago. So even as a person who's had all this education, I've been to get a billion classes, I know that my universe of knowledge is still like this. And the universe of knowledge of things I don't know is like this. So really, if you ever meet me in person, one thing that you'll probably notice is that I'm just going to be looking at you and listening and taking in any piece of information you can offer, every story you want to tell, because I'm learning from you. Because I don't know, I know a lot, but I don't know your perspective. I don't know your story. I don't know your experience, and I'm seeking to learn from that. And then I will talk if you ask me a question. If you ask me, like, so what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Then yes, I will share things. But I really think that consciousness to me, again, just me submitting this humbly to you, is really knowing how little you actually know. So if you're a conscious person, then you are conscious and aware of everything that exists outside of yourself. And so if you are a conscious, intelligent young person, I encourage you, just sit back and listen. You know, when grandma starts talking and telling her story about how things were in 1952, listen, because there's gems. There's so many gems that your elders can give you that you're missing because you live in a dumbass society with people that don't respect anything that happened before, like, 1999 or 2010. And what you find, and when you go back, for example, if you study and listen to Black folks that lived before integration, before the civil rights movement, and back when white people were really treacherous and terrible. Not all of them, but many of them were. They were blatantly racist. They actually have skills and value systems and survival mechanisms that you can't even relate to. You're not even at that level. And they could accomplish more with greater opposition than you can accomplish in a society that's supposed to be fair and open and integrated. So I love to listen to Dr. I get on the phone with Dr. Claude Anderson, and it's really just him talking and telling me stories about his childhood and the military and things that he's seen. I don't have, what can I really, what can I teach this man? I mean, sure, if he asks me a question, I can share a perspective, but I'm not trying to teach that man. That man's teaching me. So long story short, I think that this is important because there are these landmines, right? So something like sports betting is one of those massive economic landmines that a lot of people are going to miss because nobody's really talking about it. The only time people are going to start talking about it is when it hits a crisis stage. Just like everything else. It's just like, even in the pandemic, everybody knew. Anybody who was worth their weight in fried chicken just knew that during the pandemic we were going to have a problem with inflation. They were like, you're pumping all this money into the economy and we don't even need it. Yeah, of course we're going to have an inflation problem, and they just kept doing it. And so a lot of things that are happening now are things where people were predicting these things. They knew it was going to happen. So really, truth be told, I don't know. I think that what probably happens for sure is also the lack of awareness shows itself in the fact that people don't always have the ability to see down the road. And if you once you gain that ability to really see down the road and see outside of yourself, you start to see opportunities that didn't exist before. So for example, this is why when we do our economic elevation, financial consciousness exercises, I encourage you to just sit back and meditate and imagine living in the year 2030. It's right around the corner. It's going to happen very, very soon. 2030 is to 2024 what 2018 is to us now. Right? That's what 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. I guarantee you that if I was to go back in time to 2018, nobody in 2018 was thinking about 2024. In the minds of most people, 2024 was this far off, distant land. It was almost like, anybody remember when Prince used to say, I'm gonna party like it's 1999? And you thought about 1999 like it was like way off in the future, like it was never going to arrive. Some of y'all don't know. If some of y'all were born after 1999, but those y'all who are like over the age of say 45, it freaks you out a little bit. It's like, wait a minute, hold on, wait. 1999 was that was the future. That was futuristic. Angela Bassett. Does anybody know this? Remember that movie? Anybody remember that movie Strange Days with Angela Bassett? And she was in the car driving the car. She's like, baby, this is what I do. And it was this futuristic movie, and it literally, the movie took place in the year 1999, and it was futuristic. And it's funny because I think the movie got made in like 1995. And so it's like, that's so weird that they could make a movie in 1995 and talk about the future with all this technology that still don't even exist. And it's only 1999. That's weird to me. That tells me how little our how short and shrunk our perspective can be. That can be impressive to us. And then it's really weird when you see stuff from like the movie Back to the Future and they talk about stuff that would exist in the year 2020 and they compare all that. And so time goes by fast, and I think time consciousness is another form of consciousness, period. If you have time consciousness, then you are aware. You don't waste time. People who are conscious of time don't waste time. People who are conscious of money don't waste money. People who are conscious of their health, they don't ruin their health. People who are conscious of their children, don't their children aren't out in the streets getting kidnapped and beaten up and locked up, right? So consciousness is everything. Consciousness matters. So consciousness, in my view, is something you have to practice because I think there's a lot of people who prey on those who are not conscious. They do deliberate things to keep your consciousness low. Entertainment, for example, is designed to minimize your consciousness. You've heard all those stories about the Roman emperors who would entertain people with circuses and what was it circuses? What was it circuses and sports and stuff and give them bread? And I forgot what the quote was, but basically they were like, just give them a bunch of sporting events and all kinds of stuff to distract them, and they're not going to be conscious of the other things that are going to happen because part of that means that if your attention is taken over here, then that's where your consciousness lives. It doesn't live in the places where it needs to be. So so that's I'm not going to keep going today. That was my thought for today that I wanted to share with you. If you want to join us every morning for economic consciousness training, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I'm going to be back tonight. We're going to do our Powernomics training. We are reading Dr. Claude Anderson books word for word, and we've been doing this for about 4 or 5 years every Wednesday night, and it's going to be 8:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So if you'd like to join us, it's totally free for anybody that wants to join. I just ask that you tell your friends, bring your family, if you're happy, if you're getting something of value, and if you want to get a notification when I start tonight, you can get on that text list. Just text the word greatness to 87948. I call this Black Keys to Greatness, which is the name of a life class that we have in the Black Business School that you can have for free as well. So text greatness to 87948. And then last but not least, if you like these consciousness trainings that we do every morning and you want to get all the recordings and everything else in one place and share them with your family, feel free to go to drboycedaily.com. That's drboycedaily.com, and you can take a look at that. And actually, because I just like to do stuff daily because I think that that's how we can form new habits. I also did, I set up a new podcast on Spotify called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So I know some of you want to go deeper into other areas like what's happening in the stock market, stuff like that. So Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market is also on Spotify, and you can feel free to look that up, and I'll give you daily updates on that kind of stuff. So we're doing a lot of cool stuff over here in the Black Business School because our goal is to elevate, in economic elevation. That's the goal. I believe that we can do this. I believe that we have everything we need. I don't go around looking for white people to help me do anything. No disrespect to white people. I don't hate them at all. But I just don't. I don't need y'all. I don't need nobody except all we need is each other. That's what we need, and that's what you need. You need yourself. You need your family. You need God, maybe if that's part of your repertoire, and you get those things going on. You ain't got to worry about what Massa thinking. Massa ain't got no power over you unless you give it to him. So y'all have a good day. God bless you, and I look forward to seeing you all tonight at 8:30. And if you can't make tonight, then I'll see you tomorrow morning. So. know what the average new car note is? Does anybody know what that is? The average new car note is $730. 730 bucks, right? So, and by the way, some of you are saying you can't hear me. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Give me a quick yes. Let me know you can hear me okay, because I'm kind of worried now. Somebody said they can't hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me all right, because I want to make sure my audio's good. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, so okay, so I see some yeses. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, awesome. That's perfect. I was really worried. I kept seeing people say I can't hear and stuff like that. So I was just checking to make sure it was okay. All right. So here's where let's start here with this. Um so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of give you the end of the story before I give you the middle and the beginning. The end of the story is that the economy is shifting in ways that I would define to be fundamentally unhealthy. Uh, in ways that I would define to be almost a little bit scary, a little bit nerve wracking, and also in ways that I find to be a little bit unfortunate and unnerving because they were unnecessary. So there's a lot of uns. So I'm gonna be a big onion on that. There's a lot of uns, unnecessary, unfortunate, unnerving, all these things. And the thing is that it's critically important. Financial consciousness and financial awareness is very important in this environment because because what awareness does, what consciousness gives you an opportunity to do, is it gives you an opportunity to shift your habits. You see, if you're not conscious, then what you do is you lean on your subconscious mind. You lean on what's already there. You just do things the way they've always been done. And I'm just going to tell you, I think in this economy, that's a very dangerous way to think about money and economics. I think that's a very dangerous way to view the world, because the world is changing, and as the world is changing, you have to change with it. And so this is one of the reasons why I really think that all intelligent people, and and I say intelligent black people, in serious black people that I want to bring into this platform, but some of you are not black, and that's okay too. You can learn from us as well, but you really have to shift how you approach things. Okay, so let me. So here's the deal. Um, so according to this study, and actually, you know what? I gave you guys the link to join the stock market class on Tuesday, right? Okay, so here's what I wanted to mention. When you come and you learn how to invest, one of the best things you can do, in my opinion, is to bring your family. And the reason I say that is because journeys are easier when you're traveling in a group, right? Like if I want to go climb Mount Everest, especially if I've never done it before, I should probably bring other people with me. If I was on a slave plantation in 1688 and I'm trying to escape to the north, I should not try to just go by myself, right? I should bring other people with me. When you're trying to form a new habit or break out of the prison of your old way of thinking, well, then accountability groups are really helpful too. There are studies that show that if you want to lose weight, for example, just get a cohort of people that want to do the same thing, and you'll start losing weight because you'll have peer pressure working in your favor as opposed to against you. Everybody's affected by peer pressure. So part of the reason that on Tuesday when we do our first share stock training, and again, it's really stock market for beginners. So if you consider yourself a beginner, then this is for you. And if you don't have the link, if you don't see the link, just text the word stock to 87948 and I'll send you the link. And I can make sure you get a copy of the link to join. So text the word stock to 87948. I'm going to send that link out again one more time, probably tomorrow. So bring your family. Again, it's $99. It's gonna change your life. You can bring all your kids. You can bring your parents. You can bring your spouse. You can bring your cousin. You can bring your whole church. You can have 200 members in your church, and all of y'all share one $99 payment, and you can educate the whole church. And then next thing you know, the whole church will be operating on a higher frequency. And so this is the guarantee. This is the guarantee that I can give you, is that hanging out with us in the Black Business School will elevate your economic consciousness. Hanging out with me, I will have you understanding economics in a very different way and seeing things differently. A lot of you already know this, but some of you are new. So that's part of the reason why I would repeat this, just to make sure you understand that this is not hocus pocus. All right. So let's hop into this conversation here. So again, the event is Tuesday at noon. And if you can't make the live event, you can still get the recording. It's yours for life, and you can share it and all this other stuff. All right. So here's what I wanted to also dig into is not just what's going on, but I want to dig into why it's happening this way. Like I want to look at, when we talk about this what I consider to be almost like a type of economic danger, because this is driven from the top. There are people that are at the top that can pull the levers on the economy. There are people at the top who can do things almost like the Wizard of Oz, and cast a spell on the economy and make the economy go left, make it go right, make it go up, make it go down. These so-called financial wizards, that's what they claim to be. Um, they're able to sort of manipulate things in a certain way, and sometimes they do it right, sometimes they do it wrong. And the number one Wizard of Oz in this economy is the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell has an enormous amount of power. I know people like Jay Powell. I went to school with people like him. You go through your PhD program and you hear, well, so and so just got hired at the New York Fed, or so and so just got hired at the Denver Fed, right? And you would just sort of see this as you're going through grad school. Like I could have ended up working at the Fed. The difference was that people that worked at the Fed actually were like the lower tier graduates. So if you were lower tier, you went to work at some place like the Fed. If you were higher tier, you got a university position, right? So but the chairman of the Fed is pretty much like kind of like one of the economic kings. These are the people that are really well trained, really good at what they do. So I have a lot of respect for these people. But the problem is that sometimes they just get it wrong. And also the challenge that, and this is a bias that I want you to understand, is that they come from very elite spaces, like Lawrence Summers, who is a guy from Harvard University, who he was the president at Harvard, and he's a smart guy. And I remember reading a lot of his research papers when I was in graduate school. He's very good at what he does, but he also comes from a very elite background. I think his uncle won the Nobel Prize, and there's kind of this thing where they tend to see the world through the eyes of rich white men. That's my point. That's what I'm getting at. In the field of finance, one of the reasons why it was so difficult to finish my doctorate, I was the only African American on the planet, male or female, to get a doctorate in finance that year in 2002. It was difficult because it was a white man's game. It just was. And so these biases that we all know about, right? We all know that white people and black people see the world differently. Give me a yes if you agree. I think things like the OJ trial showed all of us that whites and blacks don't see the world the same. We just don't. If you look at the OJ trial and they ask black people, is he guilty or did he do it? 76% of black people said no, and then 76% of white people said yes. It was something crazy like that. So we see the world differently, right? And so as a result, and then there's not only the racial difference, there's the economic difference, right? So you're not just talking about white versus black, you're talking about rich and white versus everybody else. And wealthy white males just tend to have an enormous amount of control and power in the economy. And sometimes that can be accompanied with a certain kind of arrogance and perhaps a lack of empathy for those who are not in that category. So when they're making policy decisions, I want you to understand the lens through which the people making these important policy decisions are looking at the world. They're not looking at the world through the eyes of a poor black woman. They're just not. They can't see that. Um, they're not thinking in that particular light, and they're not seeing what you and I might see, in the experience that we had, right? So here's my point. Here's where I'm getting at with this. Okay, so now that you know the lens through which they see the world, that'll help you understand the policies that were put in place. So here's the deal with some of the policy. This issue with car notes being really high, and I started off mentioning that to you, that the average car note in America for a new car is $730. It was not like that before the pandemic. Before the pandemic, let me see. I did some research here. I got some data. Um, let's see here. Before 2019, car payments were much lower. In 2018, the average Americans paid 554 on new vehicle leases. So that number's gone up to 730. After 2019, there's been a notable rise in average car payments. This increase is attributed to several factors, including higher vehicle prices and increased interest rates, which have escalated financing costs. In 2023, in the third quarter of 2023, the average monthly payment for new cars was 736, which is a 4.5% increase from the previous year and a substantial 32% increase from 2019. The rise is also reflected in the share of $1,000 plus monthly car notes. So there is a large percentage of people that are paying more than $1,000 per month on their car. Some of you may know people who are doing that. Some of you may be in this room. About 17.5% of all Americans are paying more than $1,000 a month on their car. Now, if you want to understand how much money that is, and I'm not judging you. If I'm okay with you driving your Bentley and stuff, or your Benz. Like, keep driving it. I'm happy for you. But let me try to help you understand what happens when, if you are in the category of those who might spend that much money on a car note, and you don't also put that same amount of money, say, in your investment account, stuff like that. Well, remember the $5 a day plan, which is the wealth plan that every family can apply to make sure your children never have financial problems for their entire life. The $5 a day plan is $150 a month. And off that $5 a day plan, on average, again, you can't predict the future, but on average, and we've talked about these numbers, at the age of 10, your kid has $29,000 liquid. That puts them ahead of most Americans. Most Americans don't have $29,000 liquid. At the age of 20, they've got about 102K liquid, which puts them into elite status. Most white people don't have that much money, at least most white 20-year-olds. And then by age 30, they're about 245 or quarter million liquid. And then by the age of 40, you're talking about $750,000 liquid, right? So this is a simple, straightforward process. Again, blackwealthmasterplan.com is where you can find the $5 a day plan. This is what we offer in the Black Business School, so that you can join for free, or you can get access to that for free. All right. Remember though, the Cardinal example that we just gave is not 150 a month; it's $1,000 a month, right? So you're talking about a number that's about 7 times greater, right? So take these numbers and multiply them by 7, and this is what you would have if you took that same amount of money and, instead of putting it toward the car, or in addition to putting it toward the car, you put it toward the future of your children or the future of your family. So that number, so that 29K, if you multiply that by 7, you get 210K. So after 10 years, your kid has $210,000 instead of 102. You're looking at about 700K. Let's roughly, ballpark, give or take a few thousand, right? So your kid's 20 years old, they got $700,000. Instead of a quarter million, you're looking at what's a quarter million? Let me see, quarter million times 8, it gets us almost to 2 million. So let's say about, I don't know, let's be conservative, about 1.6 million at the age of 30. And then instead of $750,000, you multiply that number by 7, you get about $5 million roughly. Let's say roughly 5 million, more like 4.7, 4.8. So here's what I'm saying. Here's where I want to get to. Okay, I'm gonna pause, and I want you to hear. Um, so here's what I want you um to get. If you are in that category of people that maybe spends $1,000 a month on a car note, um you're building a tremendous amount of generational wealth for somebody else. You're literally making somebody else's child a multi millionaire. um if you're so again, it's not the $1,000 car note that is the issue. It is the it is the fact that the $1,000 car note sometimes is acquired without an equivalent investment in um yourself. Right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Okay, it's not to say that there's anything wrong with spending. You can have a $2,000 car note if you want to, but it's like eating your ice cream before you eat your vegetables. It's doing the unfortunate things or the unnecessary things before you do the necessary things. Do you understand? And so if you look at this, so the next time you see somebody driving down the street in a Hellcat, or or some car that costs an insane amount of money, I think the question would become, are you equally the same amount of diligence that it took, and the amount of discipline and commitment and sense of urgency that it took to get that Hellcat? Did you have that same amount of discipline and urgency when it came to investing for your future and the future of your kids? So do we understand this? Give me a yes if you're following. I want to make sure it's clear. I'm not saying that Dr. Boyce is going to shame you if he sees you in a nice car. Okay, let me know if you get this. I'm not saying that I'm gonna look you up and down when you get out of your Bentley or your Mercedes. Don't, I hope you understand that. I'm not doing that to you. I'm not one of those people. I'm not a person who's gonna slap the Starbucks coffee out of your hand because you spent $7 on a latte. I'm not saying that at all. Get your damn $7 latte. They're good. It's okay. I do it too. What I'm saying is handle your business. That's it. Stand on your business. And I can tell you it's a process for everybody. We're all breaking out of this culture. We're all affected by slave culture. All of us are affected by bad habits that somebody else gave us. I still fight them all the time every day. Every year, if you've been on this platform, you'll notice that I evolve in terms of how I approach things every single year because I'm fighting my slave habits. I'm trying to stand on business. I'm trying to cut out BS and nonsense. Okay. And so, for example, in this space, when people come in and say crazy, weird things or bring in immaturity from the internet, I instantly block them. Like they get blocked from life. Like, I push them out. I say, you got to go. Sometimes I don't even announce it. I just delete them. I just ban them because it's okay. This isn't for you. We don't have time for this. We're trying to move forward. We're trying to learn. We're trying to grow. Okay. So with that being said, let me read a little bit more about what's going on with the car notes. And also, just a reminder, I'm going to be in Philadelphia. Jay Ortiz is hosting the Get Money Fest on the 18th. And it's really great for independent business people that want to figure out how to generate income from what they're doing or how to build wealth from the work that they're doing. And so, if you are in that category, then feel free to come. It's kind of a fun event. They're going to do music and art and everything else, but also they're having financial panels. So that's going to be May 18th. The URL is getmoneyfest.com. I think he's giving away some free tickets. So if you want to, just go to the site getmoneyfest.com and join us in Philadelphia on the 18th. Feel free. I'll be there. All right. So let me read more about this issue with car notes. Okay, so it says here that there's basically an affordability crisis when it comes to cars. They said that effectively a car of say $25,000 is considered to be kind of a unicorn. It's extremely rare. That most cars cost much much more. The Chinese are coming in actually and really stomping the electric vehicle market because they're actually offering cars that are as low as $10,000 or something. And in fact, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen went to China to basically tell them like stop dumping your cars on our market because you're going to drive our companies out of business. And that's interesting in terms of protecting your economy. This is something that the black community doesn't do very often. It's they don't really we don't really protect our economies, right? Like, so the way you have people that come from other communities that set up shop in black neighborhoods and end up just making all the money, from the black community there. They'll come from some other country and set up a corner store or a gas station, and we just buy from them and don't think about who we're giving our money to. The U.S. government does not do that. They protect their businesses pretty diligently. So when they saw the Chinese companies coming in and pretty much killing U.S. EV companies by dumping supply onto the market at really low costs, she just went over there and said, "Stop it, cut it out, right? Or we're going to put tariffs on your products and make them more expensive so people can't buy your stuff." So anyway, long story short, this sort of protectionism is something that I think we should consider in terms of defending black dollars in the same way, right? Because basically, with cars, let's circle back to the car note issue. So with cars, basically, what's been going on is that for American cars and for most of the cars that are out here that are not EVs, the car notes have just been going up, up, up. A lot of it has to do with higher interest rates. Also, the increase in the money supply from the Fed that caused a lot of problems. And these inflationary issues are not going away. Your big danger in the economy right now is something called stagflation. Stagflation is where you have both a slowing economy and high inflation, where the economy's slowing down and inflation's high. So what happened was the pandemic occurred, and they were worried about the economy slowing down. What's crazy is that it never slowed down, not one bit. But they were worried about it slowing down, so they started to inject cash into the economy. Well, when you inject cash into the economy, what happens is that you're stimulating the economy, but you're also creating an inflationary issue that you have to deal with. So that's why you saw inflation get super, super high. That's why you started seeing all these things, doubling in price and all this other crazy stuff like auto insurance for whatever reason is insanely high. And they didn't have to do any of that. They really could have not done a single thing to the economy and everything would have been fine, but they didn't really know that at the time. But even when they did know that, they were so hesitant to adjust course that they just didn't do anything. Because also, if you remember, a lot of you that were buying stocks in around 2020 at the start of the pandemic, you were making money hand over fist. Anybody remember that? Anybody remember stocks going up 30-40% in a day, or prices doubling in a week? Anybody remember that? Like how much money people were? I mean, I don't know if y'all remember, but I remember specifically. I was sitting right in front of you, talking to you every day, like I'm doing right now, and I remember saying like, okay, it should take on average 12 to 14 months for the bear market to end because the market had just crashed right at the start of the pandemic. And I was stunned. I was shocked because it didn't take 14 months. It took about 3 weeks. And so during that time, you would be able to buy a stock for $100 and have that stock be worth 250, a month later, which was unprecedented. It was crazy. So basically, the economy wasn't doing bad, the market wasn't doing bad, but they kept pumping all this money into the economy, just pump, 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 and they were doing it in a very sloppy way. And again, because the policymakers are a bunch of rich white guys who are not in touch with the average American, their friends were the ones who were getting really rich from this. If you ran a business that was adjusted for the pandemic and prepared to deal with the pandemic, you made a ton of money. It was never easier to get loans for your business. A lot of businesses were getting major grants. Harvard University said that they just randomly put a check for $15 million in their bank account, and they were like, "We didn't even ask for the money. We sent the money back." We're like, "Why are you giving us money? We don't need money. We're Harvard. We have a $50 billion endowment." But that's how they were making it rain on their friends, which really goes back to something I remember hearing Rahm Emanuel say in Chicago, where he said, "If you're a good politician, you never waste a good crisis." So they see crisis scenarios as opportunities to get paid because then government funds just get released. My wife and I own stock in Moderna, one of the companies that made one of the jabs. You know what I'm talking about. And that company stock went up, I want to say 600-700% during the pandemic because they were making more money than they'd ever made before. So this is what happened. So the aftermath of this is multifold. One, government debt is $35 trillion. It grows by about $1 trillion every 3 months, so it's probably 36 or 37 trillion by now. So it goes every 3 months. It grows by about $1 trillion. So at least per year. So in the next say 5 years, it's not going to be 36, 37 trillion. It's going to be more like 52, 53 trillion. It's not going to slow down. Number two, when you look at inflation, a lot of you have noticed the prices of everything going up. It's gotten kind of crazy. That's a big deal. Number three, the gap between the rich and the poor has really continued to stretch. Because if you notice in the pandemic, what you saw was feast or famine. You saw businesses that were doing better than they'd ever done, and then you saw businesses that were just dying. If you go to a lot of downtowns and people that own restaurants and stuff like that, or people who didn't have their books together where they could go in and get some of these PPP loans, these businesses died. These businesses are gone. They're never coming back. And so that was another shift in the economy. And then AI is going to further increase that gap, right? So here's where I want to kind of get to. The car note is kind of a symptom of a bigger issue. Do you understand? The whole idea of car notes being insanely high and the average American only being able to afford a $400 car note, that's just one of about 50 things happening that I could describe to you that would explain the shift in this economy. Workers' wages did not go up even as inflation went up. So here's what I want to kind of leave you with in terms of actionable steps and understanding. Number one, everybody has to invest, period. Everyone should be investing in the stock market, period. Most of most of this time during the pandemic, where all these gaps were occurring, all these issues were occurring, the stock market's been going up, up, up. It hasn't stopped. Real estate's been going up, up, up. So over time, if you can be a property owner, everybody should be a property owner. The only thing stronger than inflation is something they call asset inflation. Asset inflation is the rate of growth in the value of financial assets, including things like real estate, stocks, bonds, crypto, and all that stuff. So asset inflation has been insanely high. So all the rich guys have been getting richer during this whole period. They're not struggling at all. The other kinds of inflation that have been pretty strong are things like the cost of healthcare and the cost of college tuition. All these institutions are able to take advantage of these sort of distorted perspectives when it comes to how the economy is being run. And the distortion is unfortunate because what happens is they tend to overfeed some sections of the economy and then they starve out others. And so I don't want you to be in the section where you're being starved out. I want you to go to the section where the money's at. So this is one of the reasons why I say to you that if you're a person that wants to get the fancy car and have the big car note, just put the same, make sure you put the same amount of money in the stock market on a consistent basis. Also, the other mistake I don't want you to make is I don't want you to be short sighted. I have had people that have said to me, when we did the stock option summit, there was a person who said, "Yeah, I bought 5 stocks last year and they've been doing really bad and they really dropped and I'm thinking about switching and everything else." And I said, I'm not going to tell you what to buy and not to buy because I don't give investing advice. You guys know this, right? You do understand this is not investing advice, right? I have to explain that. Like, for example, when there's a black owned business like the Tulsa Fund or something and it doesn't do well, I say, look, I support these businesses. When I see them, I say, hey, so go take a look at it. It's a black owned business, but that's not my business. I don't know what these people are doing exactly, but I do know that they're black, and I do think that you should give them a try if you are interested, but you have to do your due diligence. Okay, so I want to make that clear. I'd like to get a yes from you to know that this is not an investment advice platform. Okay, do we understand this? All right, but what I do say to them is I said, you got to understand stock market investing is not a 1 week, 2 week, 6 month, 1 year process. It's not. You can't evaluate an investment based on what you see after 9 months. You can't do that. That's not going to give you the information that you need. You Most investments, like, so for example, when I give you profit alerts, or when we do things in the Black Business School, like in the Black Stock Market program, I have a list of what I call what Dr. Boyce is buying. Well, these are companies that you have to hold them at least 5 to 10 years to really know what they're actually going to do. And generally speaking, when you invest, you have to have investor vision. Investor vision is a little bit different from what you see in society. In society, you have a lot of instant gratification. You have a lot of people that sort of they think that if I buy something today, I'm going to have money to next week. No, you may have to watch the value drop a little bit. You have to, but if you've done your due diligence and you believe in the company, then that's one of the companies you own. But then the other aspect of investing that people often forget is that you're supposed to be invested in multiple spaces. If you're ever invested in a way where one bad investment can ruin you, that means you did not properly invest. You should never be invested in such a way where one company going bad just ruins everything for you. If that's how you feel, if you say, "Gosh, Tesla went down and I lost everything," or I'm poor, I'm broke now because Tesla's struggling, that means you didn't invest properly. You shouldn't have 60% of your money in Tesla. And a lot of people will do that, and they think, "Oh, I'm invested. I'm invested." It's like, yeah, you're invested, but not in a healthy way. That's not healthy investing. Putting money out there into something, hoping that the value goes up, is not the same as investing. That's what that because you could go to the casino and say, I put all my money on black at the roulette wheel, and I'm investing now. No, you're not investing. You're gambling. That's called gambling. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is, just invest safely. But everybody has to invest. It's not. I mean, again, well, how about this? I was going to say it's not optional now, but I guess it always is. The problem is that the consequences of not participating in the economy in that way are bigger than they've ever been. So I would argue this, given that in the Black Business School, our Black Core of Three is really simple. We believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black owned businesses. Uh, Given that you're educating your own children, even when they come home from school, I'm not saying don't send them to school. I'm saying educate our own children. So when you're educating your own children, I think investing should probably be the first thing that you teach them, but then really remember what you're doing is you're teaching them to manage assets that you're going to help them build.
We have a model. It's the KID model. This is a model that would remove all poverty in the black community if everybody listened. The only reason it won't do it is because everybody ain't gonna listen. People will listen to rappers and basketball players and ignorant people on the internet before they listen to a finance professor, because there are simply people out here who have no respect for scholars. They literally will listen to a rapper with 12 babies mamas before they'll listen to somebody like me. I don't know why. Maybe they hated school. Maybe professors scare them. I have no idea. But I don't talk to those people. I don't have any. If they listen, I'll talk. But if they don't want to listen, that's fine. Go listen to your favorite rapper and see what he can tell you about finance. Right. Good luck to that. But what I'm saying to you is that the solutions are there. The solutions are there. The solutions are clear. It's not complicated, people. This is not complicated. It's very, very, very simple. So when I see this study that says, okay, the average American, half of American families can only afford a $400 car note. The average new car note is $730. Well, number one, I'm gonna say this when it comes to cars. My wife and I never buy new cars. We never buy new cars. We buy cars that are 3 years old, by the way, in case you're wondering what we do with our money. We could probably afford a new car, but then I also think, well, that extra $200 or $300 in the car note, I could probably do something else with that money. I could buy stock with that money. That's what I do with extra money. I buy stock and stuff like that. The other thing is that when you're talking about the impact that investing has on your life, and let's talk specifically about your kids and grandkids, what that does is that if you do those basic things now and you're consistent with it, but you have to be consistent over like a 20-year period. I'm not talking about like 8 months or 3 years or I got a 15-year-old and I invested it for him for 3 years. That can help for sure. That's going to make a difference. But where compound interest really kicks in and accelerates is once you get past a certain critical mass and the momentum, you get this thing called almost like a type of financial momentum that develops after a few years, where then you really start to see the results. In a way, you could think of it like, mathematically speaking, the way investments grow is like, if you're pushing. Imagine if you're pushing your car, right? If you're pushing your car and you're trying to get it, off of a hill. At first, it's really, really hard to push that car. It's extremely difficult to push that car, but eventually you keep pushing, and it moves faster and faster. And then as you get over the hill, suddenly gravity takes over. And once gravity takes over, the car is flying down the hill, and you can't even stop the car. It's growing that fast. That's called convexity. Convexity is what makes that's what makes stock prices rise. That's what makes compound interest accelerate wealth. That's what makes people so insanely wealthy that you're sitting there wondering, like, how in the hell did they get that much money? Well, because if you look mathematically, this is all I see things in mathematical terms. Mathematically, what you're doing, if you're working and you're trying to make money as a laborer and you're trading hours of your life for dollar bills, you're doing what is called a linear wealth plan, right? Linear means that it's like a straight line, right? Linear is like if I'm driving a car and I'm driving 50 miles an hour, and I say, okay, after I drive 10 hours, I'm gonna drive 500 miles. After 100 hours, I'll drive 5,000 miles. That's what linearity is. Linearity is not as powerful as convexity. Convexity would say, okay, the first 10 miles, I'm going to go 50 miles an hour. But the next 10 miles, I'll go 55. The next 10 miles, I'll go 60. Then I'll go 70. Then I'll go 80. Then I'll go 90. And the longer I drive, do you understand? Let me know if you're following this. The longer I drive, the faster I go, right? So after I've been driving for, 30 hours, I'm going 800 miles an hour. That's what money does. That's how money grows. So when you don't even get onto the financial highway of America, when you just sit on the sidelines, or you just, are working your way to wealth and not or trying to save your way to wealth, you're really missing out on all that convexity, because you've traded in convexity for linearity. You've traded mathematical power for something that is very that really is heavily dependent on your power. It's like if compare pushing that car down the hill and how fast that car is going. Imagine if instead I was just pedaling a bike and I'm on a flat surface. If I don't pedal, that bike doesn't move. There's no point where I can just stop pedaling and the bike will take over. But whereas if I was going down a hill on that bike, then I would might pedal really hard in the beginning, but then I don't have to pedal anymore because the bike is flying on its own momentum. That's how money's supposed to go. Money, so there we go. Parabolic markets. That's another great term. Convexity, parabolic. It's all in the same family of mathematics. It's all basically these. Remember those equations that look like that? Like that's how money goes. Money just it stays pretty flat. Then it goes right? And that's what you want. Whereas your wages is it kind of looks like that, and that linear thing is hard. It's really hard. It's not even is it hard, but it's just almost impossible. Actually, it's very impossible. It's quite impossible to, if you look at that example with the car. If I'm driving 50 miles an hour consistently, it's very hard for me to keep up with you if you're driving 5 miles an hour faster every 10 hours. In fact, it's impossible for me to keep up with you. And the crazy part is that even if I start before you and I leave 3 hours ahead of you, it doesn't take you that long to catch up with me. And then once you catch up with me, you'll pass me and leave me behind. Right. So the wealth problem in the black community, the racial wealth gap, it isn't just about the fact that other people have more money than us. It's the fact that their money is growing faster than our money. So the gap is getting wider. Do you understand? So the gap's not shrinking. A lot of people think that that the gap is shrinking because time has passed. Like, well, we were driving at a certain pace before, and now we're not driving at that pace anymore. Or better yet, we were driving at that pace before, and we've been driving for 12 hours. So because we've been driving for 12 hours, of course we're closer than the other person. But if you're driving a Toyota and they're driving a race car, and the race car is going faster every hour, you're not catching up with them. You're actually getting further behind. And then here's the other crazy part. Not only are we driving slower than wealth builders if we do things the old fashioned way, but some people are actually driving backward. So imagine if you're literally driving backward and you really think that because you've been driving backward for a really long time that you're going to catch up in the race. No, there is no rule of economic physics that says you should catch up in the race just because you've been racing for a really long time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Right? So I really want you to understand the nature of the gap and how to kind of process this and simple habits that you can adjust that are going to fix this, and then also cultural adjustments that can be made in your family that will make sure that your kids don't get caught up in the mess. Right? I don't want these stories about the struggles of American people to necessarily be your child's story. Right? Some of us are going through that story now. Some of us see it. Right? So I'm not. If you're in that category, I'm not making fun of you. I applaud you for being committed to making the adjustments that you need to make. I applaud that 100%. We all start somewhere. We all do. Right? But then it's kind of like, okay, so what does this look like, 15, 20 years from now? Right? What does this look like, in the future? What does this look like um, what does this look like when my kids are 35-year-olds? I think that that's something that's very much in our control, and I want you to kind of think about that. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and finish up for today. But what I want to mention really quickly is that if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. Also at drboycebooks.com, I don't know if you guys know, but we have a really cool Black Wealth apparel section where you can actually take a look at some of the cool T-shirts and stuff like that we have. If you are into the whole black wealth thing, I kind of think wealth needs to be the new black. And so we've got cool shirts like generational wealth and millionaire loading and stuff like that. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and see if you see anything that reflects your style or something that might be of interest to you. And also we have if you want something to help you with your investing, on Tuesday we are going to do an event. I'm calling it First Share of Stock, but actually, even if it's not your first share of stock, if you are a beginner with investing, this will be for you. Now, members of the Black Stock Market Program get in free. So if you'd like to just try the Black Stock Market Program for $1, you can visit theblackstockmarketprogram.com. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. Also, if you text the word stock to 87948, I will send you a link to join us on Tuesday. All right. So let's see here. Someone says, how long does a charge take? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what that question is. So I apologize for not understanding what you mean by that. But anyway, I hope you guys have a great day. And actually, did you guys have any questions really quick before we bounce out? If you have a couple of questions, let's do 5 questions before we go, because we don't normally do questions in our financial consciousness training. Make sure you're on the text list so you can get notified when we meet up. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll invite you in. But serious people only. Like, just don't come in here messing with people and stuff, because I don't like that type of thing. All right. So okay, so I don't see any questions for today. So maybe save some for next time. Oh, what's the name of the stock you gave on Friday? You know what? Let me put the question in the Q&A section. Oh, you did have a question. You did put a question there. All right. So let me see. Let me find a stock for you guys real quick, because someone asked for a stock. So let me see here. We have something in the Black Stock Market program called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. And what I'm going to do today is I'll put together a list of 5 stocks that I like, and I'll text that out to you guys when it's ready. All right, so let me see here. As I answer your question, or I'll let this open up while I answer your questions. Let's see. Sharon says, "Hey Doc, will there be a recording on how to buy your first share of stock? I can't watch it live." Yes. When you sign up and join us on Tuesday, you don't have to be there. If you're not there, the recording is yours for life. You can share that with your family, and it's yours. I mean, it's just like buying a book or something, and you can share that with anybody in your family that is interested in learning this kind of thing. Oh, there we go. That's the ticker. It was Viking Therapeutics. The ticker symbol is VKTX. VKTX. So I bought Viking Therapeutics. Again, not invested in advice. This is just what I did. All right, Dara says, to bring family to the beginning of stock class, will we need to be in the same room, or can we share the link after the purchase? Go ahead and share the link. That's fine. As long as we live on the honor system in the Black Business School, so I assume you'll be honorable and respect the platform. But yeah, if you want to share it with your cousin or something like that, bring them on in. Derek says, right now I only own stocks, but I plan to own real estate. Should I set up a trust instead of an LLC? I think either one of them could work. I would really. That's more of a question for like an attorney, I guess, in terms of which one would be better for what you're trying to do. But both of them are vehicles that can actually give you certain protections. LLCs give you that limited liability, of course, and then a trust also is like an entity that has certain rights and privileges and rules and things like that. So I think both of them could accomplish that same goal. Like, both of those things could own assets. Let's see, Antoinette. Good morning, Dr. Boyce. I have a rollover IRA. Can I sell options with that money? I know people that do. So you might have to talk to the people that manage that IRA for you, and that can give you more insight into that. Dominique says, I would like to speak to an actual person, ask more questions about the courses. Yes. You can. I sent an email with my phone number. Could you give me a phone number? We don't have a phone number you can call with the Black Business School, Dominique, just because we're a small business, and now when we get more support from the community, we can hire people to do a lot more stuff. But we have to operate on a shoestring budget. But we do have a support team that is available 24 hours a day, and if you send an email, they will respond to you within 24 hours. And if you ask them to call you, then there can be someone that can reach out and make a phone call. We just ask that you be respectful of their time, just because they have a lot of work that they have to do. But anyway, the email address is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Yeah, thank you, Tracy, for saying that. Yeah, they do respond. Yeah. They're on it. They're on it. We have support team meetings every week, and I want to make sure that they do what we're seeking to do as an institution. How do I gift a stock to someone? If you Google that, there is a company that allows you to gift stocks to other people. Also, your brokerage, if whatever brokerage you're with, maybe reach out to their support and just say, I want to give the stock to someone else. And different companies will have a different procedure for that. Eric, what are your thoughts on investing in lithium? I think lithium is okay. I have no problem with that. I invested a lot recently in uranium and copper. URA is one ticker symbol of a uranium ETF that I just bought, because nuclear power is going to be in high demand in the future. Kathy, I'm new and not sure how to start. Okay, start with try blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's free. That's the $5 a day plan, blackwealthmasterplan.com. Also, if you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, theblackbusinessschool.com, you'll get things from us where we'll invite you into things. Some things are free, some things we can't do for free. free. But we do have a lot of free stuff as well if your budget's tight. So don't ever think that you can't participate in the Black Business School if the budget's tight. We have something for everybody. But you know, things like the Prime program, which is very effective, by the way, it's been very extremely effective for those that have a little bit of capital to invest for themselves and are looking to make extra income. Like that's really been extremely successful. So if you want to take a look at the Prime program, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. And it's where I basically show my students what I'm doing when it comes to making my money selling stock options. That's where I make most of my money, selling stock options. You mentioned the KID method. What is that? The KID method is for our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, which is our Black Business School for Children. The KID method stands for knowledge, investment, and discipline. Knowledge, investment, and discipline. This is a model that I thought about when I was on the faculty at Syracuse University, where I was sitting there and I was thinking about all my students and how we have. I was sitting here and I was teaching all these kids from wealthy families, you know, white families, Asian families, Jewish families, and a lot of them are going to Wall Street and making all this money. And the truth is, a lot of them weren't that smart. They weren't any smarter than a lot of our kids. And I remember thinking to myself, what if we taught this to our people, right? That's where I kind of came with thoughts about having things like the Black Business School and the Black Wealth Boot Camp. And I said, how do I do that? And I was thinking, okay, maybe the internet can help me do that. But then I said, well, I'm not really a person that buys into things like equality. Equality is not a big deal for me. I'm not trying to be equal to anything. Like, what are you trying to be equal to? Like, you know, I'm not a better man because I become equal to a white man. Maybe I'm supposed to be the leader. Maybe I have something that he doesn't have, right? We don't think about that, right? So equality doesn't matter to me as much as winning. I like to win. I like to succeed. I like to get on top of things. So my approach was I said, okay, what if we trained our kids on economics at the same level that we train them on basketball, football, and rapping, right? We're the best basketball players, best rappers, best twerkers, best football. You know, like we're great at sports. And the reason we're great at these things is because they're part of our culture. They're things that you're taught and introduced to at an early age, right? So that's what led me to say, okay, let's create something where we're going to make a 20-year plan for these kids so that they aren't out here struggling. They're ready. They're prepared to kick butt, take names, all that. So that's where the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program came from, and that's where we train kids on real estate, stock market ownership, entrepreneurship, crypto, everything else. There are little certification exams. They can get a little degree, like almost like a little baby bachelor's degree they can put on their wall, so that it boosts their self-esteem. It also it's not hard for me to make an 8-year old or to train an 8-year old to have to know more about finances than most college educated adults. Not most adults. Most adults in America are not that financially literate. I'm talking about most college educated adults. I'm talking about adults that have master's degrees. So the KID model is one of the proprietary models that this is trademarked. I have a trademark attorney named Takora who protects us from all this stuff. And it's a trademark model based on what it takes to make a kid ready economically to be very successful. So the K stands for knowledge. You give your child knowledge. You make sure they have training and special skills at an early age. Investment means you're giving them capital to work with, right? It doesn't. It stinks to be good at something and have nothing to work with. If you, I don't know. It's like I would be a great husband, but I have nobody. No, I don't have a wife. Or I'm a great driver, but I don't have a car. That's what it feels like to be smart when it comes to economics and not have any money to practice with, right? So you give them the economics, because if you don't, what'll happen is that somebody else is going to suck them into corporate slavery and use their skill for their purposes and their benefit. They're going to say, I've got capital, I've got a business, come work for me and manage my capital and make my family wealthy with all the genius that you have. And that's what happens to our best and brightest, is they get sucked into other people's institutions and other people's agendas and other people's purposes instead of pursuing the purpose that they should have for themselves. So investment's important, and then discipline. Discipline is extremely important, because that's when you have to confront some of the cultural norms that are anti-wealth. A lot of anti-wealth cultural values are pushed heavily in the community that are extremely destructive, extremely harmful, and it's so sad, because it's like somebody pouring spoiled milk all over the kitchen floor and then complaining that the kitchen stinks. But you just poured all this spoiled milk on the kitchen floor. You just did this. You created the problem, and now you're complaining about the problem. Well, maybe you wouldn't have a problem to complain about if you didn't create the problem in the first place. So we create the problem when we don't prepare, and then we complain about the problem. We say, "Oh, it's so hard to be black." Well, of course it is, because you make it hard. You're determined for it to be hard. It doesn't have to be hard. So discipline goes into a lot of areas, and that's part of what we do there, right? We have other models like Poise, producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur. What was another one? Sturdy, building sturdy children, STERDY, systems technology, entrepreneurship, relationship management, and delegation for youth. And these are models that teach our kids to be economic superstars, like literally economic champions at the highest level, where they're built to be captains of industry. A lot of people don't. A lot of people think that being really wealthy and successful is just about luck and somebody giving you a bunch of stuff. It's mindset. It's mindset. If you come in thinking like the boss, then you will eventually be the boss of something. If you come in thinking like a subordinate, then it doesn't matter. Somebody can make you the boss, but eventually you're going to lose your position because your mindset wasn't right when you walked through the door. So anyway, if anybody wants to take a look at that program, feel free to go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards for kids. You can find those at drboycebooks.com. Just look up the word flashcards. We also have workbooks. We spent years working with black educators to create a series of economic workbooks that cover all the areas of finances and everything. So we've got everything that we need. We don't need white people to educate us. We have the best educators on the planet. We're the best on earth at what we do. Period. There's nobody out there doing what we're doing the way we're doing it at the level that we're doing it, and that's why we were able to change the culture. When I first left Syracuse and started talking about black wealth, even when I was at Syracuse, nobody was doing this. Nobody was talking about this. None of this really existed. There were people like Dr. Claude Anderson, but for the most part, it wasn't part of pop culture like it is now. But we've done it. We've talked to tens of millions of people, and now economics is deeply embedded into the consciousness of the black community. Now that it's there in the consciousness, the next step is we have to learn how to do it right. We also have to understand that it is a long-term plan. When I started this in 2013, I made a 60-year plan called Project 2070. It wasn't 60, sorry, it was more like 57 years to be precise. But I said, no, Project 2070. We got to think about where we're going to be in the year 2070. And that's hard to see because you're not talking about your life or even your kids' lives. You're really talking about your grandkids. That's what it's got to be a long-term plan. But if you have a long-term plan and you execute properly, you can control the world. I want to control the world, and I believe we can control the world. The Jewish community has already done a lot of this. Their power is enormous relative to their percentage in the population. We're smarter than them. I train their kids. I know a lot of what they know. I just want us to execute. So if we execute, we will win. We will succeed. We're supposed to be the best. Anyway, let me keep going. Sorry. All right. Are we going to do another digital financial slumber party again? Great question, Sharif. I saw that on a list of things we've done before. Like one time we did a financial slumber party where we all got up at like midnight and had our pajamas on and had popcorn and like did financial stuff at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And so, yeah, that'll be fun. We'll do a financial slumber party at some point. So if y'all agree to show up, then I'll do one. All right. So next, let's see here. Travis said came in late overall. What was the topic today? Well, Travis, we started off talking about the fact that car notes are the half of all Americans can only afford a $400 car note, which is a problem because the average new car note is $730 and the average used car note is over $500. So that is kind of weird, right? And it kind of says America is becoming this country of haves and have-nots. And I think that as the world adjusts, you have to adjust with it. And we've talked about how your kids can be prepared to deal with the economy in a different way, right? To understand that that group economics is better than solo economics, and I want you to kind of approach things in that way as opposed to doing what I don't know who wants us to do this, but everybody's so individualistic, and I just think that that's just a bad habit to get into because it's really really hard to succeed as an individual in this society. All right, so let's see. Felicia Criswell, you may have answered it. Is there a discount for how to buy your first share of stock for prime students? You know what, there was a 48-hour discount. I don't know if the discount's still there. I think that discount ended. If you're a prime member, If you're a Prime member, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and see if they can hook you up. Prime members do get special treatment in a lot of areas, so we'll do our best. We'll work with you if your money's tight. We can work with you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and if you tell them you're a Prime member, they'll take care of you. All right. So Deidre, how can I find the $5 a day plan for my children? It's at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. What are the numbers for Mara for 5,000? What are the numbers for Mara for 5,000? I'm sorry, Kim, you got to explain that question a little bit better. I apologize. I don't quite understand it. But if you rewrite it and put it in there again, I don't know what you mean. The numbers for Mara for 5,000. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Let's see, Eric. What are your thoughts about investing in lithium? I think we mentioned that earlier. I like copper, lithium. I like uranium, stuff like that. Ricky, how much would one need to start buying stock? You can start buying stock. You can buy stock with $5 in 5 minutes. So I say start where you are. There you go. Will you please provide the text links again? Yeah. Here's the link to the event coming up, the first share stock event that's in the chat, and you guys, and also I'll text it out. If you want to be on the text list, make sure you're on the text list for Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send it to you. And also you get invitations to Money in the Morning. By the way, if you want the archives for all the Money in the Morning sessions that we've done, they're available for a small fee, lifetime access at drboycedaily.com, drboycedaily.com. And we've probably done it's April. We started January 1st. So that's January, February, March, April. So probably over 120 lectures on finance that you can find there. And you can share that with your family. You get lifetime access. So feel free to go to drboycedaily.com. All right. So let's see here. And if you get stuck, just email the support team. They can find it for you. All right. Where do we buy stocks outside of Cash App? You got E-Trade. Let's see, E-Trade, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, Robinhood, Stash, Acorn. There's so much out there. Let's see. Mari Wilson says, how much capital base is needed to do stock options? If you're selling stock options, it's easier to do it if you have at least $5,000 to $10,000 in a capital base. If you are a person that maybe has access to a HELOC or maybe some money sitting in an investment account that isn't doing anything, and you can get a number that's like 50 or more, that really works. That, like, you can quit your job with a capital base like that. Again, not investing advice, not me telling you what to do, but I've seen it happen. I sat with a student. There's nothing more fun for me than to sit with somebody who's got access to 50 to $100,000 in investable capital and showing them exactly what I do with my portfolio, and then watching their face when they realize they can make an extra, $100,000 a year or 70,000 a year or whatever, literally with money that was already sitting there. This is not hocus pocus. This is very real. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. This is really good stuff. And the key idea, though, is it's really about not just knowing where the money is, but also risk management. So in a way, I think of it like going to find money in the jungle. If you find money in the jungle and you have never been to the jungle, it's better to work with a guide that can take you to where the money's at and also help you minimize the risk and let you know, okay, these are some areas you have to avoid. These are areas that you can go to, but you have to bring your gun. And these are areas are pretty safe. And then kind of knowing how to adjust based on the conditions. So like being in the jungle when it's raining might be different from being in the jungle when it's hot, right? Or being in the jungle during mating season when the elephants are all mating with each other might be different from being there during another season when the giraffes are all, fighting or whatever, right? So it's kind of like that's the part that sort of gets a little bit interesting, right? Because remember, investing always involves risk. There's a lot of risk that is always present. It never goes away. If you invest, just know that there are going to be times where you're not making as much money as you thought you might have made. Investors do not automatically make money. But what investing does is it positions you so that if good things are happening, you'll be right there in the middle of it and be able to really benefit from it in an extraordinary way. And so I like selling stock options because it's a very conservative way to generate something that was really important for me, which was to make money without having to keep working for it. So when I really dug into it, and I literally was using stuff that I'd known since my PhD program, I dug into it and I was like, oh, well, you know what, babe, instead of us putting an extra X amount of dollars into this property when we want to buy, let's look over here. If we buy, so many shares of 1,000 shares of Meta stock, we can make $3,000 or $4,000 a week selling the options on that stock, and we don't have to do any work, right? And what that does is it's not just a matter of making the money. Making the money is only the first part of investing. Making the money is only the first part. The bigger part is making money in a way that's consistent with the other parts of your life that matter more than money, right? So if you can make money in a way that's consistent with the amount of work that you want to do, or the amount of stress you want to have, or just the things that you want to be paying attention to, so for example, I don't like to make money in areas that either feel uncomfortable, unethical, or stressful. I don't care. You can offer me another $10 million to do something stupid. If I think it's dumb or a waste of time, or it gets on my nerves, I don't want to participate. You keep the money, right? But not everybody thinks that way. For some people, they'll do anything for money, right? And I just don't feel that way. It's not comfortable for me. So you have to figure out what works for you and what stage in life you're at, right? So when you're in your 20s, you're like hustle grind mode. You're willing to just stay up all night, miss sleep and all that, because you don't care about that stuff when you're 25 years old. But you get about 35, 45, 55, you're like, God, like, even if you're successful, your quality of life can still be low. I know a lot of high paid attorneys who make $500 an hour, who have an endless stream of clients, who can go on vacation anywhere in the world, anytime they want, and their lives are really miserable. And a lot of times it's miserable because America, unfortunately, in our obsession with capitalism, we create this singular focus on how much money you make. And we assume that if somebody's making a lot of money, oh well, of course you're happy. Look at how much money you have. People who talk like that honestly have never really been in a space where you've had like enough money. They because and the reason I say that is because when you don't have it, it seems like, okay, this is the one thing that'll solve all my problems. If I just get more money, then everything will be better. But then you get more money and everything's not better. Like Deion Sanders had all the money in the world. He was world famous. He had all the women. He had all the fame. He was super talented, but he wanted to kill himself. Like, why would you be suicidal if you have all this stuff going on for you? Well, because he learned that there are things more important than money, and that's when he became more spiritual and more conscious. From in his perspective, for him, consciousness was more related, maybe linked to his Christianity and stuff like that. But this is what I encourage you to consider, right? So make the money. Money is a tool. Money is a tool that is supposed to unlock the possibilities in all the areas of your life that are more valuable than money. Like spending time with your kids should definitely be more important than making another dollar, right? So if you get to the point, for example, in life where you say, I made enough dollars, but I have a shortage of time that I put into my son, and he's going to get older and forget all about me. I need to go ahead and catch up on that. I'm at a deficit in that. Then that's how I think you want to think about your investing strategy. I encourage you to consider that. All right. So what's the text number again to get information? I don't know which text number you're referring to, Sheila, but if you text the word stock to the number 87948, so write down that number 87948, and that's usually what I'll do is I'll give you a text word that links to that number 87948. So if you text the word stock to 87948, that's where you get the profit alerts. I'll also this afternoon send another link to join us on Tuesday for the event on how to buy your first share of stock, or stock market investing for beginners. All right, so Agnes, is whole life insurance better than just putting money in the stock market? I don't think so, but some people do. Whole life insurance isn't terrible though. Whole life insurance to me is better than nothing. That's how I look at it. It's better than nothing. It, really, I mean, almost everything's better than nothing, right? Except for really bad investing is worse than nothing, right? So a lot of people do nothing because they tried investing and they did it badly, or whoever told them what to do, they told them the wrong thing, so they got traumatized. And financial trauma is a real thing. My wife wrote a whole book about it. Her workbook on financial trauma is at drboycebooks.com if you want to take a look at that. So they get traumatized, and once they get traumatized, they just walk away and they say, I'm never doing it again. um it reminds me of like Raising in the Sun, when they inherited all that life insurance money because the husband had worked his whole life, and the son thought he was an investor, and he took all the money and put it into Willie's liquor store and lost it all. And then so people go through these traumas, and then they say, that's why I don't invest, or that's why I'm not putting money in the stock market, because I don't want that to happen to me. And I understand that. What is a good book for my teenage son? Rich dad, poor dad, I'd say. Elaine, when dealerships contact auto owners to purchase your vehicle, is that a sign um, to keep the vehicle or sell due to economic conditions? I think it depends on your perspective. I've had people offer to buy our cars. We didn't sell just because we didn't need. We like our cars. We didn't need the money. But used cars were in heavy demand, and I guess if you need the money, then I guess that would be a good thing, right? Kathy, I don't know what to log into or even start a name. May I have some help? Yes. Right now, Kathy, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They will show you everything you need to see, and they're very patient and very, very helpful. We have a great support team. Angel, what encouragement can you give today to those of us who haven't even started? Don't be scared. Don't overthink it. Remember the story I told you about the monkeys. They trained monkeys how to invest, and the monkeys made money. So it's not hard to invest, actually, if you don't overthink it. If you overthink it, then it's going to cause you some problems. Don't overthink it. Just jump in. Go to, you can start with blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the $5 a day plan. Or you can join us on Tuesday. I will walk you step by step through the process, tell you everything you need to know. Literally, it's so clear that you could literally do the class on Tuesday, the $99 class, and never do another class ever again in investing and have more money than 90% of all Americans within a decade or two. Like, that's how straightforward it is. It's not. um the world of finance is very complex. There's a lot of information, lots of definitions, lots of terminology and mathematics behind it. But the beauty of it is that all that stuff gets collapsed and sank into one simple thing. Think of it like looking at the Earth from space. If you look at the Earth from space, it looks simple. If you move far enough away, it looks like a little dot. It's just this little dot in space. That's all it is, right? But that little dot is a very complex little dot. If you start looking at it with a microscope, you'll find that there's thousands of creatures and all kinds of stuff, weather systems and all kinds of physics and everything that's kind of making that little dot operate, right? It's a very complex thing. So if you want to understand earth sciences, you could study that for 100 years and still not know everything there is to know. Do you understand? It could be very complicated if you want it to be that way. But if you back up, it can just be like this little dot. It's this little dot that's right there in space, right? So with finance, there are all these complicated ideas, very deep, ugly stuff. I can show you math equations that would make your head spin and scare you to half to death, but it can be simplified. Like little things like there's these beautiful little theories like what they call the random walk hypothesis, where they went through all the studies and realized, oh wait, so individual stocks move like a random walk because all the information that is to be had about that stock is incorporated in the price already. And then or things like the efficient markets hypothesis. The efficient markets hypothesis is what they were, and the random walk theory is what they were testing when they taught monkeys how to invest. So they realized, they said, okay, so with this theory we can condense. Pay attention now. This is where I have to give them credit. This is where I have to give the scholars credit. I mean, when you got a bunch of super smart genius level people sitting around obsessing over a problem for a long time, you get really interesting things. So they found that all this complex stuff with the stock market can be condensed to be made so simple that even a monkey could do it. A monkey can make money. So if a monkey can make money, I sure as hell know you can. But if you allow things like fear or overthinking it or feeling like you have to understand every little piece of it to cause you to keep you from moving forward, then none of this will be yours. None of this will happen for you. Okay. So my number one job is to help you get over the fear, get you to do some safe investing, and to be consistent, and also to get over bad culture. There are so many people that I believe fill our brains up with bad, useless, worthless information. Look at what people are doing when they get on the internet. They're spending all their time consuming information that isn't going to make their lives better. Bad financial advice from people that never even taken a finance class. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say to that. It's okay. Keep doing that. See how that works out for you. All right. So let's see. You want income from Marathon with options. Okay. So you want to figure out how many shares of Marathon you'd have to own in order to make $5,000. Well, let's just say it like this. Let's say you sell your Marathon options for a dollar per week, right? Which I don't think that's out of the question for Marathon. I don't know what the price is right now. Then you'd have to have 5,000 shares. It's that simple, right? 5,000 shares times $1. You sell them. You sell your options just like you sell eggs or shares or pairs of shoes. So if every unit is $1 and you got 5,000 units, then you make $5,000 a week. So the question then would become, how much does it cost me to get 5,000 shares of Marathon, and then still also make sure that I protect my portfolio, right? And we talk about ways to protect. If you log in at drboyceprime.com, there's ways to protect. But so if Marathon costs $20 a share, 5,000 shares will cost you $100,000. With margin, maybe you can buy that for like 60,000 or 55,000, right? So you put out that capital, 55, 60,000. You put out some more capital for your protection, for your insurance. So you put out a total of $75,000, and now you're making $5,000 a week, which is pretty good, right? $5,000 a week is $250,000 a year. I've seen people do this. It's not it's not really rocket science. It's just it just people just don't believe it, but you can go look in your phone and you'll see these are real numbers, right? I don't know if marathon options sell for $1 though. They might sell for like 75 cents or 50 cents, but it depends on what strike price you pick, so there's some variables there. All right, so let's see. Travis, as a prime member, is it okay to share the content across other social media platforms with our affiliate link and share? That is a proper way to credit you. Yeah, just within boundaries, right? Just it just if you're respectful with it, and that's fine. I don't usually give people a hard time about sharing stuff. Just again, just I think the boundaries of what's respectful and what's not. But yeah, I think, and there is the affiliate link. If you're not sure how to be an affiliate, and tell people, if you again, only if you believe in what we're doing. If you're trying it and you love it, then we do have affiliate links where you can actually get a cut of the revenue if someone signs up. But again, I only want you to mention stuff that you actually believe in, that's really benefited you. But if you're not sure where to find that, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show it to you. Let's see. Kamisha says, are stocks under $10 great to earn income and cover call options? We do have, if you log into drboyceprime.com, there is a list of Dr. Boyce money makers, and I do have some that are under $10. So there are some that can earn income. Kathy, yes, it's very tight. I need help. Okay. All right. So yeah, email the support team, Kathy. They can take care of you. If you join the Black Business School, do you have access to everything? Not right away, Sharonda. No, there is a fee for certain things. If you want something that's more comprehensive, where you get access to a lot of things at once, again, email the support team. They can take care of you. Kamisha says, part A of my question. Okay, from the stocks under $10, you send us all these. Okay, you already asked that question. All right, great. Let's see, Agnes. Okay, she asked about whole life insurance. We already did that. Okay. Are you invested in REITs? Asked Pat. Yes. REITs are a great way to get into real estate. You don't actually have to buy real estate to be in real estate. You do know that, right? You don't actually have to go and buy. You don't have to go to the bank and fill out a bunch of papers and all that. You can actually just buy shares of a real estate investment trust and get exposure to real estate. What was the text number again? It's 87948. 87948. So you can text the word stock to 87948. I'll send you the profit alerts and stuff like that. Or if you text morning to 87948, you can do both if you want to. You'll get invitations to our morning class. Just know though, if you're on multiple text lists, you might hear from me a lot. So just be prepared for that. So I'll be kind of like your bestie that's in your phone every day. I hope that's okay. I promise I'll be sending you things that add value to your life. And also know that if you don't answer the text for a while, then it takes you off the list automatically. So you may want to click on stuff periodically to make sure you remain on the list. All right, so let's see here. Alicia, I have 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19-year-olds. What should I buy for them? You can start with S&P 500 funds. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that'll get you started. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Okay, a couple more questions, and then we're going to bounce on out. But wow, you guys have a lot of questions. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll start doing this like once a week or something. Calvin, what are your thoughts on investing in Africa? I think it's great. I actually had a list of companies you can invest in to get exposure to Africa. I don't know if I have that list. I'm gonna try to find it, and I can share it with you guys. But yeah, yeah, Africa's big. Africa and India are two of the places that are just booming economically. And actually, I'm gonna make a list of things you can invest in to get exposure to India. Um, I've been meaning to do that. I just hadn't had a chance to finish that yet. But yeah, I'm gonna try to find the list of African companies that you can invest into, and I'll tell you, China. I think part of the reason that China is able to do so well right now in the EV space is because of their extensive investments in Africa. I think that all that ownership of land and property and resources that they're engaged in Africa is part of the reason why they're taking over the EV space the way that they are. I'm not sure 100%, but that's what I'm kind of guessing. So let me see here. Let me see if I can find um, the list of Africa stuff. I'll give you that. Here we go. Here's the link. All right. So I'm gonna put this link in the chat um, right now. Let me give me a second, guys. And yeah, so if you have an interest in investing in companies in Africa, this is something that can help you with that. So here is the list. Okay, Derek says I'm listening to. Oh, sorry, Natasha says I'm listening to it on Audible. Oh, Seven Habits of Highly Effective People. Yeah, I got that book a long time ago. It's a good book. All right, so let me see here. All right. So there we go. So there's that link to the companies in Africa. I hope that that helps you in your investing journey. Yeah, Africa and India. For the most part, what's really going on is the U.S. and Europe and Japan and stuff like that. These are like aging countries. Like right now in the U.S., the boomers are getting older, and and right now you're in the middle of what is considered to be the greatest wealth transfer in American history. This is a multi-trillion dollar wealth transfer that's occurring as the boomers get older, and it's not a transfer from boomers to millennials or Gen Z people. It's a transfer mostly. A lot of it is from men to women, because what's happened is a lot of the boomers that are married are getting old, and their wives are outliving them. So this is the greatest wealth transfer to women in American history. So this is just, just sort of a snapshot of the economic dynamics that are taking place in America right now that you may just want to kind of think about and be aware of as you start businesses and sort of just see how things are sort of happening here. And also the other thing about Africa and India is that Africa and India are kind of having their time in the sun, mainly because their populations are very young, and also India. The most shocking statistic about India that just floored me
Are sort of happening
was
here.
was when I found out that half of all people in India are not even on the internet. I couldn't believe that. I was blown away when they said half of all. Think about how long it's been since half of all Americans, only half of all Americans were on the internet. That was a long time ago. That was like maybe 1998. And you think about how much economic growth has occurred since 1998 in the U.S. Related to the .com companies and all that stuff. So India still has not experienced that, and I'm curious to just see what that looks like. And I know that one thing that's happening is you're seeing Mark Zuckerberg. He was over at the wedding of the son of an Indian billionaire. I don't have the guy's name in front of me, but he was there. And then you saw Jeff Bezos doing a tour of India and all that other stuff. So effectively, India and Africa are big investment havens. So I put that link to the African companies in there if you guys want to take a look at that. And also, if you text the word stock to 87948, I think the list will automatically go out to you at some point as well. So, all right, so let me answer a couple more questions and then I'm going to get out of here. And I've really enjoyed talking to you. Let's see. What do you know about fan-based investment? I don't know much about fan-based. I can look it up though, Garnell. Let's see. Angel, what words of encouragement can you give today for someone who's not even started? Just get started. Don't overthink it. You can do this. Just do a little bit every day. You are worthy. Your children are worthy. You are worthy. You have to prepare for your future. If you don't do it, nobody else will. So that's those are my words. I hope they are somewhat encouraging. Veronica, Chanel says you are to meet with her today to discuss my consult. Okay, all right, great. So I look forward to talking to Chanel today about the consult for sure. Terrence, what are your thoughts on GEO stock? I don't have it in front of me, Terrence, so I'm not able to comment on it, but I can look it up. Let's see. Can we use TribeVest for stock investing? Asked Patricia. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I should know because I invested in TribeVest. And all I know is that I invested a certain amount of money. Last time I checked, they told me my investment was worth four times more than what I put in. But what I hate about investments like that is that they're not liquid. So if I wanted to go get the money out, so I could impress my wife by taking her to like a fancy restaurant or something, I wouldn't be able to do that. So I'm not a big fan of illiquid investments. And now that you mention that, I need to go find out about that investment right now. Let's see. Where's the link to the Tuesday morning stock market class? It should be in your login at the blackstockmarketprogram.com, the blackstockmarketprogram.com. But remember, on Tuesday, we're going to do a special event, how to buy your first share of stock. So all members of the Black Stock Market Program that come to the Tuesday class, you're automatically invited to that event. You can actually come for free. Last question. Do you mentor folks one-on-one? Let's see. You know what, Deirdre? I do have a limited number of one-on-ones. If you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can schedule you for something like that. And also, I did actually, we do have a mastermind. We call it the Dr. Boyce Win Mastermind for winners, WIN, and WIN stands for Wealth and Income Network. And I'm kind of proud of that acronym. And wealth and income, those words are important because the goal of the mastermind is to help you increase your asset base, increase your income, and then also network with other people that are doing the same thing. And so this is something more so there are requirements you have to apply. And so if you'd like to apply, you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can let you sort of apply. But we can't let everybody in just because number one, it does have a higher price point, but then number two, there are capital requirements. I need to make sure every investor is qualified. I'm going to have everybody take an exam to make sure you understand what's going on. And also your capital base has to be at a certain level so that we can really do some things that are a little more advanced. Okay. All right. So last question is how much capital base do I need to start with the Prime program? You know what, Stuart? There are some people that have bigger capital bases than others. There are some people that are there to learn, right? Because in Prime, we give access to a lot of stuff, right? Access to everything you want to know about stocks, everything you want to know about options on the buy and the sell side. And then there's the Prime aspect of generating the income from the option. So to actually execute, it does help to have 5 to 10,000 that you can go where you can go buy at least 100 shares of your favorite company and start generating your income. We literally at the stock option summit, I told the students, I said, I'll show you some stuff today that'll help you make money on Monday. Right? This is real stuff. This is not, hocus pocus or theoretical stuff. But the thing is, making money is easier when you have a capital base, because if you don't have the capital base, then you would have to be on more so of a speculatory side. So speculation means you might make money, you might not, right? But if you have a capital base, you can easily extract income from the capital base in a safe and efficient way. So some people are there more so in the learning stage, like, okay, I'm learning, and we give you ideas on how to build your capital base up. Like there's some ways to do that. And then there's some people who say, look, I've already spent 30 years working. I've been working in this factory all this time. I've been saving and investing the whole time. I'm looking for some more efficient ways to generate income from my money so that I can quit my job or replace my income or do things with my family. So LH, yeah, you can do stuff with $13,000. That's a reasonable amount. So feel free to go take a look. See if you like it. drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is the URL. All right, I'm gonna go. I've overtalked. I've overstayed my welcome. I hope that this conversation has been beneficial to you. I hope that this has helped you. Again, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. If you want to take a look at the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. And also, if you want to get invitations to Money in the Morning, we do this every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single day, 7 days a week. Just text the word morning, MORNING, morning. Pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will invite you for tomorrow. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bitcoin is going berserk. But that's a no-brainer. Everybody knew Bitcoin was gonna, well, everybody that paid attention knew Bitcoin was gonna do this. It's actually over 70,000 now. At some point it will cross 80, in my opinion. I believe at some point it will cross 90 and 100 and everything else. I think Bitcoin is one of the clear investments out there. Although, there's nothing that's guaranteed. There's nothing that's guaranteed. And I hope you all really remember that. Never forget that, right? So even if someone says, oh, yeah, I really, really think this is going to happen, that does not mean it's going to definitely happen. Even as a professor, I can't predict what the stock market's going to do. I can't predict what any asset's going to do. However, there is a lot of evidence to say that if something is going to explode, it's going to be Bitcoin. And also, most of the indicators in terms of where the market momentum is going is pushing Bitcoin upwards. So if you've been consistently buying, congratulations, you're probably seeing this right now. And so you're well on your way to wealth, in my opinion. And so anyway, the one thing I wanted to kind of hit on today too had to do with something that was crossing my mind. I put something on my Twitter, and I really thought I really believe this kind of thing. And I think I said something. Sometimes I say stuff in a way that irks people. I don't know, but I said, I really believe that every parent should set a high standard for their daughters, so that some guy can't impress her by taking her on a weekend trip to Atlanta. And then of course people come in and say, well, what's wrong with going to Atlanta, and why do you hate poor people? And I don't hate poor people. That's not it. That's not it. I've been on many trips to Atlanta, but I really kind of I was just thinking about standards and how what you do with your kids financially really does set a standard. What they expect from you in terms of character and integrity goes a long way in terms of what they're going to expect from men that they interact with, especially your little girls. And a lot of times you just see, things that make me kind of sad as a father, like women kind of wanting, like really desiring men that just don't have good character. If you think about it, there are a lot of, if you think about Diddy and Cassie, for example, which is kind of the talk of the town right now, there were a lot of women that were happy for Cassie to be dating Diddy. They thought she'd won the prize. They thought that she was looking good. She was in the driver's seat of her life. And girl, won the prize. You got the man everybody wanted. And that's that's just not the case. A lot of in economics we call that the winner's curse. There's something in economics called the winner's curse, and what the winner's curse is the winner's curse is where you think you won but really you lost. And it's when you compete for something that you're dreaming about, but actually you kind of have the wrong dream. And effectively, that is kind of what I see when it comes to the stuff with Diddy and Cassie and all that is like, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, do you regret this relationship? And how would you have felt if I'd come from the future, if I'd gone into your life 15 years ago and said, don't do this, like don't date this guy. There's going to be bad things are going to happen. Would you have said thank you for protecting me from something that was going to harm me, or would you have just wanted to learn things the hard way? And I just hate to see that. It really makes me sad. And so, actually, what I wanted to do in terms of helping you understand how these financial standards can play a part in how your children see the world, let me pull up some data for you. Yeah, so because this is this is important. So when you're talking about setting financial standards for your daughters, let's talk about daughters in particular, right? So I know we have something similar when it comes to sons. I don't think the dynamic's the same because I don't believe boys and girls are the same. I know we have debates about, transgender and all that, but I just assume I believe that things are a little bit different. So when you talk about standards, here is some research that I found that kind of talks about what the standards actually mean and what they actually do when it comes to the quality of life, the ability of that little girl that you raised to have a healthy life. And I think about this, especially if you talk about, say, a guy like Diddy, I say, gosh, that's so interesting that this guy is known for beating up a woman and he has daughters. And I wonder how he feels. I wonder if you asked him, if you said, would you want your daughter to date a man like you? And I wonder if the answer would be yes or no. If the answer is yes, that would make you question, like, what kind of man are you? What you really would want some guy to, beat your daughter, kick her in the face right when she's trying to get on the elevator. Um, and then if he says no, it says, well, why would you want to be the kind of man that you wouldn't want your daughter to date? Because now your daughter is going to grow up, pay attention now. Your daughter's going to grow up looking up to men like you. She's going to grow up thinking my daddy's a great guy and I want a guy like my dad. And so, so the question becomes, are you perpetuating these curses? And I think money's behind all of this, right? I think that money distorted hip hop. Money made rappers and these black men, mostly black men, into something other, and women too now. I mean, some of the female rappers, unfortunately, have kind of fallen into this trap. And so there are these people that have billions of dollars, and it's not us. We don't have billions of dollars to invest in things like this. They invest billions of dollars into these image distorting false realities of black people, where for many years you had a whole culture around complete disrespect, disregard, and harm and assault toward women. If you go back and you look at things I was writing 20 years ago, you'll know that back in 2002, 2003, I was saying that, if all these, liberation movements and Me Too movements and all that, when they eventually start to reckon and really study what's happening in the world of hip hop, it's going to be really bad for these guys. These guys are going to be hiding in a closet because they're going to dig up stuff that they did back in the 90s and the 2000s that was just clearly inappropriate. And I remember, because I remember one time when I was a professor at Syracuse, and I remember listening to the rapper Exhibit, and he had a song with Snoop Dogg, and in the song they deliberately talked about assaulting a woman sexually and getting away with it because they were so rich and powerful, right? And so this became the fantasy, the myth, the false reality that they were led to believe would be true, but they didn't know history. They didn't understand when Malcolm X used to say that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then he'll lock you up for being drunk. Shout out to Malcolm X. Yeah, his birthday was 2 days ago, and I should have said that during class, and I apologize for not bringing that up. And so really, I feel like in a way, what's interesting about some of the hip hop culture is from a financial standpoint is that they kind of have this way of lulling you to sleep. Kind of have this way of making you think you're the boss, making you think you're in the driver's seat when really you're not the boss. Clive Davis is the boss, or Universal Records or Sony Music is the boss, and but they want you to think you're the boss. And then you go out and you operate like you think you're the boss, and then next thing you know, consequences come, and then you're held fully accountable for every single thing that happened under your watch. And that's what I sort of see when I see these things. So let me grab this research for you guys. So one thing that they say that happens when you don't set a good standard for your daughter. Let's talk about us in terms of us being the kinds of parents that we want our children to admire in terms of, and let's start financially, right? In terms of setting those standards and why that's important. So they said that number one, when you talk specifically about the father-daughter relationship, there's a study that says that daughters who have a strong relationship with their father have an easier time with emotional health and stress management. Daughters with strong supportive relationships with their fathers tend to have better emotional health and stress management skills. These daughters typically have higher cortisol levels, which buffer against stress, leading to healthier responses to stressors in adulthood. This emotional resilience translates into more stable and satisfying romantic relationships. And I just think about just maybe about 3 or 4 days ago, and I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning this, but one of my girls called me, or she texted me. She said, "I'm really having a bad day today. Do you have time to talk?" And we got together and we talked for a while, and we talked out what she was feeling, what she was going through. And then she sent me a text saying, "Thank you so much. This really made a difference for me." And it made me happy because I was able to be there for her. But it really, I thought about that interaction when I read this study that the fathers, we kind of can bring something there. I don't know if it's our confidence, I don't know what it is, but we bring something that adds value. And that's a type of, by the way, that's a type of wealth, right? If you are emotionally unstable, if you can't, if you're not disciplined, or if you're constantly self-medicating because you're constantly dealing with anxiety and depression and all these other things, it's very, very hard for you to have the discipline required for you to achieve your goals, build wealth, and do anything that you want to do. And in fact, when we study in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, what we realize is that emotionally unstable people just have a hard time building wealth because there are too many leaky buckets of pockets that can drain their wealth. Because if you're self-medicating, well, medicine costs money. If you're self-medicating through wine bottles and liquor costs money. If you're self-medicating through drugs, drugs cost money. If you're self-medicating through sex, well, bad relationships and dirty, short-term, temporary, nasty, worthless relationships with people that you're just trying to have sex with, that can cost you money. I know a woman that makes $300,000 a year who got robbed by one of her guys. She called him a hobosexual, one of the hobosexuals, which is these guys that look for rich Black women to sleep with, so they can get their bills paid. So this hobosexual took her credit card and was buying clothes for some other girl that he was messing around with, and she found out because she went through her credit card statement, right? So you can go on and on, right? There's so many different ways that emotional instability can be costly. For example, when you buy luxury items, there's studies to say that what you're really buying is your self-esteem, because a person who has a good, really strong self-worth doesn't really need the luxury item in order to feel better about themselves. Now, I'm not saying that everybody who buys a luxury item is bad or not smart or making a mistake or emotionally unbalanced. What I'm saying is that if you're emotionally unbalanced, it's easier to sell you the luxury item because basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, you're nobody, you're nobody now. You're a regular old nobody right now. But if I give you this Gucci purse or I sell you this Mercedes, well, now you're somebody. Now you're important. Now you're looking fly. Now you're looking good. And people who don't care about impressing people that that don't matter, they keep their money in their pocket. They say, "Why would I spend money with you just to get whatever um, public perception you think I can earn by buying this item from you?" Do you understand? It goes back to, I kid you not, I remember when I was in college and I was invited to pledge every single fraternity. Every fraternity, every single one of them reached out to me and asked me to join. And it wasn't because I was the coolest guy in the world. It wasn't because I was, some the life of the party or anything like that. I'm not that guy. They all wanted me to be in their fraternity because I was known as the guy who had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus. I was known as the smart guy, even though I don't think I was the smart guy. I would say I was maybe I was the hardworking guy. Maybe I was the disciplined guy. I don't know, but I wasn't. I wouldn't say I was the smart guy, but I was known for that. And so when they all invited me to join and to pledge, I thought about being an alpha for a minute, and it was an interesting experience because the guy that was an alpha, I think he was honestly hitting on me, and at that time, it didn't even hit my consciousness that another man would be trying to get with me like that. It didn't even cross my brain, And then I think about 5 years later, I look back and I said, "Oh my God, I think this guy was, I think he was, I think he liked me." Whoa, what do I do with that information? That's weird. Like, no disrespect. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody, LGBT, everybody's welcome here, but it was weird for me because I'd never been in that situation, that space. And then it made sense. I was like, oh, that's why he was calling me all the time and just for no reason, right? So anyway, but not to say that was why I didn't want to be an alpha. My brother's an alpha, so shout out to all the alphas. And then my friend, I remember my friend that was a Kappa who tried to get me to pledge Kappa, and I was like, they kind of pretty. They got the little canes and twirling canes. I can't twirl no cane. And then there was another one. The blue, they wear the blue. I forgot with the I can't Phi Beta Sigma. That's right. Yeah, I remember and I thought about that, because I liked the guy who invited me. His name was Daryl Van Meter. He died of a heart attack at 19 years old on the basketball court. It was crazy. I used to play basketball with Daryl, and I wasn't there that day, but one day he just died of, like, on the basketball court of a heart attack. 19 years old. It was, ooh, I remember that day. But anyway, and then I think I decided to pledge Q, and I was gonna become a Q dog. Can you imagine me as a Q dog or Mega Man, whichever one I would have been? And so I was gonna pledge because my roommate was a Q, and I remember that when I kind of looked at the guys that were already in the fraternity, I felt kind of bad. I did not feel like I did not respect the guys, the men that I saw. I did not see them. I remember I think in terms of thinking like an investor, one thing about thinking like an investor is that you apply this to everything in your life. An investor mindset, which is really why we're here. This is what economic awareness or financial consciousness looks like. An investor mindset means you don't look at where things are, you look at where they're going. And the thing that a lot of young people don't understand is that who you are doesn't matter. What matters is what you're becoming. What you're doing every day determines what you're becoming. That tells me where you're going. That tells me what direction your car is headed. So if you're a person that, lays in the bed all day, smokes weed and plays video games and watches Netflix, well, you're becoming, that's what you're becoming. If you're a person who gets up every day, busts their butt, you're constantly learning, you're constantly growing, you're constantly saving and investing and all this other and building, well, then we know what you're going to be in 5 or 10 years, right? Because all your life really is this accumulation of thousands of little choices that you've made along the way. So I looked at these guys and I just saw things that kind of bothered me, like they drank a lot. They drank a whole lot. And I didn't drink at all, but they would be drunk all the time. My roommate was drunk every weekend. And I just didn't feel like that was good because in the 90s, a lot of black men were going to prison. And I didn't want to get drunk and do something stupid and end up getting locked up because wasn't nobody gonna bail me out. I didn't have no plan B. And then also they did this weird thing where they had a party where they picked two girls up on the side of the road. This is the type of stuff in our culture that I think we got to just kind of talk about because it destroys people's lives. But they picked up these two girls on the side of the road, and they told them that if you want to ride home, you have to do things for us at our party, if you know what I mean. And so they had this party. I kid you not. This is a true story. One girl was in one room offering one service, if you know what I mean. The other girl was in the other room offering another service. And I remember thinking, back then, I mean, I'm 20. I'm trying to figure life out. And I was like, that doesn't seem right. That does not seem good. That seems because I was thinking about things like diseases and all that, but even criminality, right? Somebody can come back 10 years later and say, oh, well, you assaulted me and now you're going to prison for 30 years or now whatever, right? So, long story short, I remember just thinking, I see a whole lot of drinking, a whole lot of whoring and a whole lot of partying, but I don't see a whole lot of studying. I don't see a whole lot of hard work. I don't see a whole lot of building here, right? And I remember, so that was the thing that kind of got me to say, I don't think this is the right move. And again, this is that part of the culture. I believe other people put this on us, and I think we have to address that because it's very anti-wealth, it's very anti-family. Remember, anti-family is anti-wealth. Anti-family is anti-wealth, and it's also anti-black. So if you want to destroy black wealth, just keep destroying black families. If you want to destroy black families, keep destroying black culture. If you want to destroy black culture, keep destroying the black male. And that's kind of what's been happening. They've been destroying the black male systematically in a lot of ways. Even back in the 60s, Dan Rather, I was watching a documentary about Dan Rather, the great newsman, and he talked about how Vietnam War, most of the guys in the platoon were mostly black, a lot of black males. And so I just think it just goes way back, just in terms of what people have kind of done to us. So long story short, I remember just going back to the self-esteem thing. I remember the deal was like I was supposed to pay a bunch of money. Again, I'm a very logical thinker, right? I'm a mathematician, so 2 plus 2 is always going to be 4 to me. So the deal was you pay us $600 or $700, which was more money than I had at the time. I did not have a lot of money to burn like that, and they were like, pay us a bunch of money, and then for 6 weeks we're gonna make your life a living hell. And then when you're done, and I was like, well, what do I get when I'm done? They're like, well, you get to be one of us. And I'm like, so I get accepted it. So I'm paying you money and letting you torture me, letting you ruin my life and my grade point average and only God knows what. For what? For the esteem of knowing that I can be part of your group? Well, yeah, 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 yeah. You get to be one, you get to be a Q dog or an alpha or whatever, right? No disrespect to the fraternities, but it did not compute to me. And I was like, wait, so I get to be your friend, but I'm already your friend. I already know you. I see you. I say hi to you. I don't need to wear the same colors as you for us to be cool. Like we don't have to wear the same colors. I don't, and I really don't even really want to see you much more than I already do. So where's the benefit? Where's the win? Where's the ROI? I saw no ROI. The only ROI I saw was you get to wear the jacket and be part of the group. And I saw that more as a self-esteem thing. And what I really found was interesting was I was able to save a lot of money because my self-esteem was already pretty much intact. Sure, I didn't have everything figured out. There were some things I had fears like everyone else. I had, challenges and hurdles and hills I had to climb, but I was very comfortable being by myself and very comfortable being who I was. Yeah, I know I'm not the coolest guy in the party, but I don't want to be the coolest guy in the party because the coolest guy in the party looks stupid to me sometimes. You're acting stupid so that you can be the coolest guy in the party, and that's still true. It doesn't matter. Even now, 30 years later, the internet is just a big high school where people want to be the coolest instead of being instead of actually being the person that has the most substance. People want to impress you by likes and shares and clicks and views, and they do really embarrassing things, really humiliating things, degrading things, goofball, idiotic things to get likes and shares and views. And that, to me, is not a win for you. In my opinion, a win is when, if I want to impress you, maybe I impress you with my substance. I want to impress you with what's in my brain to say, look at how well I know finance. Let me help you. Or I want to impress you by helping change your life or say something that's really profound for you that's going to benefit you. That's meaningful to me. Me getting you to pay attention to me because I did the best TikTok dance, or if I'm a woman, I'm showing lots of booty and I get lots of likes and shares for that. That to me is indicative of a deeper self-esteem problem that's very, very costly to you. So what I'm saying to you is that going back and I'll finish up on those studies in terms of how it can affect our girls, but it affects our boys as well, is that people that have their self-esteem intact don't have to engage in these horrific exchanges with the world to get these false senses of validation from other people, right? Like a little girl who's raised with full confidence, full self-esteem is not going to keep investing her body into ratchet, disgusting, disease-ridden men just so that she can feel a little bit of love. She's already got love. She's got a big stock of, she's wealthy. She's wealthy. She's emotionally wealthy already. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. I'm talking about wealth. Do y'all understand that I'm talking about wealth here? I hope you get what I'm saying. Because I know I sound like I'm not talking about wealth, but I really am. If you're wealthy with love, then you're not love starved. If you're love starved, then you go and you are giving things away that are valuable so that you can get the thing that you need. Do you understand? So the children, here's the thing. I think that the best job we can do for our parents, or sorry, as parents, not for our parents, as parents, is to make sure our children are not starved of the things that they need. So they don't have to go buy these things by giving away things that are very valuable, starting with money. People will give money away. Oh, I'll spend, I just made 300,000. And instead of using the 300,000 to build generational wealth, I want to spend 300,000 getting this dumbass European car from a bunch of white people who don't even like me, just so I can feel better about myself. Now I'm somebody because I'm driving this overpriced car that's declining, depreciating in value every single mile that I drive it. Right? Or I'm gonna go and spend my money at the club and throw it around and put it in stripper thongs so I can be the coolest guy in the room, even though I look like Bozo the Clown right now. I look stupid because I'm throwing away my kids' generational wealth. Or you can just keep going on. Going back to the civil rights movement. No disrespect, but I never understood this idea that I'm going to go and get beat upside the head sitting at a white man's lunch counter begging him to take my money. I saw this picture of the great James Baldwin, and he was standing in front of an ice cream shop that was owned by a white guy, and the white guy was peeking out the window, like, "Who is this Negro in front of my ice cream shop, and why is he taking a picture here?" And at the top of the ice cream shop door, it said, "This is the colored entrance," right? So they had an entrance for colored people, an entrance for white people, and there's some white liberal guy who's doing commentary on the picture, and he talks about the contrast in the picture. And I got to put it on my Instagram, the video up, because I got to go find it. But he's basically saying, like, look at the contrast in this picture. He says, here we have James Baldwin, one of the great literary minds of his generation, who is being dehumanized because he's standing in front of this sign where they won't let him in because of the color of his skin. Right? It was something like that. Like here's this great man, this giant of a man, James Baldwin, and he's being dehumanized by the fact that this ice cream shop has a colored only door and a whites only door. And I was like, no, he's not being dehumanized. Why does he have to go eat the white man's ice cream anyway when he's probably going to spit in it? What would make you think, how in the hell did I get, if he's so powerful, what in the world makes us think that he would hand over his humanity, his the right to dehumanize him to a person who clearly is not his friend? There is nothing beneficial about him being allowed to walk through the front door of another man's ice cream shop and give him all his money. In my view, the sign didn't dehumanize him. It only dehumanizes you if something inside of you makes you feel that in order for you to be a complete human being, you have to go inside this bigot's ice cream shop. I don't want to go in his ice cream shop. I don't. I don't. He can't take nothing away from me because I don't even want what he got. In order for somebody to take something from you, you have to give it to them in the first place. In order for them to take something from you, they have to at least have something that you desire. And when you desire things, you have to understand, why do I desire these things? And let me tell you, there's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. When you desire things, that makes you beholden to the people or the entities that control the thing that you desire. So that's why the Buddhists are among the smartest people on the planet, because if you know anything about Buddhism, which I don't know very much, but one thing I do know is that they do have one principle that pretty much says you should desire nothing. That desiring nothing is one of the keys to freedom. So I'm not saying you shouldn't desire anything. That's your choice, but you got to be real careful about falling in this trap of hungering for something, lusting for something, wanting something, especially when the thing that you want is coming from people who are gonna extract a high rent in order for you to have that thing. So you either A, have to train yourself not to want it, or B, if you do want it, you better get your own supply. So that little girl, she either, if she feels like she needs to be loved by a thug in order to feel complete, In order for her self-esteem to be intact, I need to be one of Future's 18, the rapper Future. I need to be one of his 18 babies' mamas in order for me to feel loved and complete. And Future says, sure, just let me inject my dirty penis in your body and give you every disease I have and then abandon you and your child and traumatize the both of you. Sure, I'll give you that in exchange for your self-esteem. If she feels that way, that's a problem. That's a deficit. That's a deficiency. And that is so to me, that deficiency will be resolved by either A, having plenty of love, of stockpile of love and support from somebody that really cares about her, like her dad. Your dad is, the dads are so important. I mean, we're supposed to be that one man that loves you and will die for you and isn't asking for something from you. So you either have a stockpile of that love and support, or she's got to be in a position where she's convinced herself, no, I don't want what you got. I don't need that. I don't need that thing from you. If I need it, I don't need it from you. So if James Baldwin needs ice cream that bad, that he's got to go into a racist man's ice cream shop just to feel like a human being or just to have ice cream, that would be a psychological deficiency on his part. That's a self-esteem issue. If I'm talking to James Baldwin, I say, let's go get some ice cream somewhere else. There's a black-owned ice cream shop down the block. Or maybe, ice cream is really gonna make us fat. So maybe we should go eat a salad instead. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Right. And I really encourage you to sort of process these things because that those emotional deficiencies, those psychological shortcomings that we're raised with, that self-esteem issue, that drives a lot of people being able to take things from Black people. Like I can point to 1,000 examples. I'm going to try not to point to too many because my brain will explode. I'll start talking all day. But even when I look at guys, I see guys that go on, anybody seen Vlad TV? You know Vlad TV, right? How many of y'all know about Vlad TV? I've been on Vlad TV several times. I've talked to Vlad on the phone. I did all that, right? And I really am fascinated by how many of these poor little desperate men, who maybe were rappers from the 90s or people that that the world's kind of forgotten about. And they're so desperate for attention that they'll go on Vlad TV's show and they will admit to crimes they committed 25 years ago. Like they'll literally be like, yeah, me and Diddy was in the club and we decided to grab a couple of hoes and go and rape them both that night. No, I'm playing, but no, really, like, or I shot him. I died. Well, how many people did you kill? I don't know, probably about 15, 20. I shot, I don't know. I shot so many. I probably shot Pac. I just forgot that I did it. Just literally, and they incriminate themselves. And I'm like, wow. So prison, that's a pretty high price to pay for you to get your internet clout. Like that's what that is. That's an emotional deficiency that's being fed at a very high price to you. So remember, when you're paying a price, you're not just paying with money. That's what I want you to understand. Sometimes you pay a price with something that money can't buy. And really, one of the things I think I might have done right is I don't let people waste my most valuable commodities. I'm not talking about my money. My money's not the most valuable thing I have. I have 1,000 things that are more valuable than money, but just things like time. I don't, if someone important wants to talk to me and someone thinks I'm supposed to talk to this person because they're so important or they're on, they're mainstream famous or something. My question is like, well, why would I want to talk to that person? Well, because he was on the hit TV show, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, so this person's important because white people put him on TV. No, that because what I'm doing over here is the most important work I could be doing anywhere. Like talking to my people about wealth and building our families and our communities for the future. That's really what's important. His reality show on Bravo, that just paid him a bunch of money, but that doesn't make it important. See, you got to stop believing that somebody getting paid lots of money to do a job means that they're doing an important job. Getting paid lots of money to do a job does not make the job important. It just means you got a lot of money to do it. And I'm happy for you. But your importance, your significance in the world has to come down to whether or not you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people, meaningful work for a meaningful purpose. You got a big gun and you're aiming it at the right target. If you got a big gun, you aim at the wrong target, then it's a wasted bullet. If you have a little gun and you aim it at the right target, it's wasted. You want a big gun aimed at the right target. That means you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people. You're applying your energy in a meaningful way. So that's why I tell you to go back to the basics, right? I just really don't understand who told us that that the job of a mother wasn't the most important job on the planet. That's the most important job anywhere because because if mothers weren't doing their jobs, society would crumble. We'd be raising a whole nation full of serial killers. So motherhood is actually a more important job than almost any job I can think of. And the second most important job would be fatherhood. But for some reason, somebody got us all twisted up and had us thinking that somehow going to that white man's factory every day was the most important use of your time. And I vehemently disagree with you. I vehemently disagree. It might be important for him. Sure, he's building family wealth. He's building generational legacy and everything off your labor. Sure, that's fine. But I don't think that's more important than the time you spend with your own kids. I really don't. And I'm not judging how you spend your time. I understand we have limitations and restrictions and things like that, but I just encourage you, to figure out what your standard needs to be and meet the damn standard. And then don't just meet the standard for yourself, meet it for your children. Because I don't think we're meeting the standard for our little girls. That's why they're chasing after some of these raggedy guys. I really do. I'm really fascinated in terms of learning how critical my role is as a father to the self-esteem of my girls. There's something that we give girls, and I think that we understate how important that is because we're so accustomed to the girls not having a father. But I say, well, what if the majority of all the boys didn't have a mother? Are we saying that mothers wouldn't be important? Would we have a normal society if most boys did not have their mother in the house with them? I don't think we would. I really don't. So I think that when you see things happening that almost seem like bastardizations of Black culture, or just extreme disruptions in terms of Black society, Black relationships, choices. I'm the guy that would be curious, like Diddy, Cassie, what made you so attracted to Diddy? What made you think that this pretty gay rapper is an important man? Is it because he had lots of money? Is that what it was? Like, what if Diddy made the same amount of money as the guy at Burger King? But he was still dancing and wearing shiny suits and still a great rapper. Well, I can't, he wasn't a great rapper, but still, but still like charisma and all that. But he was making like $5.95 an hour. Would that have been your man? Would you have really endured, all this? I'm not judging the choice. I agree. I think it was a scary situation that she was in, but I really wonder about these things, and I wonder like what's really happening here that will make us even think that that would be a good life for you. Is it just the money? And because I can tell you as a person who thinks about money all the time, and I can tell you when you do what I do, you end up as a professor thinking about money and on levels and layers that you can't even possibly imagine. It goes so much deeper than you think. Um, I just want you to understand that money is not as important as you think sometimes. And money can be a massive distraction. Money really is a drug. The drug of money makes you high. And when you're high, you can end up doing things that don't make any sense. And in fact, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the portfolio power play, because right now you're in the middle of a booming stock market, which is going to create a lot of what they call irrational exuberance, which is a lot of greed. And so that is when the scammers come out. So people will be releasing the fake Bitcoins again and all that stuff, or the crappy cryptos. There's going to be a lot of IPOs of companies that are not worth what they're worth. During the previous boom, you had these things called SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies, which weren't worth what they were pretending to be, and people were paying money for these SPACs. So this changes the dynamics of the entire economy when everyone's sort of feeling excited, because right now everyone's getting FOMO because they're reading all the headlines about the Dow hitting record highs and Bitcoin hitting another record high and all these other things, and they don't want to miss out. So they jump in and they don't know what they're doing and they end up getting burned. So that's what we're going to talk about later on today. If you want to join us for the portfolio power play, here is a link to the private Zoom. I'll put it inside here. And if you're not invited to Money in the Morning yet, our economic awareness training, just get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. So you can text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you an invitation. And the portfolio power play, I'm going to put the link right here in the chat if you guys want to join me later on today at 1 p.m. Eastern. So let me see here. Let me pop this in the chat really quick. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up in a second, because today's my anniversary and I shouldn't be like Mr. Workaholic on the day I got married. So, and then my wife's birthday is right after that. So I got Mother's Day, my daughter's birthday, and my wife's birthday, and my wedding anniversary all in the same month. So, sorry, I got two daughter birthdays, right? So I got so much crap that happens in the month. It's in May. It's crazy. So it's really hard. I have a hard time keeping up with names and dates, or like anniversaries and stuff. So pray for me. All right. So anyway, let me finish reading these studies in terms of how that setting that standard can make a big difference. Okay. Yeah. Did I switch the portfolio power play to one? Yeah, it's 1 p.m. Eastern, Natasha. I think I had to move it back to one because the other time, for whatever reason, didn't work. But there's the link right there. And you can click on that and you can join. All right, so a couple more things I want to mention before we bounce out. And again, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. Just text the word morning to 87948. One thing that they say, surprise, surprise, is according to this study by the Institute for Family Studies, they said a father's involvement can set high standards for how a daughter expects to be treated in relationships. Research shows that daughters who have close communicative relationships with their fathers are less likely to engage in risky sexual behavior and are more likely to have fulfilling, long-lasting marriages. These daughters often have higher self-esteem and body image satisfaction, which are crucial for healthy relationships. Also, in terms of academic and career choices, fathers play a crucial role in their daughters' academic and career decisions. Studies indicate that daughters who receive mentoring and support from their fathers are more likely to pursue ambitious career paths and are often influenced positively by their father's career choices. This support fosters independence and confidence, which are beneficial in all areas of life, including relationships. Also, in terms of negative outcomes, they said the absence of a father figure or a poor father-daughter relationship can lead to adverse outcomes such as depression, anxiety, and early sexual activity. Conversely, daughters with positive father figures are less likely to face these issues and more likely to develop healthy, supportive relationships with their partners. So, shout out to and by the way, if you don't see that link to join the Portfolio Power Play, one other way you can get access, I'll send this out in a little bit. Text the word stock, STOCK, to 87948. If you text stock to 87948, you'll get a link from me right after this class, and I'll invite you guys in. So text stock to 87948. I'll also mention a couple stocks I'm buying later on today when we talk. All right. So what I really see here is, first off, I want to applaud fathers that are setting a standard for their kids, period, and their daughters especially. I'm proud of you. I love you so much because of the fact that you are the fabric that's holding the community together. We need our strong masculine men to do this, because unfortunately, as Malcolm X used to talk about, America tries to make the black man into a little boy. So when I see rappers behaving in very childish ways, it reminds me of the fact that there are people that use their money to convince black males, grown black men, to behave like children. I saw the rapper Cameron on CNN, pretty much acting like a kid, because there's no pressure for them to grow up. So they're very irresponsible, very sloppy, very ignorant. And he's old. I think he's old enough to be a grandfather. I want to say he's almost 50 years old. Diddy is over 50, right? And engaged in the same shenanigans that he was engaged in when he was 25 years old. A 52-year-old is not supposed to behave like a 25-year-old. That's not culturally normal, but it seems normal because we financially reward it. So sometimes when things are financially incentivized, that makes us automatically and unfairly and incorrectly believe that that is the right way to approach life, that that's the right way to exist. And it's not. So thank you to the men that understand that. And then also, I want to say thanks to all the mothers that really help facilitate that child-father relationship. Because one of the things I believe is that from what I've read, I read about the science of bonding and oxytocin, which is the chemical in your brain that bonds you to other people. Mothers have a very natural bond with the children because oxytocin production in your brain during pregnancy connects you to the child. That's why when the baby comes out, the mother's already instantly bonded. With the father and the child, the bond has to be constructed, right, through having them spend time together, facilitating that, right? The mother kind of saying like, "Hey, spend time with your father," especially if the partnership doesn't last, you have to kind of push that and have them spend time together and do things together, and then they'll naturally become more connected. If the mother is resistant, or if the mother is has issues with the father or is disrespectful of the father, it's very hard for the father to step in and form a relationship with the child. Because I don't know about y'all. Tell me if you agree. Give me a yes or no. Anybody my mother didn't respect wasn't gonna get my respect. Tell me if you get that. Tell me if you agree with that. Anybody, if my mama, if I was gonna meet some man and my mother's like, he ain't nothing but a dirty liar. He a damn fool. He's an idiot. I'm not, and I'm 9 years old. I'm loyal to my mother 100%, period. So you bring this guy in front of me and you've been talking crazy about him, or even if you're subtly doing it, even if it's subconscious, right? Like, or somebody says his name and you go, yeah, we'll see what he does. Oh, that's a cue. That's a clue. And I want y'all to understand this. Pay attention now. My mother did not do this, but it happened. It's a true story. I met my father, my biological father, for the first time when I was 14 years old. So my uncle took me to his house. My parents did not know that I was being taken to my biological father's house. I come to the door. He's standing there, and I looked at him, and it was really shocking because I'd never seen another man who looked like me like that. He looked a lot. I said, "Wow." So he gave me a hug, and it was one of those real heavy hugs, like, "Son, oh my God, good to see you, son," that kind of thing. And I didn't hug him with the same intensity because I'm 14 and I didn't feel the same, I didn't feel the same way. Hadn't spent years away from my son. I was just a 14-year-old, a freshman. So I'm sitting there in the living room and I'm talking to my grandmother, which was his mother, was sitting in there. I had an uncle sitting in there who was the brother of my father, and then my father sitting there. And this was actually, and now that I think about it, I think he got there like a little bit later. That's what because when I first got there, I think he wasn't there. And I remember they were talking about him and they said something real subtle. They said, yeah, well, one day his name was Boyce, like mine. They said, yeah, but Boyce will get it together one day. And when they said that, that said to me, okay, so that means my father does not have it together. It was that one little slick little sentence, right? And then we were sitting there, and then my father's sitting there, and he says, "Yeah, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati." And I remember just looking at him, and I instantly had like almost no respect for him because I'm listening to this, and maybe I'm different. Maybe I assume I was probably a little bit different. Maybe I am a little more perceptive, a little more aware of things. I don't know, but I was like, this dude does not seem like he's not what I thought. Like I was hoping I'd have some dad who was doing amazing things that I could be proud of. I did not see that with him, right? And it was accurate. He was on drugs. He was, in the streets doing whatever. And at that point the respect was kind of gone. And so really what I would say to you is that you have to facilitate those relationships and it's really to the benefit of the kid. It's not for your benefit. You may hate him, but that kid needs somebody that's gonna care about them without wanting something in return because if that's not there then she's going to look for that from a lot of other men who are going to expect her to pay a high price, okay, and they're going to drain her of things that money should not be able to buy, if you know what I mean. So that's my 2 cents. If you want me to package it up and summarize the gist of what we've talked about today, it is basically that healing and emotional health is extremely important for wealth building because if you are whole emotionally, you don't have to pay and give your wealth away to people that help you fill those gaps. Do you understand? Right? You don't have to pay to fill the loneliness gap. Like think about it, like a man who's lonely, maybe he pays women for sex because he doesn't know how to not be lonely, right? Or a woman whose self-esteem is low. She's giving her body away to men, right? Which is more valuable than money, right? Or maybe you're giving your time and your energy to things that are not beneficial to you. And I know white folks, I believe that with racism, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson books like Black Labor, White Wealth, which everybody should really read, it explains how during slavery that the number one goal of the slave master was to keep the slave's self-esteem really low. They wanted to make sure that you were hardworking and very loyal, but they did not want you to have a lot of confidence in yourself. Because if you have too much confidence in yourself, then you, by God, might gasp, actually try to compete with white people. And they did not want you competing with the white man, but they wanted you to serve him. Right. So ultimately, I believe you can compete with anybody. I believe you should serve your family first, and then serve your community after your family, and then serve yourself after you serve your community, serve your family, serve yourself. Take care of all three. And I think that will get you to where you are able to build wealth because you're not giving it all away to other people who are doing things for you that you don't actually need in the first place. So, anyway, All right. So, couple quick things. So today we're gonna do the portfolio power play at one. I'll mention some stocks that I'm buying during that time. Also, I mentioned to you all that I wanted to, since you had asked me about other specialized topics like estate planning, stock options, real estate, stuff like that. I wanted to do it in a way where you could form healthy economic habits. That's the goal. That's the goal of economic awareness training. That's why we do it 7 days a week, is because I want you to get in the habit every day of thinking about your economics. So, what I wanted to create in addition to money in the morning was something called money in a minute. And that's literally where it's if you want to learn, for example, estate planning, I would send you out via text message like some sort of short lesson that you can learn in less than 2 minutes on estate planning. And then you would get one of those every single day for maybe 30, 45 days. And then by the time you're done, you would have a basic understanding of estate planning. And then there would be options for you to do more if that's what you want to do. Same thing with stock options, stock market investing, real estate. We can go on and on and on and pretty much, sort of create whatever you want. So that's almost done. And I'll reach out to you guys about that. There will be a fee, but we'll discount it substantially for those of you that are in our economic awareness training. And that should be ready probably by the end of the week. Okay. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. And if you're not already on the text list for Money in the Morning or economic awareness training, make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also, the book that we were covering for a big part of this class is my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at our Black Wealth Mastery store, which is at drboycebooks.com. So it's drboycebooks.com. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was great. And maybe I'll see you guys later on this afternoon. And thank you for your well wishes on the anniversary. I appreciate that. And stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down and I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep in until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough? Has it has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So, what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 to me, very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people. They were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, oh, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And, and I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics, and really, I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You got Massa's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go. Here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they called the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, "You need to have fewer kids." There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So don't may I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that that pandemic is over, you're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism, you become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. Um, and in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes, was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then, really, my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life, and I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. They when before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I didn't. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what? Just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now, as I've manifested or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Master has a plan for you, and it involves like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people again that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart. I don't know why. I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset and that it's okay for me to want to have kids. That family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important, much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, again, this is part of Massa's plan because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now, what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective and the collective was chopped into pieces because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group and negotiating as a group and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that because we human beings are pretty adaptive. Assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something, that's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer, and so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, they said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people, right? So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say. They'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house, and the heat is on the east side of the house, and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain their the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then, so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt is at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation, so people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where, from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population. Is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere, and that's the wave of the future. So, just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks, and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at copper COPX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17, and she lived with my grandmother and my uncle Charles and my uncle Donald and my aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive, and that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it was a poor, it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that. But really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said. So my uncle went to prison. So he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration. Because I remember how hurt I was, you know, because this person, like I loved him, you know, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I felt like nobody cared, you know, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school. In like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, you know, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, you know, so you know, my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who like because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't, you know, you can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own, like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, you know. And so anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. You know, my father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. You know, he's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. you take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So, as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. They're going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. They don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and so he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down in the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he ended up he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens, or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this; it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally um, deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so, what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. I'm talking about baby daddy, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not gonna say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because because what happens is that MASA's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But MASA's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what MASA's plan is. MASA's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a igga and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was MASA's plan. And the reason MASA's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that MASA's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because MASA's plan is intentional. MASA's plan is deliberate. MASA's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know MASA got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said, one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does? And I said, okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody. She said, do you know that he told me every single thing that I had been teaching? He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted. So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it. And do you understand how critical that was when my mother, years later, intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me. If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally. So you just hand them over to these other people, and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interests at heart. They don't have your best interests at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. Oh, I don't know what I want to do financially, so I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills. And okay, you go ahead and do that, but just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Massa's plan. Because Massa ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. your black grandbabies. Massa ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? And don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. Let me see. The Fly Nubian Queen channel has it up there as well. And and maybe I'm trying to think about ways that you can go find it. If you go look up Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia on YouTube or Spotify, you'll find it there. And so as we were kind of talking about this, and my wife is a therapist, and her doctorate's in social work. And so love money, politics, intelligent black people, things like that. And try to think about it, as two scholars might. So we literally lay against our pillows and kind of talk things through. And sometimes we don't agree. And in this case, this is no different. We didn't agree on everything, but we learned from each other, right? And so as we were talking about this, as I was thinking about Diddy, and in case you don't know the whole thing that's going on with Diddy, is that Howard University is having to really backpedal and kind of back off their relationship with Diddy because of all of his allegations and everything else. And and this led me to really think about the nature of college and education and educated black people versus intelligent black people, or educated black people versus black people that have knowledge, and just sort of knowing the difference between education, knowledge, and wisdom. Those are three different things, right? Education is something that you can get. You go give a university $200,000, they'll give you an education, which is basically a piece of paper that gives you. It's like your working papers. It gives you this piece of paper you can use that will allow you to go into a specific economic system and get a chance to go and work for one of the companies within that system. It's not going to get you enough money typically to build wealth or get ahead or go build a community. Right. In fact, most college graduates, unfortunately, don't have the skill to build anything. They can't go and create an economy. They can go be a part of an economy. Right. Those are two different things. There's a difference between knowing how to ride in a car versus knowing how to drive a car versus knowing how to actually design and build a car. Do you understand the difference? Let me know if you know the difference between those three things, right? If I ride in the car, then I'm going to go wherever the driver takes me. If I ride in the car, then I can't really dictate where this car is going to go. Now I can then maybe drive the car, which means I'm the boss. I become the HNIC. I'm the HNIC. I'm running this thing. I'm driving this thing. But even then, my power is somewhat limited because the people who actually get to decide where the car is going to go, it's not me. It's the person who owns the car. Do you understand? So the person who owns the car, they get me on the bat phone and they say, "Okay, Boyce," and I say, "Hey, I'm gonna drive the car to the hood. I'm gonna go to the hood today. We're gonna go back to the hood and pick everybody up in the hood." And the driver calls and says, "No, Boyce, now that's not what we agreed upon. I made you the HNIC because I need you to drive the Negroes to Beverly Hills. You have a bus route, and you're the boss, but don't act like you really running things up in here. You ain't running things. You're just doing the work. You understand? Like you're just implementing the bigger strategy that I decided to apply myself because this is my car. I own this thing, right? So there's the people that ride in the car, there's people that drive the car, and then maybe there are the people who own the car. And then you go even further, there are people who know how to build a car. So a person who owns the car gets to make every decision related to that car and what happens with that car, where it's going to go, etc. And then you got the people who know how to design and build a car, which for the most part, based on what we've discussed in our economic elevation trainings that we do every morning, those are people that I refer to as economic gods. An economic god has the infinite ability to manifest a reality. They can do what the founders of Silicon Valley did, where they went to these orange groves in California where nobody lived, and they said, let's build some computer companies out here. And they did, and that became Silicon Valley. I don't know if y'all know the history of Silicon Valley, where literally about a third of the world's wealth is generated in Silicon Valley, where all the big tech companies are, Google, Facebook, and all that. That started off as just nothing. That was just a bunch of empty orange groves, and nobody wanted to be out there. So people, they saw a vision, they manifest that vision. And so one of the things that's interesting to me, and I'm going to go ahead and lay this out here, is that I believe, and this just came to mind as I was thinking about Howard and Diddy and HBCUs and some of the things that I love about HBCUs, but the things that also frustrate me, is that most HBCUs and don't really shape their own destiny. Like if to me, how you shape your destiny is driven by who's paying your bills. And when I look at the donors of HBCUs lately, most of the biggest donors are white people for the most part. And that doesn't mean, I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't take the white man's money ever. Sometimes that money's fine and it can help. But most independent, liberated communities that have strong institutional infrastructure do not depend on another group to sustain themselves economically. They don't. If I go to Notre Dame, I don't. I bet you there are not a lot of people who are donating millions of dollars to Notre Dame who are anti-Catholicism, right? That's a Catholic school, and although I'm sure that they take money from people who are non-Catholics, they're not going to let somebody come in there and say, "Ah, no, 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 you're up here talking about the Pope, and we don't like this Pope. So because we gave you so much money, we're going to require you to not mention this guy because that's our policy." However, if you go to a lot of HBCUs and if Howard University says our commencement speaker this year is going to be the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, what do you think is going to happen? I'm not telling you have to be a fan of Farrakhan. I'm a big fan. I know the minister. I lived around the corner from him. I like him a lot. He's great to sit with. He's authentic in terms of what he believes. I love sitting with Minister Farrakhan. But you don't have to love him. But what do you think is going to happen if Howard University announced their commencement speaker was Louis Farrakhan? What do you think? You think it's just going to fly through and everybody's going to say, "Oh, that's wonderful"? I mean, this man, look at the Nation of Islam. I mean, we care about the black community, so we want black people to have healthy, happy lives. We want them to be educated. We want them to be wealthy. We want them to have strong families. The Nation of Islam can do all of these things. The Nation of Islam, when I speak to members of the nation, like my good friends like Brother Nuri Muhammad, I spoke to Brother Enoch yesterday. I just so many other great brothers and sisters associated with the nation. They are in alignment and willing to fight and die. They're one of the few institutions in America, by the way, that's willing to fight and die to defend and to elevate and to liberate black people. They just are. I mean, they're doing they're kind of willing to do those things that would make most of the HNICs very uncomfortable. Like they're willing to go into the bad neighborhoods to help work with gang members. They can do things with black men out of prison that nobody else can do. They can take a man. I've never seen an institution that can take a man that's on drugs and make him into one of the most solid, upstanding human beings that you've ever met. Tell me if you've seen this. I mean, this is admirable. This is extraordinary. You can't name another institution anywhere that can do that. Nobody else can do that. Okay. And why is that important? See, what I want you to understand, this connects to your economics. You got to realize that your community will only go as far as its men. It'll only elevate as far as its women too. And I mean, the women matter too, right? Because women are the mothers. You give life, right? You know, we know how important the women are and the mothers are. But if your men are down here, if your men are, 3 feet tall, intellectually speaking, and mentally speaking, psychologically speaking, spiritually speaking, if your men are trained to be 3 feet tall, then your community can only be 3 feet tall. Your community will never be a giant, strong community if your men are kind of kept at this very low baseline level. And so my point is circling back, given that the Nation of Islam is one of the few institutions in America that really understands these things and understands how important it is to build strong, sturdy, quality men of substance that you can build a community on, who will fight and defend, stand up for things, follow through on things, etc. I want you to really process why it is that HBCUs are not allowed to affiliate with people like that. However, if you go back to 2014 and you looked up who Howard University's commencement speaker was in 2014, it was a guy named Diddy. Now, Diddy, again, we know he has this recent controversy, and everyone has this selective outrage about, his past, even though a lot of that was already out there. A lot of us that follow hip hop know that Diddy was, under some suspicion ever since Tupac got killed. Like this goes back to the 90s. This ain't nothing new. Some of y'all act like you just found out that some shady stuff was going on in 2023. No, it was go back 25 years. Come on. But putting that to the side, even in 2014, when they announced that Diddy was their commencement speaker, I thought it was kind of strange, and some of the students did too. Some of the students were feeling this instinct, but it wasn't confirmed or validated by anybody. There was no adult willing to sit there and say, you're right, you've got a good point. Because some of the students were asking basic questions, like they were like, but our commencement speaker, he dropped out of college, and we don't know if we want a commencement speaker who's going to tell us that our degrees are worthless. Now, I don't think that's what Diddy said. And also, there are plenty of successful people who never went to college. We've explored the critique of college, what it does and does not do for you. But that was a good point. That's a good. It's kind of like, and then if you go deeper, and this would have been my issue because again, in 2014, I was in my 40s, so I saw it differently from a 20-something-year-old. And I said, okay, so is this the best you got? Like, is this the best you can provide when it comes to black men? Because Diddy's not so much of a man of substance. He's very flashy. He's very loud. He hasn't built a lot of infrastructure. For many years, a lot of people had the false impression that he had this liquor brand and he owned it and all that. And then you found out later that he didn't really own it. He was kind of an employee. He was kind of a mascot, kind of a brand ambassador, which is fine, but that's very different from being a boss. It's very different from building infrastructure. It's very different from building factories and creating 100,000, 200,000 jobs. And so what has occurred, and I want you to pay attention here because this is cultural. In my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I explain that your economics is failing because you have bad economic culture. Part of the source of your bad economic culture is that you've been trained to really listen to the rappers. You've been trained to really pay attention to people who've learned a long time ago that it's much easier to say I did something than it is to actually do something. Right? It's I'm gonna get more likes on Twitter if I say that something's going to happen than I'm gonna get by actually doing the work required and making the 10-20 year commitment required to build what I that's why, for example, you've had 50 years of hip hop and you haven't had any black owned hospitals come out of that, any black owned schools come out of that, not a lot of black owned businesses, not, and now think about this though. This is what's interesting to me is that I can go to a lot of neighborhoods where if I say who are the black people that you admire the most, who are the most famous black people in America, most successful people, a lot of times they're going to name people in the entertainment industry, and that's fine. But I go across the street and I look at the white community, and the most famous white men that I see are guys like Elon Musk, who are talking about quantum physics on his Twitter page and talking about building rocket ships to Mars. Whereas I go over to our side and it's maybe a rapper 50 Cent, and we say, and you go to his page and go look at his page. It's very there's a lot of childish stuff on there. There's a lot of it's comedy. It's childish comedy. And so what this does when you're childish and you're comedic and you're loud and you're boisterous, that's very childish behavior. And you cannot have a community that gets built when your so-called leaders are children. The thing about Diddy that's interesting to me is that he, to me, is like a Black Peter Pan. And I'm going to offend a lot of people when I talk like this, but it's okay. When men talk, children get offended. He's a Peter Pan because if you look at his behavior in 2024 and the things he did to be cool and popular in 2024, it was very, very similar to what he did in 1998. I saw this man for 20 something years and I said, this man has not changed. I've changed. I got older. You get in the 40s, your knees start creaking, you get a little gray in your beard. I finished my doctorate. I became I traveled around the world and became a scholar and started doing other things and tried to partner with other people to grow. I got married, raised kids. This guy kind of just was always dancing a lot. He was always dancing. And I was like, man, it must be hard to do all that dancing when you're like 55 years old. What are you going to do when you're 60? And so what I'm saying, and this comes out, it always comes out the wrong way. It comes out the wrong way because I think that we've been trained to think the wrong way for so long. If you've been trained to drive 100 miles an hour to the north, it's going to be real. It's going to jolt you when somebody turns the car around and says, let's go south, right? It's going to be very confusing. It's going to twist your neck. You're not going to get it. You're going to be mad about it. And I get it. Some people will get mad about it. But I really think that you have to really process and consider the fact that there is a connection between broken Black economics and who you're actually looking up to for economic guidance. Remember, Howard University is an institution that's really, it's a great institution in the sense that there are great people affiliated with Howard. I know some of them. But it's interesting that you would choose a Diddy for your commencement speaker when right down the street you have the greatest economic thinker in the 20th century, Dr. Claude Anderson, right down the block, the author of Powernomics, and you've never invited him to your campus once because you're not allowed to. You're allowed to bring the clowns to campus. You're allowed to bring, misguided Negroes who are going to guide Black people into a ditch, who are going to encourage us to drink more liquor, beat up women, behave like rappers, and be goofballs. But you're not interested in bringing the man who's going to have a serious conversation about the fact that if you don't learn how to own something, they are going to kick you in your ass. If you never grow up, and especially the men, if you don't grow up and grow some balls and learn how to start creating things, building things, creating jobs, developing industry, building infrastructure, you will never find your way out of slavery. You will not. Free liberation for Black people does not come through a donation from Mackenzie Bezos. I'm not saying that Mackenzie, that's the wife of the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos. She's given lots of money to lots of people, and I love her. Bless her heart for that. I love her, the fact that she's doing this. But that ain't gonna give you liberation. That's welfare. That's welfare. And again, it's not bad. It doesn't mean you shouldn't keep taking it. Free money is okay. But the problem is in economics, there's a saying that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So when you have your strongest, supposedly strongest institutions that are sitting and waiting for a white man or white woman to write a check, what you don't understand about money, now remember, money is my thing. My PhD is in money. What you have yet to understand fully, and this is what I want you to be conscious about. This is our consciousness exercise for today, is to understand that sometimes when you get that check and you think that it's making your life better and making your life easier, you're being handed a blanket that is filled with smallpox. It is a Trojan horse. If you go up in the hood, a lot of people maybe knew like the neighborhood dope dealer, right? Who would appear to be the nice guy, and he would be somebody that stepped in maybe because you didn't have a dad or whatever, and you need lunch money. He give you a little lunch money. Here you go, and maybe he would even tell you, make sure you stay in school, boy. Make sure like that kind of street wisdom. And then next thing you know, something else happens, with your mama, or you don't have enough food. He brings by groceries and gives you a little money or whatever. Well, at some point, see, here's what's happening is that he's not necessarily harming you in the moment. He's not asking you for anything. He's not. He's not saying, here, I'm gonna give you this money. I need you to go smoke some crack. He's not doing that. But what he's done though is he's bought your affiliation, he's bought your loyalty. Now, no matter what he does, no matter how terrible he becomes, because he's gonna have to be terrible at some point. That's how he became the kingpin of the neighborhood. You're pretty much unable to really do anything about that. Or if he does need a favor, if he does call in a favor, you better deliver. You better deliver, because if you don't, then there will be consequences. You're going to lose the support that you've been receiving, and it might be even worse than that. And to some extent, economic power operates in the same way. When those other folks, and let's particularly talk about communities that are known for being very good at economic warfare. And I'm going to go ahead and point the finger at the people that are connected to what's happening right now in the Middle East. I'm not going to say it because I don't even want to even start that kind of static, but y'all know who I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that they're all bad. I'm not saying that everybody's trying to be sinister, but what I'm saying is that there is a long history of us being told that, hey, these are your friends. These people want to help you. This guy owns a record label. He wants to sign Black artists, right? Or whatever it is. Or they want to make a donation to your institution because your struggle is similar to our struggle. And then what always occurs, inevitably this occurs, at some point, the rubber meets the road, right? At some point, a situation presents itself that becomes a conflict of interest. At some point, you as a Black person says, no, we need to go this way. And then what happens? You get that little phone call. Hello, president of such and such university. This is Mr. Big Donor who gave you $100 million to build your stadium. And I really think you might want to reconsider inviting Farrakhan to speak at your graduation, because he's anti-Semitic, and it's proven. And you say, well, what made him anti-Semitic? How did he become that? Well, because we said so, and because we wrote the damn check, and because you better do what the hell we say, or we're gonna break your plate. That's what it comes down to. That's what it just boils down to. It boils down to the fact that throughout most of history, I can't think of a single time. In fact, there is no time that any group of people has ever been able to be liberated and so-called free who could not pay their own bills. Let me tell me if you can understand. Tell me if you agree with this. Not just on an aggregate level. We don't have to talk about the big picture, like politically and nationally. Let's talk about individually. Do you think that a man or woman can truly be free if they never ever learned how to pay their own bills? Like you got a lot of y'all got kids in the house. We got kids in the house that think that they grown. They think that they can do whatever they want. They think they running things. And sometimes we let them think that they're running things. We sit back passively and we allow them to just exist and to live. And we don't intervene unless we have to. But when the rubber meets the road and you get to the point where you want to do something that is not in alignment with our vision for this family, that's when I pull out the trump card on you. That's when I'm slamming the big joker on the table. That's when I'm stepping in and saying, "Oh, wait, you thought that because we didn't bother you that you actually pay bills up in here. You really thought that was your room? No, that's not. No, you locking the door on your. No, that's not your room. That's my room actually. I'm letting you live there. Do you understand? Like I'm being nice to you, but I'm about to put this big joker on the table to let you know you thought you was gonna win with your little king of spades, didn't you? That's what you thought you was gonna run the table with a king of spades. I was letting you win. I was letting you have the illusion of power. You had the illusion of freedom, but you're not really free. Pinocchio will never be a real boy. The only time you're ever going to be free, Negro, is when you're out of this house and paying your own bills. That's now I'm not saying you gotta go. I'm not pushing you out. I'm never gonna do that. But I need you to understand who's really in charge. And in this particular situation, I'm gonna have to put some boundaries on your behavior. And those are real conversations. A lot of you have had these conversations with your kids. I have I'm the bonus dad and I love my children. I really do. I love all my children. I have one biological child, but a lot of kids I just scoop them up because I just love supporting Black children, and they're a blessing to me. And my oldest son is 6'9", so he's much taller than me, and he looks down at me, and I'm like, you're taller than me physically, but I'm about 12 feet tall. So in this house, you're not don't challenge me in that way because you're not, it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be uncomfortable for both of us. So I need you to go ahead and just submit, just accept the fact that you're the 20-year-old who can't pay his own bills, and I'm the 52-year-old who ain't scared of shit. And then we'll get along much better at that point because I want to mentor you. I want to help you. I want to help you become a man. Right, because you're a great man. I want you, but see, this is my and this is my, so here's my point. I'm being silly here, but y'all get the point. You can't have freedom. You can't really control nothing. You can't really run nothing until you're willing to make the sacrifice required to do that. And the problem that I have with the rappers is that the rappers are really good at talking a lot. They're really good at telling you, I'm the boss of this and I'm doing that and I'm running this and I'm running that. And it creates this culture where you have a lot of fast talking men in your community. Tell me if you know Negroes like this. A lot of y'all know guys like that. That'll talk all day about what they gonna do and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then won't follow up with anything. Literally will say I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna be there Tuesday, girl. I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna take you to the restaurant. We're gonna do it, and don't follow through. And that's because they were never taught that. They were never really taught what is required to see. The thing is, freedom requires sacrifice. And I don't think we have a culture that really encourages tremendous sacrifice. Um, in terms of when we're speaking about wealth, for example, when we talk about wealth as being delayed gratification, uh, a preparation culture as opposed to a reaction culture, a culture that instead of being reactive, you're proactive, you prepare, you build, you work, you do the work, you quietly work along and build the infrastructure you need in order to secure your freedom. So when you talk about financial freedom, here's what I want to get to on this, so you can understand what financial freedom looks like. A lot of people don't even know what financial freedom looks like. A lot of people think financial freedom means having a whole bunch of money. That is not true. That is not true. There are lots of $10 million slaves out here. There are people that make $100 million a year who have less freedom than Kunta Kinte did in the book Roots. Like they have you have a lot of $100 million Kunta Kintes out here. So don't think that having lots of money is the only way to economic freedom. Economic freedom pretty much means that you can make the decisions that work best for you without money being a barrier for you to make those decisions. So sometimes that means having more resources that allow you to make critical decisions without anyone's interference. Like, for example, the 6'9", 20-year-old that I told, he needs to learn to pay his own bills, and then he gets to decide what he's going to do that day. But another aspect of that is knowing the difference, which something that so we don't talk enough about this, knowing the difference between good money and bad money. Understanding one clear idea, and some rappers get this. My friend Immortal Technique, one of the greatest rappers of all time, and when I say my friend is kind of loose, but we talked 2 times and we talked for 2 hours because he's so intelligent. I just respect smart people, and so one thing that he talked about extensively in the interview I saw, and I agree with this 100%, is that all money ain't good money. All money ain't good money, and I don't know if we really know that. I don't really know if we are always aware. I think sometimes we get lulled to sleep into thinking that we have more friends than we do. I don't think that we understand that, just like that little kid who doesn't understand that that drug dealer who offered to buy you the candy bar, that he's not doing it just because he's trying to be nice. He's buying something from you. He's buying loyalty from you. Right. And sometimes that's okay. I'm not saying the drug dealer is not capable of doing something good. I'm just saying that a financially conscious person would say, no, 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 Tyrone, we give the nice man his money back because we don't want to we don't want to be connected to none of that, right? And that to me is what the HBCUs, or what a lot of Black institutions don't get. They will take this money and because it appears to have no strings attached, but they don't understand that most people, when they give you $100 million, they may not ask for anything explicitly, but they're definitely expecting that you're not going to do something that they vehemently disagree with. So that might mean something political. It might mean, if I'm Mackenzie Bezos and I give you $100 million and I'm pro-choice and you happen to be pro-life, no, you can't be pro-life now. You can't. You're bringing this speaker to your campus who's going to talk about the millions of Black babies that get aborted every year. Oh, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. But and then you say, but wait, you told us that the money came with no strings attached. Pay attention. And then she says, no, 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 no. I'm not saying that the money is that I'm using the money to control your behavior. I'm just saying that I don't feel comfortable supporting an institution that would bring in a crazy radical speaker who would say something like that, because speakers like that are dangerous. That's what they do. That's what people do. They say, you're free to do what you want, but you're not free to do what you want and still get my money at the same time. Do you understand? Does that make sense? And I do that a lot too. We all do it. Money is power. See, this is not. I'm not accusing them of doing something different from what we've done with the kids. When the 17-year-old comes in and tells me what she want to do, what me and her mother will say, well, you're free to do whatever you want, but you're not gonna do no, you're not gonna have an iPhone when you go do it. And also you're gonna be grounded after it's done. But you go and do you, girl, do you, girl. Just don't ask me for no money because I'm not gonna support that. Do you understand? So this is my point. My point is to say that Black economics and those who understand what economic power looks like, books like Powernomics needs to be required reading at every HBCU in America. Any Black person that wants to be free, that wants to understand what freedom looks like, needs to read books like Powernomics. Because all this stuff, you have so many. Do you know how many educated Negroes there are who are miserable? Do you know how many Black people that went to school, got all the fancy degrees and all the credentials, and even got the good job, are coming home every day and having to drink themselves to sleep because they're so stressed out? I mean, really, do you know how many people like literally are like, wait, I'm supposed to be living the dream. I'm successful. I'm supposed, but I don't feel successful. Well, you need to start listening to yourself. That pain in your gut that you're ignoring because people are telling you that it's not real, that pain in your gut comes from the fact that you know something's off balance, something ain't right. That recipe, like you got a recipe for what was supposed to be delicious chicken parmesan or something, but you're like, this doesn't taste good. It tastes like nasty. Like that's because somebody put rat poison in the damn recipe. But you going along eating the rat poison thinking that is health food because you're not listening to yourself. You're not listening to the universe. The universe tells you what freedom feels like. The universe tells you what God will tell you everything you need to know about what it means to be a liberated Black person. I kid you not. Some of y'all don't listen to the universe. You don't listen to yourself. You don't listen to God, and all that's inside of you. And what I mean by that is that I don't even a dog knows the difference between what it feels like to be free and not free. Dogs don't go to college. Dogs don't have bachelor's degrees. Dogs don't even read books. But a dog don't need to know how to read to know what it feels like to be a free dog versus being a dog that's in captivity. So you are the dog to some extent. Some of us, many of us, are like the dog that is in captivity that's being told every day that you're free. Just like when we go vote, you know, we vote and they tell you that you're in a free democracy and all that. And then, but you're like, if I'm free, then how come I only got two choices? How come you're giving me like one old crusty man against another old crusty man? That's not the choice I would want to make. I don't like either one of these people, but they're like, no, but you have freedom. You have to exercise your freedom. We're going to require you, we're going to pressure you to exercise your freedom to vote, right? So you're so free that everybody's pressuring you to go and do something that you may not feel comfortable doing. Well, that's not freedom. And some of you are aware of that. And then maybe some people aren't. I don't know. But I'm telling you that freedom, financial freedom, could either come from having the resources to make the decisions that you need to make without resources being a constraint, and then two, having the discipline to not take resources from people that are going to have an agenda that is different from your own, or being able to walk away from money. The ability to walk away from money in financial consciousness is just as important as the ability to go find it. Let me say that again. When we talk about every day, this is what we do: economic elevation, financial consciousness training. We do this every single morning. The ability to walk away from money is just as important as the ability to find it. Do you understand? When you talk about freedom, you talk about economic consciousness, the ability to walk away from money is just as important as the ability to find it. Just like eating food, the ability to find food is not the only thing you should be thinking about when you're talking about how to eat enough to be healthy. You also have to know which food you don't want to eat. You have to know which food is going to poison you. You have to be able to have that discernment. And I don't think that our economic discernment is very high. You know why? Because beggars can't be choosy. Your HBCUs, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but y'all some begging Negroes. Y'all begging every year. It's all about, oh, we can't do this, we can't pay the bill, we don't be struggling. Blah, blah. Beggars can't be choosy. So when a beggar is hungry, a beggar can't. You hand a beggar a McDonald's cheeseburger that's got some rat poison in it. Oh, he better eat that thing. He's not gonna be like, well, actually, I wanted a salad, and I was wondering if you could go to Chipotle and get me a chicken bowl with the quinoa. Yeah, like he can't do that. He can't be picky. He can't say, well, I was hoping to get something healthy. No, you can't. You're not in a position to be choosy. So you're gonna eat whatever they feed you. So here's what I'm saying. I'm solution oriented on this. You have to have a whole generation. This is a national emergency. This must be code red, state of high alert. You need an army of young people that are trained on powernomics related principles who are going to go out in this world and learn how to build something. You got to have 10 million entrepreneurs, 10 million investors, 10 million wealth builders, 10 million people trying to own real estate. You got to have more black people trying to build wealth with the skill of wealth building. You got to have more of them than you got basketball players, football players, rappers, twerkers, and everything else you got. You're mass producing people that know how to twerk. You're mass producing people that can bust a rap, but you also need to mass produce people that are going to go create a job and build a business that even understand how to do that. And that's two steps. First, they have to understand that it's important. And then second, they got to know how to do it the right way. A lot of people don't know how to do it the right way because you spent 12 years learning how to twerk, or 12 years learn whatever the hell they teaching in these damn schools. They show as hell ain't teaching them how to read, write, and do math. They're not doing that. They're show as hell not teaching them nothing about money. So I don't know what the hell they teaching them in public school. I don't know if they teaching them how to use proper pronouns and to know if a boy is actually a girl. I have no idea what they're teaching, but whatever it is, they're not teaching them what they need to know. And the thing about it is it ain't just the public schools. It happens at the college level too. I'm a college professor. That's what I do. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, etc. I also wanted to teach at Howard. I interviewed at Howard. I went there. I went there and said, "Hey, I'd like to be on the faculty." And I got interviewed by a fucking Chinese man. Why in the hell? Excuse my French. I'm not gonna cuss anymore. I was like, why in the hell am I being interviewed by a Chinese man who is gonna get to decide whether or not I'm capable of teaching African American students? How is that possible? Who decided that this is a good idea? How did this happen? But this is what backward thinking does. It makes us think up is down and down is up. Because I guarantee you this. Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that I could go to China? China's a big country, billions of people, thousands of universities, thousands. Do you think I could find one university in China where an African American man or woman gets to decide if a Chinese scholar is capable of teaching Chinese youth? You answer that for me. What do you think? Do you think I can find one? I'm talking about, I don't know how many universities there are in China. I want to Google it now because I'm really curious. Let's Google that real quick. Let's dig into this. Is going to show you how backward we are, how crazy we've become. Let me see here. Let me ask AI. Let me see. How many universities are in China? This is gonna be fun. Let's just do this. Is a consciousness exercise. So let's see what we can find here. I'm looking it up right now. All right, so at recent data, there are 3,113 colleges and universities in China. So do you think that out of 3,013 colleges in China, do you think I can find just one? I don't need to find 10 or 100 or 1,000, just one where I can find a black man who gets to decide whether or not Chinese scholars are capable of teaching Chinese children. Now, mind you, most of these universities have 10, 20, 30 departments. So literally out of these, 60, 70,000 academic departments, do you think I can find one? No, you know that I can't. Y'all know the answer to that question. So what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Who twisted your brain backward to make you think that that makes any damn sense? I'm not bragging, but I put what we've done in the Black Business School toe to toe with anybody on the planet. We have taught wealth to more African Americans than probably anybody on the planet I can think of, and definitely for this amount of time. Nobody else I can think of has taught wealth to thousands of African Americans every single year for the last 15 years. Nobody, I don't know. Maybe there is somebody out there, and I'm not saying I'm the best and the only, none of that. I'm not here to put myself on a pedestal, but literally, I am definitely one of the most effective teachers of wealth to the Black community ever, right? Right. I'm just saying this, right? Not bragging, just saying it as a fact. So how in the hell is it that the Chinese man that they have at Howard that's gatekeeping the finance department says, this guy's not a good fit? You know, I'm not, and again, I'm not here to. I don't care. I don't care about the job. I don't. So don't call me Howard and offer me a job. I'm not hireable anymore by anybody. But it bothers me. You know, I mean, it was nothing wrong with my credentials. I got trained by Renee Stoltz, one of the greatest thinkers on the entire planet in the field of finance. My dissertation committee was flawless. Like they had the top people from the top universities. So my point is to say that something's kind of wrong. And I'm going to tell you a lot of it's um wrong because your institutions are shaped in a really weird way. And they're taking money from really weird people who should not be funding our smartest and our best and our brightest. They shouldn't be funding them. They shouldn't be guiding them. I'm not saying that all this is bad. I'm not saying they have to give their money away. I'm saying that something is distorted. You know, when powernomics is seen as dangerous, but yet a violent rapper is not. Does it like how is Dr. Claude Anderson dangerous, but the rappers you bring on campus are not dangerous at all? How is Farrakhan seen as dangerous when you have dangerous white people coming to campus all the time? You will gladly invite Joe Biden to campus, knowing that he incarcerated more black men than any president since slavery, but yet somehow powernomics is scary, or the Nation of Islam is scary. Who told you they were dangerous? Oh, I get it. Yeah, the Anti-Defamation League, the Southern, what is it? The Southern Poverty Law Center. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's very strange that we have these people that have solutions. By the way, like all these problems that plague the Black community have been solved. They're easily solvable. Your biggest problems lie in a few key areas. Let's walk through these problems really quickly, shall we? And then we'll state how the solutions are very simple. Your kids are not being educated. Their education is absolute shit for a bit large majority of them. The answer, Black-owned schools. There are thousands of Black teachers around the country who, if provided the resources, would educate the children at the highest levels with love and everything that they need to be successful. I have seen this in real life. I went to visit Freedom Home Academy International in Chicago. This school has 7-year-olds who know things that college students will never know. So all you'd have to do is fund Freedom Home Academy with billions of dollars, the same way you put billions of dollars into music that tells young Black men to become criminals and to disrespect women and to get high at every available opportunity and to waste their money and to destroy their lives and to murder each other. If you put just as much money into educating children the way they educate them at the Muhammad University of Islam as you put into educating our kids to kill themselves, then that whole education problem would disappear overnight. Other problems, the economic problem, the wealth issue. Well, the wealth issue is easy. You can't you'll never build wealth in a community if you're raising a bunch of employees who are starting their careers in debt. That's what's going on. So the half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. They cannot pay their student loans. So that's why you have millions of highly educated Black people with bachelor's and master's degrees who've been working for 30 years who have a net worth that is lower than a newborn baby. That is the distorted economic backwardism that we are taught at an early age, and we're for whatever reason, I guess because things that are familiar are very comfortable, things that are new and radical scare you. Maybe that's why you're committed to doing things the wrong way, because doing things the right way involves a type of change that is both very uncomfortable and presents a type of uncertainty that perhaps you're not comfortable with. So what happens at the end of the day is that a lot of our universities are pumping out all these graduates who have debt up to their eyeballs, who never learned how to create a job for anybody. All they know how to do is hunt for a job and find some white man that will hire them and pay them just enough money so that they can barely survive. And if you are barely surviving, then you can't elevate other people because you can't even elevate yourself. How in the hell am I going to help thousands of people get jobs when I can barely keep a damn job myself? Seriously, I mean, really, if I'm struggling and I'm barely making it, I can't lift nobody else. The first step I got to apply in order for me to lift somebody else is I got to get Boyce up out the water. So if Boyce was drowning, just be clear. Some of y'all, give me a yes in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if talking to me every morning you feel has elevated you in some way. Give me a yes if you feel like our conversations have benefited you and you're wealthier, you're doing things better, you see things better. Give me a yes in the okay. So think about this. So do you really think that I would be able to be out here trying to elevate you if I can't even pay the bills? If I'm barely getting by, if I'm struggling and I can barely make it, I gotta impress my boss. I'm sorry, I gotta go, y'all. My boss called and he told me that he saw me on the internets and I'm in trouble now. I got to go, y'all. I can't do that, right? So the first step, see, what you got to understand about wealth is this: wealth is built on this idea that a lot of us haven't conceptualized. Nobody taught you this. When corporations build wealth, like Nvidia became one of the first $3 trillion companies. I think it is the first $3 trillion company. They built trillions in wealth, and in order to build wealth, what you got to understand, you got to have one simple thing that most people don't have. Now, you ready? Write this down. Write this down. This is important. You have to have a surplus. You got to have excess. And what does that mean? Excess. It's easy. It's like a profit. You have to. It's like the amount of money you make has to be higher than the amount of money you spend. Your assets have to exceed your liabilities. You have to have a surplus. In order for Amazon to be worth a trillion or two or whatever, they had to have a surplus. If they'd never gotten a surplus, if their revenue had never exceeded their expenses, then they couldn't be a multi-trillion-dollar company. It would be very hard for them to do that. And so if you think about this process, think about how many people you know where Because we're trained to go, like chase these jobs and that's it. We don't see anything beyond the job. How many people do you know where their income is here and their expenses are here? So their revenue, what they're bringing in is here and what they're spending is here. Well, they have no surplus. And when you have no surplus, you're barely keeping your head above water. If your income, if your revenue flinches down and goes down 10%, then you start drowning. You start going into debt in order to survive and maintain. That's what a lot of Americans are doing. This is a consistent, a little sneaky trick of capitalism. This is being done to all of America, not just black people. But we just fall for it the worst because we have the lowest capital base when we're born. We have the worst economic culture. That's why it hits us hardest. But believe me, we have pneumonia, but white people definitely have a cold. So this is not just done for us. This is done for anybody that's exploited in a capitalist system. So what I'm saying to you is that in order for us to elevate and to build this wealth and build this power and to become whatever we claim that we want to be, we're going to have a class of black people who can somehow find their way to a surplus. You can't, if you have a beach and everybody's drowning at the damn beach, somebody's got to learn how to be a good swimmer so you can be the lifeguard for all the people that are in the ocean drowning right now. But if I'm down here drowning with you, I don't have the ability to save you. I don't even know I'm trying to keep myself alive. I'm so busy with strugglenomics that I can't vibrate to the level of powernomics. Do you understand? And this is what consciousness goes back to. I always talk about this financial consciousness class. I'm actually excited about this because I've never taught a financial consciousness class before. And I don't even halfway know exactly what all the material is going to be, but consciousness is partly connected to what frequency you can vibrate on. Consciousness is about levels. It's about levels. So look, if you have a culture that is always encouraging you to vibrate on the lowest spiritual level, then you will never have the consciousness to elevate. You'll never have a surplus. If you are encouraged constantly by the culture to vibrate on the lowest economic level, the struggle level, then you'll never vibrate on the prosperity level. You'll never vibrate on the level where you can actually help other people. If you're vibrating constantly on the scarcity level, then you will never be at the abundance level. The abundance level is where you say, okay, I'm good now. I got what I need. My people are good. My family's good. My money's good. Let me go see if I can help him and her and her and him and her. Right? Let me develop a system where I can create a school where I can educate thousands of kids. Maybe let me start a business where I can create a few dozen jobs so that other people can win too as I win. And this is a mindset, people. This is what I'm saying. This is a mindset. So the whole like go to school, get a job framework that we've been taught, that's not built for any level of higher vibration. That's not built on there's nothing. Think about this. Look at how many people we look at and we say, oh, that's a really successful black person, but that person is doing nothing for anyone but themselves. They're not capable of doing anything for anybody but themselves. So I'm not saying that they're not successful. I'm not saying that getting a good job and doing well for yourself is not admirable. It is, but there's another level to this thing. There's another frequency you can vibrate on. And that's, the Jeff Bezos frequency. Jeff Bezos didn't just do well for himself. He created 1 million jobs with Amazon. And here's the thing. When you talk about, let's circle back to HBCUs and who's funding them and all this other stuff. Well, if you look at most institutions, the people who write the checks that are big enough to really make those institutions financially strong, they are not employees most of the time. They are wealth builders. They are empire builders. They have built companies. Jensen Huang just went back to Taiwan and he celebrated like a superhero. He runs NVIDIA, and I own NVIDIA stock. So me and my wife made $100,000 just from participating in that company. So I like the guy. He goes back to Taiwan, and if you look at the history of NVIDIA, I will say this. I bet you that if Jensen Huang had been African American, NVIDIA would not exist. If Jensen Huang had been an African American graduating from a white university or an HBCU, NVIDIA wouldn't exist. You know why NVIDIA wouldn't exist? Because Jensen Huang would be somebody's superstar employee. Jensen Huang would be somebody's HNIC making $250,000 a year because he's the best computer programmer on the team. He's driving a Ferrari, living in a nice white neighborhood, and he thinks he's the king of the damn hill. So in that parallel universe where Jensen Huang is an African American male, he's not the guy running a $3 trillion company. He's the guy that makes $250,000 a year who's still trying to pay off his fucking student loans. That's what Jensen Wong becomes when he becomes black. So what I need you to be able to see from a consciousness standpoint is how much wealth you kill because we kill dreams before they are even born. We don't even give the dream a chance to be born. We don't even encourage our young kids to start at the top and work their way down. We tell them to start at the bottom and work their way up because everybody started at the bottom. Now we here. I don't want to start at the bottom and get there. I'm starting at the top, damn it. I want what the white man got. I want what the power brokers have. I want what he's got over there. I don't want the Negro package. I'm not settling for the Negro success agenda. I want the real success. I want the real power. And so what we get is we get things that are so artificial. We don't get real power. We get proximity to power. You get close to people with power. So you think that you have power because you're close to it. You don't have any power. We get the illusion of power. We get rappers rapping about power. They ain't got no real power. Who's got the real power in hip hop? It's the people who's running these damn record labels. they have the power, not the loudmouth rapper. So what I'm saying to you is at the end of the day, we've got to understand what power looks like, and we have to raise children to position them to pursue power. So I want to raise a bunch of little damn CEOs. I want to raise some little wealth builders that are already thinking at a high level, systematic framework. I want to see those kids who might still go to college. They might still go to Howard and other great institutions. There's nothing wrong with that, but they're going to come in and uh they're not just going to be the guy who takes classes in the business school hoping he can get a job at Goldman Sachs. He's going to be the guy taking classes in business school preparing to create a black version of a Goldman Sachs. Sharif Abdul Malik, who runs a company called We Buy Black. We Buy Black is a multi-million-dollar company. He's a graduate from Howard University. And one thing Sharif told me, I love Sharif, by the way. He's a great guy. He's a responsible, intelligent black man. I think he's also Muslim. I don't know if it's Nation of Islam or something else, but he's very disciplined. He's been married since he was probably 23, 24 years old, and he's just a super smart guy, and he's really done amazing things. His company's worth millions of dollars. I remember him telling me that he was I think he was studying social work at Howard, and he was building his business, trying to build this company that he has now that's worth millions of dollars. And he went to the business school because he's thinking if I go to the business school, they can teach me more about running my business. And he said that one of his challenges, his critiques of the business school was he said, man, it seemed like everybody over here was learning how to work for a business. They were all being prepared to work for other people. And I didn't want to work for anybody. I was trying to prepare to get employees and to build my and raise capital. That's what he was thinking about. So he was vibrating on the owner frequency. And he felt, at least based on his experience, that most of the students were being trained to vibrate on the employee frequency. And what you got to understand is that in America, in the way capitalism works, employees don't have power in this country. I'm not saying that it's bad to become one. I'm not shaming anybody who does that. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying this. Number one, if you ever want to have real power, you got to produce people that want to actually accumulate power, which is going to require risk taking, sacrifice, and discipline, which are three things that are not really encouraged in the culture. Number two, if you are still an employee, which is perfectly fine, you must still understand the fundamentals of financial security and institution building. So just the same way Howard University is an institution and our HBCUs are institutions that still have tremendous value, but some of that value has been a little bit diluted. You also have other institutions that have been deliberately disrupted in the Black community, and that institution is called the family. The family is just as important of an institution as that company that you work for or that job that you have or whatever. The family is a critically important institution for at least one reason. When you have a family unit, you are combining resources. You are getting closer to achieving what we talked about earlier, that surplus, where your revenue exceeds your expenses. You're bringing in more than you're putting out. That's it. You're not operating on the struggle level. You're operating on the abundance level, where you then have the ability to create space and structure and protection for other people. So when you're talking about the family, the other investments I've talked to you guys about extensively are things investing in things like relationship management. So you know how to get along with your wife or get along with your husband instead of doing what everybody else does and getting a divorce after 2 weeks. because I know that my wife is my teammate, and I know that with my wife as my teammate, we can achieve an abundance where we then have the surplus required to be able to create structure and stability for the children. Because when you break something up and everybody's scrambling, then everybody ends up broke. The statistics all show this. The data shows this. So don't just think that institution building and the mandate to build strong institutions belongs to people that run Howard University. They got a big job to do, and I have no disrespect for them, but I think they need to do things better. The responsibility is also on you. And also, again, whether you go to the ownership class or the employee class, the reality is that in America, if you want to get ahead financially, you got to own something. You got to own something. Do you own shares of stock? You got a job, okay? How much are you investing in shares of stock? And are you investing as much in owning stock as you're investing in owning a car? Are you investing as much in owning stock or real estate as you are in in investing in going out to eat or buying new clothes? So really, at the end of the day, what I'm really saying to you is that whatever level you're on, ownership is connected to control. Ownership is power. We have no power because we have no ownership. So everybody should be owning something. In fact, on Monday morning, you got a couple extra dollars, go own your butt some shares of stock and do it aggressively. Approach it as if your life depended on it, because it does. Because when you are in the middle of economic desperation and financial despair and economic pain, terrible things happen. Bad things happen. That's all I got to say. I don't have anything else to say. I'm going to stop for today. I hope that this was helpful to you. I hope that you benefited from this discussion. And again, if I offended anybody, then, I apologize for that. It's okay. I don't know all the answers because God is not through with me yet. And I did not mean to offend those at HBCUs or who graduated from HBCUs. Everything's nuanced. There's bad and there's good everywhere. So this is not an absolute statement, but it is one where I hope that we can at least all agree that work needs to be done and we're not where we need to get to. And the only way we can get to a new outcome is if we approach things with new ideas. What are the new ideas we're going to embrace going forward? I think a good place to start would be to take concepts like Powernomics and people like Dr. Claude Anderson and start celebrating them as much as you celebrate the damn Diddies. Diddy ain't done nothing for you except caused you a bunch of problems, done a bunch of yapping and all kinds of other nonsense. It's time for us to also celebrate the grown men in our community, not just the Peter Pans. So that's my 2 cents. That's all I got to say. All right, I'm going to get out of here, guys. If you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for kids, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. Second of all, if you want to get invited to our Economic Elevation Money in the Morning sessions, it's totally free. You can just text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to the number 87948, and I'll invite you. Last but not least, you may or may not know, but I have a couple of podcasts on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up my name, I have a podcast called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, where I cover pretty much everything. And then I have Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Markets, where I give you daily updates on what's going on in the stock market. And then my wife and I do a podcast called Pillow Talk. So we just do a lot of talking, a lot of teaching, and it's a lot of fun. So love you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope you all are doing well. I wanted to come in today really quickly and talk about something that I just saw that was really interesting, that really kind of makes me think about what we're going to do tonight in our Powernomics training. Donald Trump, apparently he's gotten an endorsement from a Black man who happens to be affiliated with the Black Panthers. And I thought this was worth discussing because there's something bigger going on here that's worth sort of looking at. And what I'm going to do is pull the article up so you guys can take a look. And also, if you could give me a quick yes to let me know you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes to let me know that the audio is coming through all right. And that way we can move forward, and hit that thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. It says here, according to the Daily Mail, that a high-ranking member of the notorious Black Panther Party gave a surprising endorsement to recently convicted Donald Trump and insisted the presidential hopeful is not a racist. David Hilliard, who was a founding member of the Black Panthers, said in a TikTok post on Monday that he met Trump during the 1960s in New York City and called the former president a decent man. In the past, critics have accused Trump of being racist, but he has been surging in the polls amongst Black voters. In the video posted by Carol Mitchell, an 82-year-old, Hilliard said Trump is an ally to African Americans. He says, quote, Trump is a person who's a decent man. He supported the Black Panther Party. He was someone who gave us money. Okay, so he says here also that he's a friend to African Americans. He's not a racist. He's not a racist, fascist white man. He supported Black people. Quote, I think that Trump is qualified and a very decent approach to having somebody representing America, Hilliard said. Hilliard, who served as the chief of staff to the Black Panther Party, said he met Trump while he was a college student in New York and claimed the former president owned all of Harlem, end quote. Trump and his father, Fred, had a discrimination lawsuit filed against a real estate company in 1973 that alleged that African Americans and Puerto Ricans were systematically excluded from their apartments. The ex-president denied any race-based discrimination took place. However, in his own book in '87, he said that certain types of tenants were avoided. He says, "Well, what we didn't do was rent to welfare cases, white or Black." FBI documents show agents spoke to tenants, management, and employees as they were trying to determine whether it made it harder for minorities to rent from the Trump management company. One of the interviews, which was conducted with an employee of Fred Trump, detailed how the president's father allegedly wanted to get rid of the Blacks in the building. So apparently there's like this back and forth about whether or not Trump is a racist. And I want to ask y'all a question. Let's do a quick straw poll. Give me a yes if you think that Donald Trump does not like Black people. Give me a yes if you think that he doesn't like Black people. Give me a no if you think that there's no racism there and everything's okay. I'm curious to know what you guys think. And as you do that, I hope you'll hit the thumbs up button and thumbs up, share, subscribe. And also, I want to make sure that I share a link to a sister's Black-owned business that I hope you will support. Her name's LaTanya Williams. She wrote an amazing audiovisual novel inspired by 8th grade ELA students who wanted to be featured in the book. They suggested characters and special powers, and she brought it to life. And so if you want to go take a look at what she's got going on, you can go to erica-tree.com, ARECA-tree.com, and you can actually go to shop/shop/daily and actually take a look at some of the stuff that she has going on. So anyway, what do you guys think? Do you think that Trump is a bigot, or you think Trump is just a misunderstood oppressed man? I mean, he's oppressed by the criminal justice system. He's all this, right? It's kind of crazy to see Trump get convicted, because I'm a person that's always kind of felt that Trump was a guy who skirted around the law a little bit. He never came off to me as a completely honest guy. He never think about it. Anybody who's involved in things like casinos and boxing, the boxing industry, you hang out with people like Don King, I'm just not going to assume that you are a standard law-abiding citizen. I'm just not. I kind of feel like there's probably some shady stuff happening. You get money from Russian gangsters and all that. So, again, I've never been a person who's been under any illusion about Trump being this wonderful law-abiding citizen. However, there is another argument to be made in the sense that, let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all think that Biden is a criminal too? How many of y'all think that Biden is a racist? Remember, Biden incarcerated more Black men under his crime laws. He incarcerated more Black men than any president in American history, including those that owned slaves. So who do you think would be, if you were going to call somebody a racist, who do you think that Biden would at least be able to hold a candle to Trump? How many of you think that neither one of these guys really likes you as Black people very much? And I bring this up, and I ask y'all this question, and answer me in the chat. I asked that question because I think that we have to change our politics a little bit. We got to get past the politics of people liking us. Like, here's the reality. If you want my 2 cents, none of these fucking people like you. They don't. None of these guys like you very much at all. I don't think any of them. And I'm trying to ask you, what my question to you would be: do you like you? That's the problem. The reason you need them to like you is because you don't like yourself. Because if you liked you, then you won't care if they like you. Do you understand? If you love you, then you don't need love from other people. You don't need all these people. I mean, does it really make your day better if you find out that Donald Trump likes Black people? So if Donald Trump got on TV and said, gosh, these African Americans, they're great people, they're good people, I really like them a lot, they're wonderful people, do you really think that, like, is that really gonna make your day? Like, does that make you get up and say, oh my God, I done made it, y'all? We is somebody now. We matters now. Oh Lord. I'm just trying to figure out, who told you that you needed to get your validation from people like that anyway? Who told you that you need this man to like you for you to feel good about yourself. Who told you that it matters? Who gives a damn? I mean, really, who cares? You know, your boss don't like you, you know, but you serve him. Some of y'all are nicer to your damn boss than you are to your spouse. And your boss don't like you. Your boss told you that he don't respect you, but you'll be kinder to your boss than you are to your husband. You'll respect your colleagues at work more than you respect your wife. Your wife loves you. Your husband loves you. But think about this. This is what oppression does. Oppression makes black people crazy. It does. It makes us crazy because a man will go to work, kiss his boss's ass the entire day, even though the boss don't love him, the boss don't respect him, the boss don't like him. But then he'll come home and beat up his wife. He'll beat up his wife because he's mad at his boss. Tell me if y'all know what I'm talking about. Tell me if you've ever seen this. This happened all the time. And so my position is that if you really love yourself and you really know who has your back, you would stop doing things that people with low self-esteem do. People with low self-esteem, what they do is they love the people who hate them and they hate the people who love them. They respect the people who won't give them the time of day, but they'll disrespect the people who admire them. Think about that. Think about ladies when you're in college. Think about that guy who would go chasing every evil, bitchy woman he could find, who would drag him through the mud, take all his money, and he up here, you know, rolling out the red carpet, buying her flowers, doing the most for her. But then he will ignore and disrespect the woman who truly cares about him, who's there for him. That is a self-esteem problem. That's a self-esteem issue. And to me, a person that has high self-esteem is somebody who says, I don't love you because you dislike me. I love you because you do like me. You know, my wife, I did not pick my wife because she played hard to get. If she played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got. I wouldn't have, no, if my wife was hard to get, I don't go get people that are hard to get. I go get the people that are easy to get, the ones that want to be with me. I wanted my wife because she wanted me. If she did not want me, I would not want her. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's self-esteem. That's me saying that, you know I'm the prize. I know that I have value. I am somebody. So I'm not sitting around looking for a racist or even a non-racist. I don't care if it's racist or not. I'm not looking for them to like me as some sort of confirmation that I'm supposed to give you my money or give you my vote or give you my time or give you my love or give you my attention. I believe that whether or not I know Trump got this endorsement from this Black Panther. He does not represent all Black Panthers. He does not represent all Black people. His endorsement, you know, it may mean something to some people, but it doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't. If I were to vote for Trump, which I'm not, if I were to vote for Biden, which I'm not, I personally do not care what Negro endorsed you. I don't care that if you like Black people. See, because what you're going to understand politically, some of y'all ain't going to get it. Some people ain't going. Some people are just here to get mad, and I get it. Just okay, just be mad. What you got to understand is that there's a difference between somebody liking you and somebody respecting you. There are people that can like you all day long, but they only like you because they can railroad you. They only like you because they can extract things from you. They only like you because they can come and get things from you. So yeah, you know, a lot of these politicians, they love Black people. They say, dang, we African Americans, we can go put a business in their neighborhood and they'll give us all their money, even though they know that they can't put a business in our neighborhood. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, seriously, look at how many people from the Jewish community have put businesses in your neighborhood and sucked up all the damn money. But you go put a business in their neighborhood, your shit will be burned down in a week. Same thing. The Asian community. You got the little Chinese, you'll have the little Chinese restaurant in your neighborhood sucking up all your cash flow. But you go put your little Black ass in their neighborhood, you'll be gone. You'll be out of there. So of course people like you. Everybody liked the fun girl in high school who was giving it up to the whole football team. She was very popular. Everybody likes, you know, the town hoe. And to some extent, I think that we have to gain some self-esteem and stop giving ourselves away so easily to people who don't have our best interests at heart. Because here's the thing, if I don't value myself, anything you don't value, you give it away. If I don't value my couch and somebody says, hey, can I have that couch? I say, sure, I don't care. It's worthless. But if I value the couch and you say, can I have that couch? I'm going to say, no. You either can't have it, or if you want it, you're going to have to pay me for that. You understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. If I value my couch, I'm going to say, no, that's an antique. That's my grandma gave it to me. That has tremendous sentimental value. I'm not letting that thing go. But if they say, well, if I give you $10,000, can I get it? I don't know. I got to think about it. How about $100,000? Okay, maybe $100,000. I'll consider it. Do you understand? So the same thing is true when it comes to your attention, your money, your votes, or anything that's of value, your body, anything that's of value to you. You won't give it away easy. So here's the problem that I have with us politically. And I'm sorry if this offends people, but if you're offended, prove me wrong. If you're offended, just prove me wrong and give your perspective. I will learn from you. I will listen to you. But if you come to me with this nonsense, like we got to give our vote away for free and not ask for anything in return, or the only thing we get is some symbolism, like somebody saying, oh, I really like black people, or black lives really matter. I'm not going to go along with that. I don't do that. I don't follow crowds like that, because you can't prove to me that all this voting for people who are giving you nothing in return has ever worked for your community. You can't prove to me that it's been beneficial. You can't. You can't. You can't, because if you look at every measure of quality of life for African American people, it's gone down. You look at our educational system, it's gone down. Our kids are less educated than they were before. You look at our families are broken, unlike any time in recent American history. If you look at our wealth is declining every single year, every single decade, every single generation. You look at our communities are in shambles. So stop telling me that up is down and down is up. Stop telling me that right is left and left is right. Stop telling me that 2 + 2 is 187. I'm a mathematician, damn it. I know how to count. I taught math at the University of Kentucky, and I had to know how to count in order for that to work. So I had to know that 2 + 2 was 4. So here's the deal. Here's my point. Donald Trump's endorsement from the Black Panther to me doesn't mean anything. The only thing it means is that I think we've got to get past this idea that the Democrats are the only ones who can tell us who's racist and who's not. You see, I do agree. If you say Trump's a racist, I'm going to say, yeah, he probably is. I doubt if he likes black people that much. But then again, I don't like him that much. So we're even, right? But when you tell me, well, no, the Republicans are racist and the Democrats are not, I'm going to disagree with you. So let me show you. I'm going to show you some if you look at Trump's history, here's what's complex about the guy is that he has a deep relationship with black people, whether you like it or not. There are lots of black people who loved Donald Trump before he got into politics, and the Democrats then told them that they could not be his friend anymore. That makes you into a slave. You have some of your greatest civil rights champions, your greatest civil rights superheroes that have been in pictures with Trump for many years and have been in bed with him. Many of your rappers, remember Diddy's vote or die campaign? Remember Diddy was telling you that if you don't vote, you're going to die. These are scare tactics. Vote or die. Stop saying that. Stop saying vote or die. Just say vote. And here's who you vote for. I'll hear that. But when you start saying vote or die, what you're doing is you're leaning on fear tactics to get black people to go along, to get along, and to not use critical thinking skill. When people are scared, pay attention. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you get this. When people are afraid, their critical thinking skill goes out the window. They don't feel like they have any options. You're forcing them to follow in whatever direction you're telling them to go. So when they say vote or die, or they say this is the most important election of our generation, or if they say, oh, don't stop asking for stuff and just make sure Trump doesn't get into office because it's going to end democracy as we know it. Those tactics, I think, for intelligent people should not work, because you had 4 years of Trump. It wasn't much different from 4 years of Biden, except for the psychological effects. We could survive another 4 years of Trump. And so when, so what's hilarious to me is how the Democrats have shown their control over black people by basically literally switching the script and getting to the point where all these rappers and everybody that was taking all these pictures with Trump before he got into politics are now told you can't talk to him. You're not allowed to speak to him because we own Negroes. We own you. And I personally am not a fan of that, because don't nobody own me. Nobody owns me. They don't own me. Y'all don't own me. The Democrats show as hell don't own me, and the Republicans don't own me. And so if you have trouble listening to the words of a free black man, then I feel sorry for you. I don't know what to say to you. I can only pray for you and hope for the best. Okay. So anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I want to remind you, I have a new book out. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. It's an Amazon bestseller. It's a very good book. I think you guys are going to like it. If you'd like to get an autographed copy, I'll sign it, send it to your house. My kids, we run our family business out of our home. Me and my wife is a therapist. She's a PhD professor in social work, as well as a licensed therapist. And so we created in the Black Business School, the first ever Black financial therapy department. And so that's where we study the psychological barriers that keep you from building Black wealth and building strong families. So she is a licensed therapist, and so and an expert on the subconscious mind, actually. And you'd be amazed at what she's kind of discovered in terms of analyzing what goes wrong and how other people have a vested interest in controlling the subconscious thinking of Black people and the conscious thinking of Black people. And so also, I hope you'll join me in supporting this sister that has this great product. If you go to the URL that's on the screen, Erica Tree, she's done a series of different kinds of books, digital books. She's done books with her students that are 8th grade ELA students and all kinds of other things. So if you go to this website that's on the screen, ericatree.com, you can go to /stop/daily and find some of the stuff that she has there. And there's some other, and on that website, you'll find some other information there where you can learn about her products. All right. So, and she's helping to sponsor this podcast. So I wanted to give the sister a shout out. All right. So anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Just one more reminder also tonight, we are doing in the Black Business School a private Zoom that you're invited to, where we're going to read books by Dr. Claude Anderson. And in that book, or in his book, The Black History Reader, we're reading about the history of what has been done to Black people to make us into who we are, to get us to think the way that we do. Dr. Anderson is an important man because a lot of his analysis, I'm looking for his book right now because I want to kind of read some. I don't have the book with me, so it's somewhere in my bag. But anyway, he does a great job of dissecting the history of all this, explaining the politics, explaining the economics, explaining why the hidden parts of history that you never learned in school, and why you are in a world where you see it seems like you're the hardest working people, but you're getting the least results. You're good people, you're doing your best, but your brain's been just kind of hijacked. People have a vested interest in exploiting the hell out of African Americans, and until you let go of this idea that these people care about you, you're going to continue to be exploited. So, for example, I'll just open up his book, Powernomics, and just read from page 144. I'm literally reading a random page. I have no idea what's on this page, but I guarantee you that he's going to say something in this paragraph that's going to change your life. Listen, he says, while our spending patterns are inappropriate for the Powernomics vision, the spending pattern of whites and ethnic groups demonstrate that they value keeping their disposable incomes within their respective communities. So they keep their money and we don't. He says, when European immigrants started to arrive in this country following the Civil War, the majority white society ceased purchasing goods and services from Black merchants and Black communities. Previously, whites transacted business with Black barbers, blacksmiths, caterers, and laundries. So before the immigrants came, they were buying from Black people. They initiated conscious boycotts that, for the most part, remain in force until this present day. So they started to boycott Black-owned businesses. That's why you don't own anything. That's why all your little college graduates are coming out of school so they can go work for white people. It would be a rare sight to see a white person drive to a Black-owned business in a Black community to purchase Black manufactured products. While the purchasing patterns of Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics indicate that they too avoid Black businesses, Blacks do not consciously boycott Asian, Arab, or Hispanic businesses. The course of action is clear. We should always treat other people and other groups the way they treat us, not better and not worse. So basically what Dr. Anderson's saying is that part of the reason that you get caught up in this whole politics of friendliness, like whether or not they like you or they don't like you, is because you know that the world has been trained not to like you. The world has been trained not to support you. The world has been trained not to put money in your pocket. The world has been trained not to support you as a business owner, but to only support you as an employee, a consumer, and a renter. That means that your job and your role in this society is to not be a beneficiary of any of its policies or any of its systems. Your job is to be a commodity that's fed into the system for the benefit of other people. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. It's very important to understand this. This is why you have millions of our people that have been working 40, 50 years who have a net worth that is lower than that of a newborn baby. If you work that hard, if you've been busting your ass, getting up, going to work every day, paying your rent on time, paying your bills on time, paying your car note on time, doing everything right, not breaking the law, you should have a positive net worth. You should be in a good position. You deserve to have a strong family. You deserve to have a healthy, happy life. So the question becomes, well, where did that go? Who took that from us? Well, maybe people didn't just take it from us. Maybe we handed it to them and then they took what we handed to them. So ultimately, I think politically speaking, that's one of the culprits. We hand things over to people. So any sucker that comes up in here talking about you need to vote and you need to do this, you need to do that, I tell them to get out of my face. You ain't telling me to do nothing. Because see, you got to understand, me being a liberated Black man doesn't mean I just got to liberate myself from the white supremacists. That's not. I also have to liberate myself from the white supremacists in blackface. We have white supremacists in blackface. I call them Negro managers. They're not black leaders. They pretend to be black leaders, but really they're Negro managers. And what the Negro managers do, pay attention now. They come to you and they tell you what to do. They tell you, spend your money over here, vote for this person, do this for that person, go work for that person over there. After you finish college at our HBCU, here's a white-owned business that you can go work for. I'm about to sell you over to Massa because Massa done pay me money to bring him to the job fair so he can come and recruit our Howard University graduates or whatever, so they can all go work for him instead of building wealth for themselves. And then 40 years later, when that kid is 60 years old, still paying his student loans, still ain't got nothing to leave nobody in his family, he has depleted himself by serving somebody else. So I'm just telling you something that I think you should agree with. If you don't agree with me, then you probably need to go talk to a therapist here, because your self-esteem needs to be adjusted. I'm saying stop serving other people and serve you. And if it don't feel like it's serving you, then don't do it. Is that okay? I hope that's okay for me to say that. If you disagree with me, let's keep talking. Maybe I can persuade you. Maybe not. It's okay. But I'm open to all ideas, but I'm not open to ideas that don't work. We have to solve problems and not just complain about them. That's the agenda. That's the black agenda. The black agenda isn't something that starts with what you're asking white people to do. The black agenda must start with what you're asking yourself to do. What is your black agenda, and why haven't you implemented that? What is your black agenda? Not what is Biden's black agenda or Trump's black agenda or what you want from so and so. No, what is your black agenda? Because your black agenda has to start inside, man. We got to start inside, because we have been screwed up mentally to the point where we sitting around worried about whether or not Trump likes black people or not. I don't give a damn. I don't care. If you ain't helping me feed my kids, you ain't helping me make my life better and improve the situation for the people that matter to me, then I don't care if you like me or not. Who told you that being liked is the most important thing in the world? Don't be no sucker, man. That's my 2 cents. That's all I believe. I'm done. I probably sound cynical. I don't mean to sound that way, but this stuff makes me mad. Anyway, tonight we're going to be studying Powernomics in the Black Business School in a private Zoom. It is free to the community. It's a Powernomics. It'll change your life. You're gonna love Dr. Anderson's stuff. If you haven't joined us yet, you get free access to my life class as well. Just go to that URL on the screen. It's blackkeystogreatness.com. That's blackkeystogreatness.com. When you sign up. Also, you can text the word greatness to 87948. 87948 is the number. Text greatness to 87948. I'm going to send a link to the Zoom. You can come on in. We're going to have a little Black history party, basically, and really just chop it up about all these things that they never taught you in school. And we've been doing this for about 5 years now, and I know a lot of you love it. Thousands of you show up every week, so feel free to come on in, and it's totally free to the whole community. All right, guys. So have a good day. I'm out of here. I will talk to you all soon, and bless you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Working out. You just don't feel right when you don't do what you're supposed to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like, and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School. So you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list, though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant. It tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up, thinking that it's hard to get money. And it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I don't I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that. Because unfortunately, trading is a type of it can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading, and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited. And I know I get excited because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I don't. I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland, good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see, Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smoove. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks, TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men. If we have black men on TV, then these black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like because I'm part of I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. And so one thing that's interesting though is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves. I never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me, because I was their black speaker, they had me speak to their black students. Most of their black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young black woman who was my tour guide, who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too, and I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, maybe one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. They were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts, and what different teams need and who they're going to draft next year, and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like I was really, like they sounded like scientists, and they were with this analysis, and so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that, and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman, and like and Noah Lyles is if he's going to get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things, but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also kind of try to make sure I remember, like, this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins, because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking, like you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And so So what I did was I said, okay, well, I said, well, you guys know, I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to like start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, you know that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it, and I like there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube, and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no, how do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like, so let's say that you have 10,000 viewers and you're gonna make $5 per for every 1,000 viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times five. So how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. No one said a word. And I said, oh, well, maybe I said it wrong. I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think these football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show and in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's five times 100, right? You get $5 per thousand. You have it 100,000. So five times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, "This is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right?" And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, "Wait a minute!" But they were just breaking down in scientific fashion like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what five times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting my butt, shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, did you hear that conversation? And she goes, yeah, I heard it. And I said, was my question not clear? She said, no, it was clear. She said, I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation. Because she comes from that tradition like where when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out, and maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always need, so she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And she said I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is I pray for like us and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, you know, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like just something that doesn't even show like the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not going to play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are going to have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt, you don't know how to fish, you don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. Well, maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think I had I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one got taken down because I say things about white people and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to the I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jaylen's very busy, so obviously because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is the most brilliant one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. And what's interesting is in the case of Dr. Roll, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. That if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Roll went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me one, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Roll has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Roll. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball, but if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent, they have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years, I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits. And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test? Like these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking you to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking you to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is the reason I put this video of Jaylen Brown up. And I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone because it's very weird that we have like just one or two. That it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people in their own community and build their own families. Do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jaylen Brown, I was very proud of him. And it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video. And in my dream, I was talking to him and some other people in the Boston Celtics, like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much, I dream about it. And we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally, we're going where we need to go. And because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need black people school. We need black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. Um, but this is something that is easy to do It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self-accountability, and it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, you know, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire Black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck. Except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so, because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so, as because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So, if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I could give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say black love is $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with black men and black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic like my daddy was. And so ultimately at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love, instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited, and I said, "Man, this would be so great." Imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas? I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, "I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me." that are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and the hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had, a hundred or several 100,000 black men who think just like Jaylen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by other countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. They could just if they want to make a bullet, they're not going to just make one or two bullets. They're going to make like a billion bullets. They're not just going to make two or three really nice ships. They're going to make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need is we need a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. They are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jaylen. Jaylen's in his 20s, I think. So that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagues you. It's not this specific one, it's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system, system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me, but oh, it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed, and Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else, and Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this, so anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just let's not. I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York and they asked him on the radio, they said, how do you feel about Puffy and everybody else? Because he was Puffy back then. He changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them dudes, man. They all right. So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand. Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, "Hit 'Em Up," one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something like something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah blah blah, as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you that there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture, and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so he says, yeah, yeah. Me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the. I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it. So cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us. Can't nobody mess. Right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. He said, cuz, he said they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and my maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country so that I could go to I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh, yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. Right? It's just like, oh yeah, yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, and but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness is just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy, if I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination, that's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now, so I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in 1,000 directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. You because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though, when you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people you know who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about thinking about it. Wow, because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. Because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realize that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, do you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about like Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying, this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jalen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program, but those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our ninth one, and so we're really excited about this. It was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the Black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven, and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I never really enjoy going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations, because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. So the first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that, where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe, or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out and they take a nap, or they meditate, or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs, or even being addicted to work. Even though being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive, as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. This is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about, because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so and so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you, they don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right, we are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang, and so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in. Like you're not really Black. You're not gonna get invited to the barbecue. You're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly, because unfortunately that can cause you, let's talk, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being Black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply Black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the Black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But if you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the Black community and develop systems around managing the Black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a sexy red or something, boost her up, make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the Black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take, it's Sexy Red is this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought, I don't know, the greatest Black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson, who happens to be a Republican. Like, oh, boo, you're bad. Yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done. Right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. I want you to know this, because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home, and then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness, and this person's going to be the new it guy for the Black community, and that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. And in fact, studies show that Black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to Black people, they said it's easy. Just put a celebrity in the ad, and Black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and And I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, "Well, what do you do?" And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones. And I said, "Wow." I said, "You guys did a really great job with the marketing on that." And he said, "Thank you." And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating Black people's addiction to celebrities and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly Black people to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like being that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like literally the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. I feel like the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff, and I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people, and they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know that the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really gonna want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately, because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number three is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting in Economic Decision Making, a meta-analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like, it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big, big problem. And unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. Everywhere, all people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially, because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country is going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country is going to be a mess. Number four, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it said it's called The Effectiveness of Marketing Strategies in Influencing Consumer Behavior. So marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much? Right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, you're not, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we said, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. If she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got it. I said, my wife had played hard to get. I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna. Why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago. I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something. But I kid you not, and she was. I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome, and men, don't be intimidated by smart women. If she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. Like don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told the story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to like, I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So one my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady, and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good. And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, "Well, why?" Well, and I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing: when you a young black man with money, you 30 years old and you making six figures, there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, "Yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da," right? And she goes, "Well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me?" And I was like, "But I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date?" And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I was I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song? It's cold outside. I really gotta be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta right, that. Do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other, but the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, you take people for their word. So when you say no, that means okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. I don't. And also, here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, why would I want to be? Why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation. You will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, "Go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you. He gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by." We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, "I'm interested in you too," that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life or to beg my way into your life or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a guess if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, 70 billion dollars. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people would say, "Oh, well, I really want him to take my money, so I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared." That's what he did. He played hard to get because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have. And by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are you get the FOMO, thank you, that's a great term, where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something when you tell people they can't have something, they really really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have, and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great mind trick that, because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself. Is a mind trick that I did on Boyce was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. This stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles nobody was reading, and I didn't. I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, "I'm going to work so hard, and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do." That people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him? And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, Tyler Perry wants to talk to you. And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornell West wants to speak to you. Like, so all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I didn't want. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. Um, they saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter, begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. The things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we've got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything else, just your children are a multi-trillion dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page, because ultimately I would be building an empire. That, to me, that investment would be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It would be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. Invest in you. Invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset, I think, that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight, at 8 p.m. I'm meeting the prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff. Also, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people and also the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I am here with an opportunity to speak to a man that I have a lot of respect for. A lot of you all know who this brother is, and if you don't know who the brother is, you're going to find out today, and I guarantee you'll never forget him. His name is Michael V. Roberts. Michael is he's out of St. Louis, and he's known for a lot of things, among other things. He's run multi-billion-dollar companies. He's done a lot of things around the world. He's deeply connected to work in Ghana and other places. And he's also come to the All Black National Convention. And so without further ado, I'd like to ask my brother, Dr. Roberts, how you doing today?
Well, I'm great. And it's good to be on the Guru for African Americans show, because you are the person that's giving advice and counsel and leadership, and it's really not just in the United States as well; it's world known. I remember when we were in Ghana together, and your show was being shown from Ghana, and it's all over the world. So, Boyce, I really want to congratulate you and thank you for being who you are on behalf of all of us who watch you. We appreciate what you stand for. You are probably the most clarion voice for African Americans in today's timeline. So, once again, thank you for having me on.
Well, I'm very humbled by those words, and I appreciate that. And I'll also acknowledge everybody that's in here: Doug and Tony and Anthony and Terry Cobb and those who came in early. Put a B1 in the chat if you're Black first, if you love our community and you want our community to do well. Also, Black first means that we believe in educating our kids. We believe in teaching wealth to our loved ones, and we want to break generational curses. We do not continue them. And I'm going to say this as I humbly accept the kind words from Dr. Roberts, is to say, I'm nothing without my people. I'm nothing without everybody in here supporting us. And so I want to thank everybody out there too. So his compliment to me is a compliment to you all, because I think we're making Black history here. So Dr. Roberts, let me ask you this question. You let's just, I guess, start from the beginning. I was intrigued with your story. You know, I remember when my brother, who's my number one business partner, read about you and your brother. And I remember years ago seeing the article or something. I don't know if it was CNN or somewhere else, and saying that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to start there. Like, how does that feel to have been able to do so much with someone who's right in your own family? Does that? I mean, I know it has its ups and downs, but what does that feel like for you in terms of making that sort of success different from, say, if you've gone off and done something on your own?
Well, let me begin by saying that, we have excellent parents, Victor and Dolores Roberts. We just lost my dad at 99 and a half just a few months ago. And a couple of years before that at 92, my mom, and they'd been married 75 years. So that would immediately sort of indicate that there was a certain stability in our household as a result of our parents looking out for us, making sure that we're doing the right thing, getting us properly educated. Steve and I, my brother and I, both went to law school. We both came out of law school, and within a year or two were elected to our Board of Aldermen or City Council in St. Louis. I served 8 years. Steve served 12. So our commitment to the community was through the political activities. And by the way, I mean, when I graduated from law school, I moved 2 blocks from the projects in St. Louis, the Blue Line projects, where I was, learning an awful lot about the challenges that people face. As an alderman, you're almost like a junior mayor. So no matter whether it's a drug issue that's going into a community we have to somehow seed out, or even if it's, problems that are domestic in nature, sometimes, you were asked to step in and give advice and counsel and give direction. Well, at the same time, I was looking at our neighborhoods, and we saw that so many of our wonderful homes were being left vacant. The very homes that parents had worked day and night, extra hours in order to pass on as their legacy for their children. But our children were so busy trying to run to the suburbs and get away from the neighborhood that the properties were going to seed. And so I looked at those and I started to invest in my own neighborhoods and realized that at some point in the future, property on the inner city will become extremely valuable. And it's they say there's gold in dim their streets, as we said. And sure enough, many years later, the regentrification of a community is clearly showing that white folks are coming back into black neighborhoods that were black at one point and taking those homes and developing them. So to do my part, and my brother and I decided we would start there. We moved on to build, and we bought an old Sears building in North St. Louis. In the 80s, Sears was moving out of neighborhoods as they became more black, and many cities have big boarded up monoliths to drug trafficking and crime. We didn't want that to happen. We were just born 2 blocks from this building. We acquired it. We developed it out. We held it for nearly 40 years and recently sold it to the St. Louis Regional Urban League, who've now taken it and advanced it into a tremendous facility. And we're talking 200,000 square foot building that's now offering even more services. Now, we had 50 or 60 tenants, but now with the Urban League, we have it as a adaptable reuse, both for purposes relating to retail. We had a dentist, we had an optometrist at one time, and a variety of different. It was really a mixed bag of businesses that we negotiated into the facility. And today it's great. Across the street, we acquired the balance of the land, and we built a 42,000 square foot strip shopping center. It was our first of a few, and then I found myself being elected as the first black on the International Council of Shopping Centers, which is all the shopping centers, the developers, the tenants in the world that relate to that type of business. It was a great experience and one that I was able to give back in a variety of ways. We then decided we would go down into the downtown area. We bought our first hotel. After having built a few TV stations, we ultimately owned 12 full-power TV stations, largest black-owned group of TV stations in history. Sold some of them, started buying hotels. We ended up with 12 hotels around the country, sold some of them. We built a wireless phone company. We're probably I'm sure we're the only blacks who've ever built and owned and operated a true telephone company. It was at the time when digital phones were coming into play. Back before that, you probably remember Boyce, the coolest guy in the movie, had a briefcase with a phone in it, and it was an analog phone, so it was that snap, crackle, drop type phone. And now, moving into the digital, by being sort of a futurist, which I'm considered to be, I always jumped ahead of where we were and put our business into a location that was going to embrace by the future. And true enough, analog phones became the standard. Now everybody has one. In fact, I was joking on the interview the other day. I said, how many people get paranoid if they're more than 4 feet away from their phone? It's like an appendage to your body, and yet it's a entrepreneurial venture. We took that company public, and then ultimately sold it to Sprint. Began some investments in the Bahamas, where I'm the largest African American developer in the New Providence or Nassau area, which is again, just one more pleasure. And now I'm looking at opportunities in Africa. But saying all of that, setting an example for young and emerging entrepreneurs, as well as seniors who are now free of children with more money and better education they've ever had, that they need to go after their dreams, which they still have. And if you have a dream, the first thing you have to do is you have to wake up. And then you have to sit up and you have to stand up, and then you prosecute your dreams, go after those dreams. And this is what I'm hoping, that as people read my two business books, Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0, that they'll see that, a kid from, in this case, North St. Louis, we weren't rich, we weren't poor, we just never had any money, could, build a company that, as you said, CNN once declared it to have a valuation of close to $1 billion. And we built it from scratch.
Interesting. So, and everybody who just came in, I'm speaking with Michael V. Roberts, who is an entrepreneur. He's the author of a couple of books, actually. Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0. So I encourage you guys to go look for those books. And also, as you come in, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I'd be curious to ask you this, Dr. Roberts. So, as you know, public schools and universities don't teach people to become millionaires or billionaires. They just, that's not in the curriculum. Everybody can't do it. That seems to require a specialized education that goes beyond just what you learn in school. And I know you went to school. You went to law school, and I'm sure you did very well. But what would you say to, say, a 19-year-old who is trying to become just like you, who says, okay, in 20, 30 years down the line, whatever it is, I want to be able to say I own hotels, I own cell phone companies, I've started, you bought a lot of property, you've done a lot of real estate work. What kind of education would they get to be able to do those things?
Well, the first thing I would say to them is, although the brick and mortar business model continues to exist because people need places to eat, to shop to some degree, even though Amazon is making that more and more difficult for stores to function. Let's face it, there's an emerging world of technology. It's the new revolution. And in that, there are areas that I'm hoping we'll see more of our HBCUs tackle, and that is areas involving artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, the metaverse. I think that cybersecurity is something that will touch, all businesses when it's all said and done. And there needs to be experts and business people who can come in and advise and counsel in these areas. We're going to see autonomous cars, meaning that they'll be driverless. Imagine one day you're going to have a child who's going to school. You're going to put that child in an autonomous vehicle, a driverless vehicle, who will take them to school, but only the teacher would have the code to open the door and let them out. The future is amazing. Over the next 10 years, and I ask this when I go out and speak to presidents of our HBCUs, our Black colleges and universities. I have a group called the RIG, Roberts Innovation Group. We meet every Thursday morning. And each of the subject matters I just described is an expert. For example, there's a great expert in drone technology. And what we did last summer was go into Mississippi, where one of our members of the RIG group had an elementary school grant. And we actually went in and taught how to operate drones. We went in with money management. Yes, of course. Why can't a 7 or 8 or 10-year-old learn at that age money management? That's the starting point, isn't it? And we also had esports, which is one of the great emerging businesses that a 14-year-old can make $100,000, playing in just a few games. But are these areas being explored throughout the inner city areas. And I'm hoping that part of our mission of the rig mission is to get out and expose these types of emerging uh, businesses that will take place. And I will add that if, for example, your job is repetitive in nature, uh, you will not have that job within the next 7 to 10 years. What do I mean? Anything that's repetitive in nature, a robot can handle. It'll be cheaper and easier. But somebody has to repair those robots. Somebody has to be able to operate them in many ways and build them, of course. So even though we may see, you know, 8 or 10 million jobs going south as a result of technology, I project we'll probably have close to 60 million new jobs that'll be created as a result of technology. Well, are we being educated? And it's again, I would ask the dean of a school or the president of a school, where do you think people will be spending money 10 years from now? How will they be spending it? And what currency will they be using? Will they be using cryptocurrency as a predominant global form of currency? And if that's the case, do we understand it? Are we investing in it? Well, what are the considerations? So we have a lot of emerging businesses, and this is a very dynamic time for folks to explore their own dreams and their ideas and their aspirations. So this is what I'd like to see. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, I was going to say that what you said makes sense. I used a really important word a second ago. Or you used a lot of important words, but one that popped out is invest. What I see as far as a pattern in your life and in the lives of many people I know who were able to win this economic game is that ability to see the future and to invest in the future right now, right? To plant your seed right now so that when the harvest comes, you're ready to collect. And a lot of us do the opposite. A lot of us follow the trends. We follow the crowd. We wait until something becomes hot and trendy and interesting, and then we want to invest in it. Well, by that time, it's too late. Like the stock market. The best time to invest in the stock market is now, not when the market's going up. You invest while it's going down, and then you catch the wave going up. And I think a lot of people don't get that. And I'd be curious to know, you talked about, for example, the HBCUs training young people to be able to take those positions as they become available, which is important. And that's a type of investment. But what about also just, owning the companies that are going to be making these moves? I found that that you have a lot of really well-trained people that went to universities and made straight A's that don't have the first clue what it means to really be a business owner and all those soft skills and hard skills that are necessary to operate at that level, to play above the rim, so to speak. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that you're spot on, but I also recognize that everybody's not an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. Some people just are not ready to handle the risks of an entrepreneur, and yet everyone has a dream of an idea. So I like to tell people that really you need to fulfill your dreams. In fact, in my book, Action Has No Season, I coined the word the actionaire. And the actionaire is one who takes their dreams, their ideas, their vision, and their passion, and they pursue them with courage and confidence and bravado. And I just tell folks, if you can eliminate the fear of failure, you'll probably find yourself in a very interesting and new space in life. And when I say that, let's break it down into two words. The first word is fear. Fear is just a mental construct. It's not of nature. You weren't born with it. It's something that you allowed to enter your psyche. And if you've allowed it to enter in, can't you potentially have it discarded at the same time? Second word, failure. I submit to you, there's no such thing as a failure. You might ask why. Well, every day when you wake up, you're given 86,400 seconds. That's 24 hours. This is kind of an existential approach. But every moment that exists, you either use it or you lose it. And if you are a person who recognizes the importance of trying and making a move. Yes, perhaps a marriage doesn't work out, perhaps a business doesn't work out. Is it really a failure, or did you learn from the experience? Was it nothing more than an experience that wasn't as you would have liked the outcome to be? Or was it, therefore, an experience that you learned and grew from? So I like to have people eliminate the whole word failure from their vocabulary. I want you to feel that by taking a risk and going out and giving it a go, uh, that you will learn from it and you will be a better person as a result of it. And so, therefore, don't lay back and wallow in some kind of I wish I hadn't done it attitude. More so, look at it more objectively and say, okay, I get it. I didn't do it right this way, or I could have done it slightly different. Let's analyze it. Let's move on. And that's what I've done because, frankly, there's many businesses that I've done hundreds, and I've employed close to 11,000 people. 99% were black, by the way, and there are many businesses that didn't have the outcome that I wanted. So it's not like everything you touch turns to gold. No, I mean some of it turns to a flat product that you don't even want to smell or touch. So it happens. That's the reality of life. That's the world that we live in. But if you're going to be in this America, if you lived in a socialist nation, you'd call yourself a socialist. If you lived in a communist nation, you'd call yourself a communist. But we live in a capitalist nation, and therefore we're capitalists. And a lot of times, I've run into brothers and sisters who don't like that word because they think it relates to slavery, and that's not the case. Slavery was slavery. That was a completely different time and space. Capitalism is pretty simple. Boyce, you have a widget that you're trying to sell. I have a widget I'm trying to sell, and you and I are going at it trying to sell it to the third party. Whoever wins, you win. That's capitalism. But mind you, capitalism in our community, in our day and time, must be a word added to it, and that is social capitalism, so that you're able to actually create and have a social consciousness. Because frankly, people are out here trying to help people, but you know what? When you're broke, you can't do much. You're better off, making yourself a strong capitalist stand and making money in business, and then having that with a degree of understanding that you need to give back to the community and provide advice, counsel, and resources and treasure that goes back into helping others and pull them along with you.
Well, I certainly hear that, and I agree with you. And by the way, everybody, I want you to know I'm speaking with Michael V. Roberts. Michael V. Roberts is an extraordinary businessman. He's the author of two important books everyone should read: Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0. And as you come in, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, Michael is going to join us at this year's All Black National Convention, which is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th. And so if you are into all the things that we talk about on this platform, the convention is a space for you. We're going to cover every single thing from specialized groups on crypto to relationships to stock market investing to politics. Every single thing, and it's a great place to network and have a lot of fun. You can bring your children. We have a whole track to educate kids. So if you're interested, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me jump into what you're saying there. It seems to me, Dr. Roberts, that one thing that's important for our people to get is that the revolution needs to be financed. That you can't sort of say fight the power, on one hand, and then not have an economic plan, with the other. If you have no economic plan, it seems that you're submitting yourself to the, to the will of the people that actually control the resources. So that ability to access those resources and use them toward a a productive purpose is an important part of just sort of not just being Black in America, but for any human being, particularly in a capitalist society. Is that kind of what you're saying?
I'm saying that exactly. And sometimes I use an old kind of fairy tale story. I don't know if you remember the story of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was a guy who drank some rum and ended up in the Catskills, and he fell asleep for 20 years. When he finished, he came back down into the village, and he saw the tavern, and it said George's Tavern. So he walks into the tavern, and he lifts his glass and says, "Long live King George." Well, he was immediately arrested for treason, because the George that the tavern was referring to was George Washington. He had slept through a revolution.
Wow.
And so I want us not to be Rip Van Winkles. I don't want us to sleep through this technology revolution that's taking place. It's pregnant with business opportunities, and almost anything that is traditional. I mean, look, we're seeing it all over the place. Automobiles are going to go straight to electric automobiles at some point. In California, I think it's within the next 5 or 10 years that only electric cars can be sold. So there's all types of questions that surrounds that in terms of business opportunities. The folks are busy creating a lot of changes. Let's talk about healthcare, for example. When somebody dies, usually you pass because one of your organs breaks down and fails to function. Well, with 3D printing and an understanding of your DNA, your cellular makeup, a 3D printer can reproduce that organ. And in the future, it'll be take this one out, plug this one in. And people will live probably well into their 150s, 140s. That's my futuristic opinion. Now, that means that there's still going to be a need for housing, food, a lot of the basics that folks are going to have, entertainment, recreation. Those are still businesses that are going to exist. But at the same time, I see this emerging concept that I call the Robo Sapien. You've got the Homo sapien. This is going to be a Robo Sapien, and that's similar to the concept that there are going to be types of chips that's going to have the type of data that's going to provide you with infinite knowledge, and that chip might be the size of a grain of salt. I'm sorry, a grain of rice, and it can be placed in your brain, and then you'll have this data that's going to be similar to the data that you have in your cell phone, and everybody has one. You know how it's almost infinite data? Well, imagine being able to have that in your own brain. Now, high, back in the day, those were called cyborgs, and maybe they still will be. But the question is, will we become a different kind of species, a robo sapien? And when that happens, what's going to be the case when you have this interesting capability in your brain, and suddenly a brain hacker comes along and controls you in some kind of strange and weird way. Well, I hope what I'm doing now is I'm disrupting everyone's mind and life, because without a form of disruption, we continue to do the same things over and over. And that's not going to be how we will be able to survive and become good capitalists and entrepreneurs in the future. We have to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we have to figure out where will we fit in. Now, I had a great example. I was speaking to a group the other day, and I was talking about how I can hand my 2 or 3 year old grandson my phone, and he can show me how to operate it within moments. Young people are so capable. And so one young man stood up and said, "Yeah, well, my niece, I was trying to get Netflix on, and I just couldn't figure it out. So his 5-year-old niece grabbed the phone, pushed a button, and said, 'Turn on Netflix,' and it came on." And I think everybody who's watching knows that these young kids live in front of their iPads and their phones, and they have sporting games. Esports is going to be so popular one day. I predict that esports will be an Olympic sport. It'll also be involved in gamification, and you'll probably see it at casinos. Caesars will have its team, and others will bring in their teams. People like, I understand, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and some of the high-end rappers all have esports teams. When I see parents trying to restrict the creativity of a baby, it bothers me, because a baby explores and touches, and you want to keep them safe, but at the same time you don't want to block them trying to learn and be creative in their own ways, because that becomes a tool that will move them into adulthood and put them in a very interesting position to be successful in this world of technology that's emerging.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'll tell you, it's interesting talking to you, because I think it always makes me think about whether or not, or various ways that we as a community can really get ahead of the curve, in terms of building a better Black man, building a better Black woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit, I've never been really excited about the idea of trying to achieve equality with anybody. I want to win. I want to
Exactly.
see us way ahead. I don't think the Chinese government's trying to be equal to the Americans. They're trying to compete. And so so when I look at a guy like yourself, and I met your son, he's such an intelligent young man, and I have so much respect for your family.
Thank
What
you.
it says to me is that the blueprint is out there. We've got the blueprints. We've got these blueprints everywhere. And one of the reasons why I'm really happy that you joined me today is because it seems to me that um, until we gain control of various systems, whether it's media or education, where we're deciding which blueprints are being presented to the masses, that we're going to always have this problem where it's harder for me to turn on TV and see Michael V. Roberts than it is for me to see maybe a rapper who is literally creating his own deathbed right in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of there's this interest in just this crazy fork in the life of a Black man, where on one hand you've got the men where you see them and you say, way to go, this is great, good job, brother, great family, great situation. And then you got the other stuff, and I'm not putting down anybody with this, but I really think it's I don't think it's an accident that we seem to see a lot of the other stuff. But
Right.
when I tell them about a Michael V. Roberts, they're like, oh, that doesn't exist. That's not what Black men do. How does that feel for you? How was that for you and your brother, to be given such an extraordinary upbringing where you were raised to be intelligent and accountable and all these other things that you have, when you're kind of surrounded by people who maybe weren't raised the same way? What was that like for you?
Well, it's a good question. It puts you into a immediate teaching mindset, because you can either walk away and just ignore. Of course, and there are some people you're better off just doing that with, or you can reach out and help uh, change the mindset so that they understand, subjects like I wrote in my book, how to handle a predicament. Uh, it's you can't reach everybody, but I feel that everybody has a book inside of them, and they should write it, because they have stories that they should be able to share with their family and others. And I really believe we have to leave a legacy that does that. Now, I will tell you that regardless of all the money we've made and all the businesses we've built, uh, all four of my kids went to college and law school. Same with my brother. Uh, his two sons went to law school. One is now a state senator in Missouri, uh, and his daughter got a master's degree. Uh, so I always tell people, don't judge us on the millions or hundreds of millions we may have made, but judge us on how we raised our babies. And are our kids committed to the community as our kids are, to be able to give back so that we can be able to create generational wealth that's sustainable. Because too frequently, if you have generational wealth, after about the second or third generation, it dissipates. So it's also, how do you raise your children to value the importance, yes, of course, of education, but they value the importance of a dollar. And how does that work? And how do you understand saving as well as investing? And is investing really a form of saving? Well, the answer is yes, it is. So, you come with all of there's no do-it-yourself kit, certainly. But, I like the idea of being able to set myself out. My brother does the same thing. My kids are doing the same thing as examples. Because, like I told you, for 10 years, I lived 2 blocks from the projects. So as I tell people all the time, boys, don't let the light skin fool you. I got plenty of street cred.
Well, I got a light skinned wife who also goes through that, that perception of light skin privilege, and they don't know she grew up in Gary, Indiana. At the time she was there, it was the murder capital of the United States. And so it's kind of hilarious that somehow we think that light skin, means more than what it doesn't mean anything. It's
right.
So I got a light skinned father who has actually killed people. So it's kind of a funny thing.
There you go. Interesting.
Well, I'll tell you, I know you're a busy man, I'll ask you one more question, then let you go. But I'll say this, everybody, if you could say something in the chat, give a digital thank you to this brother for the great work that he's doing, the great example that he's setting, and the great lessons that we can learn. I want to just tell everybody, these are your teachers. You don't need to go to school to get your teachers. Your teachers are right here in the community. And these are the people that I look to. I look to yourself, other guys that I just respect so much. George C. Frazier, you and I both know George and love him to death, and or love him to life, and just quite a few others. Dr. Claude Anderson, Kenny Gamble, Minister Farrakhan. I've sat with him a few times, and it's one of those things where, for me, as a black man, I always felt like I needed to look around and find pieces of people that could help me build the kind of man that I wanted to be. I would turn on the TV and I didn't see, I'd see stuff and I'd say, no, I don't want to do that, because I'll end up dead. If I do that, I'll end up in prison.
Right.
I don't want these babies' mamas. I want to have a good life. I don't want to be stressed out. And so I hope everybody watching, will give me a verbal confirmation in the chat that you'll share this interview and introduce your children to people like Michael V. Roberts. And I hope you'll allow me to just say this, Dr. Roberts, because I really, I'm feeling passionate about this. This man, this is Black history. This is your Black history. Your Black history is not the stuff they teach you in school. Sure, we know about the historical figures and all that, but you need to pick your own heroes. And these are the people that you need to bring to your children. And in fact, I might get beat up for even saying this, but back in the day, before Dr. Ben Carson became the political figure that he is now, my mother knew him as this extraordinary surgeon who was making history with the work he was doing. And my mother used to tell me stories about Dr. Carson when I was a kid, because he was, he was born to a young single mother like me. Me and my mother were born in the projects. She was 16 years old when she got pregnant. She did marry my stepfather, about 4 years later, but still, and what it did was it made me say, okay, this is where I want to go. Education is the key. That's how, hard work, success, accountability, all these things. So again, I know the politics of Dr. Carson have kind of confused things, and we can debate that, but But I really think as a community, we have to pick our heroes, latch on to them, and then take it upon ourselves to promote these individuals to our children. Like your school, your public school will probably never teach you about Marcus Garvey. They'll never teach you about A.G. Gaston. They'll never teach you about Michael V. Roberts, but that's okay because that's our job. So Dr. Roberts, I'll give the floor to you for the last question. So what's next? Tell me about. Okay, so you come into the convention. Everybody watching, if you come to the All Black National Convention, you can meet Dr. Roberts right up close and personal. He's a cool guy. He'll be around. You can shake his hand. You can talk to him and everything else. Tell me about some of the work you're doing. Particularly in Ghana. You and I went to Ghana a couple years right before the pandemic. It was a transformative experience. What's sort of next for you? Maybe you can start in Ghana if you want to.
Well, let me just say I was with a number of kings last night, where I received the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, and with me, who also received that from President Biden, was George Frazier, who, of course, you just named. And, my dear friends, the Minister Louis Farrakhan, who's stayed at my house in the Bahamas, I've dined at his home. I was one of the largest organizers in St. Louis for the Million Man March. So notwithstanding, being able to take 3 companies public or being involved with taking 3 companies public, ringing the bell at Wall Street that people ring every morning. I was there, my brother and I, when we were involved with one of the companies that we took public. So there's nothing wrong with being able to have this expansive life concept. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, where I would receive the highest award that could be given by a fraternity to a brother, the Laurel Wreath. I'm a 33rd degree Mason. My point is, there's a variety of things that we can be diverse. You see, and so as you look at reaching across the pond to our motherland of Africa, we got to recognize that it is the wealthiest continent on the face of the earth, and yet it's the poorest. And that's because, the materials, the valuables, the gold, the diamonds, the bauxite, the cocoa that's going all over the world is coming from Africa. If you look at cocoa, for example, there's about $5 billion worth of cocoa that leaves Africa, mostly the Congo, and yet it's $100 billion business, but only 5 stays in Africa. So what does that say? That tells you that maybe what we need to do is go over and look at processing companies, so that it's processed in the country that it's harvested from, which will create jobs and create commerce and begin to place those of us in the diaspora to be able to go back home. As you know, they installed me as a king in Ghana, in the Adat region. You were part of the Kuba Kante family. And so, but you don't have to call me Your Majesty. But
I don't mind.
but the thing is, over here we may not really grasp the significance of being a paramount chief or a king and what that really means. And as you experienced, once you are exalted and you're part of the family, everywhere you go in Africa, it's all Black folks, and and everybody is respectful of each other. Now, when you look at television and you see the things that you were describing a moment ago, it's because, and I own TV stations, but I wouldn't let this happen to mine. The in the newsroom, the phrase is, if it bleeds, it leads. If it bleeds, it leads. So if somebody's bleeding and hurt, that's the lead story. It's, and instead of it being some great and wonderful stories about family members and folks helping people on a regular basis, it's just they've indoctrinated people to the point where they're wondering, well, what happened? What happened in last night? what happened over in the morning. I mean, etc. I'm not here to try to, change something like that, because that's products that are sold on TV stations. They require certain numbers of eyeballs watching certain stations at certain times, certain shows. I remember when we did a pilot for my family that was going to be a reality show. And what we were going to do is we were going to show the kids in school, the grandkids being born and coming up. We were going to show the whole lifestyle that created, who we are. And it was rejected because it didn't have enough drama in it. They needed people, fighting and cursing and acting ignorant. And I'm serious. Think about it. What reality shows do you see that portrays African Americans in a positive light? But what they don't understand, in the business world, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of nail biting. There's a lot of questions as to, should I go this way or that way? We were going to create our own Shark Tank type approach. We're going to where we would evaluate black businesses, small businesses coming to see us that we could potentially fund and help grow and provide services. I mean, and there's drama in these things, good, solid, nail-biting drama in the business world. But that's not what they, that wasn't what Hollywood wanted. They claim they did later on, but you still don't see it. This, the housewives and all these things. I mean, those are all drama-based, slutty activities, and that's how they want to continue to betray our people. So that's why we have to have shows like yours, which is a counterbalance to those kinds of that type of programming. And so I again applaud you for that. Now, I did write another book. It just came out, and it's a novel, and it's called A President's Secret. And it relates directly to activities that took place in London, the United States, Afghanistan, and Africa, and the Bahamas. So it's called A President's Secret, the Royal Bloodline, and it's out in all the bookstores, but they'll have to order it for you. It's by Michael B. Roberts. So that's going to be a whole. People say, "Well, how did you do? How can you go write a novel after all the other business stuff?" I said it took about 15 years, but it's interesting and people are liking it. And I wrote it to be like a trilogy, and it could potentially be a movie. I'm told people are saying that now. So
wow,
let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here, and I'm gonna try to see if I can share my screen so everybody can kind of see it and know what to look for on Amazon. But yeah, so here's the book, A President's Secret, A Royal Bloodline. You can actually read a portion of it. It looks like on Amazon, and the price is only $4 on Kindle, $16.73 hardcover, $11.64 paperback. And it looks like there's only 4 left in stock, so you better order soon. And so yeah, I think that's pretty awesome, though. I think I envy you novel writers. I don't have that kind of skill. It takes a lot of imagination and intelligence. So congratulations on that.
Well, yeah, thank you. But it takes patience. You got really and actually, one of the better places is to buy it is from authorhouse.com.
Authorhouse.com. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put that URL on the screen.
Authorhouse.com, one word, and then go to store, and you can buy all my books there because I'm self-published.
Very nice. That's the best way to do it. Is that right? Authorhouse.com.
Yes, and It's better that way because I make more money that way. Amazon takes a bigger cut.
Yes, they do. Yeah. All my books are on Amazon, but I don't really send people to Amazon. I let them get their own traffic, and then If you buy it directly, like even with Claude Anderson's book, same thing. Go to straight to powernomics.com. So and I think that people listening, just for the record, self-publishing is kind of the way to go. Don't sit around waiting for somebody to give you a book deal. Just publish it yourself, and you can get good distribution and all that stuff. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Roberts, for joining us today. Man, it is always a pleasure to talk to you. And I wish you the very best on your trip this week. I know you're headed to Africa, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of that.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I'm here at the Congressional Black Caucus weekend in Washington. Right. As I said, I received the award last night, and so I'll be partying the rest of the weekend until I get aboard a plane for Ghana.
All right. All right. Well, you have a good time. And by the way, everybody, Dr. Roberts is going to join us at the All Black National Convention, which is in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. I know a lot of you are coming. Don't forget that October 7th is the last day to get your discounted hotel room. After that, you got to pay full price, and the downtown Sheraton's a nice place. So the full rate is a lot higher than the discount rate. So you may want to go ahead and lock your tickets in and everything else. There's a URL on the screen. And not only will Dr. Roberts join us, but we got a lot of other great people there. Everybody from Rizza Islam to the chairman of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller, is going to join us and talk about how he made that company into what it is now. And just a bunch of other great people. And if you really want to hang out with a lot of other people who think the way we think, that's the place to be. So I look forward to seeing everybody in Charlotte, and I look forward to seeing you as well, brother. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it, and keep up the good work. We need you. We need you, and we need your voice.
Well, vice versa. So everybody, don't forget, go to authorhouse.com and take a look at Dr. Roberts' books, and let's support each other. And everybody give him a digital thank you, digital round of applause. Congratulations on your awards and everything else. And you guys have a wonderful day, and we will see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Great interview. Record, man. What's your name, bro?
Marlon Jackson.
Marlon Jackson. Just like the Dites from the Jackson 5.
That's like Marlon Jackson. I was here first.
Oh, okay. You were here
first. Named after him.
And you said you're 62 years young.
And I never had a job. I just go live where there's an economy.
Wow.
As consumers are, that's what you need if you have a product or service, someone who can buy it.
So you weren't looking for a check or a job. Yeah. You was looking for a consumer.
I'm looking for some money.
All right. So, and you learned at an early age that you don't need a job to get money.
Well, I saw my dad, who was a strong Leo man, worked at the steel mill. And what happened was they laid everybody off when the Vietnam War went over, and all these men became punks and weak, and the women were taking care of them. And I said to myself, man, I'm not going to give nobody a chance to fire me.
Wow.
And I'm not going to do it because it broke my heart to see my dad, become this, because all he knew was steal. He didn't know anything. They didn't train him to do anything else. And he died early at 55. I mean, it really, that's when the wino got started, because all these guys who got laid off would just sit around drinking wine and playing checkers, and you know what I'm saying?
Right. Wow.
And just giving up on life because they didn't know what else to do.
Wow. So for you, being an entrepreneur wasn't just about money; it was about preserving your manhood.
Yeah, man. I'm not a good man. I can't work for nobody.
I love it.
I can't have a boss.
All right, man. I love it.
My kids got something to do. I want to go see it. I don't need to go to nobody to ask for permission.
Right on. So did you feel like the majority of the men have that mindset? Do you think it's the opposite, that the majority?
Well, I think we mess our little man up because we tell them to get a job, we tell them they need to work, and those are slave terms. We need to tell our young kids, you need to make some money. And so their minds will open up and they can start innovating, because it's hard to get a job when 10 million people are applying for the same job. And we do these to our kids, man, and these kids almost like, I'd rather go smoke some weed.
Wow.
Than try to compete with a bunch of everybody with applications standing in line for 2 or 3 days, you know what I mean? And they could have been using that same time to go out here and wash windows or clean cars. I know a guy at the car wash up here makes $400 a day. He just sits out there. People come consumers who don't want to clean their own car.
Wow.
And he makes about $20 a car, and he's making $400 a day. He don't have no overhead, but you just got to make money so that we can free our mind.
Wow.
Because work and job are slave words. That's what slaves do.
Wow, man, you preaching. It's funny. Did you catch the speech I gave?
No, I didn't.
That's what's funny. You didn't hear the speech. I was talking about this, but you didn't hear preaching.
I know Ron. I'm his personal assistant. So
okay.
Ron's from Oakland. I'm from Philly. I'm Malcolm X. He's Black Panther.
Wow.
So we get it,
man.
We're just trying to get everybody else to get it.
Well, you preaching to me, man, and I learned a lot of my manhood from the big brothers like yourself that teach me what manhood really looks like. We don't.
If you don't mind,
please.
I do taxes, and the people who work for all these years, man, by the time they get retired, they're so beat up from working all them years, and they ain't making as much money, and they're like the slave that you said you're free now. And then you tell the retired person you're free now, you ain't gotta work no more. And they gotta figure out what to do with 10 hours a day.
Wow. And
that ain't easy.
And no skill in terms of how to make their own money.
How to do something else.
Wow, man.
Then they end up working at Walmart.
All right, but I'm gonna let you get that call, man.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Come on in. Welcome. So good to see everybody. Let me go in and hit the chat button so I can let you guys come into the chat. For some reason, Zoom doesn't open the chat. I have to open it manually. How's everybody doing tonight? So good to see you. Welcome. I'm gonna change your life tonight. I promise you. You guys know I know how to do it, and I'm going to do it. It's going to be extraordinary. You're going to walk out of here a different person. And if you could say something in the chat, let me know what city you're from. I see Tanya and Keith Bird and Barbara from Fayetteville. Let's see, Alfonso from Birmingham, Anita from Phoenix, Delisha from NYC, Glenn Ford from Dallas, Tanya from Phoenix, Carlene from Duval. Is that Duval, Texas? Or let's see here, Leslie from Ohio, Michelle out of Atlanta, Misha out of Milwaukee, Sky out of Charlotte. Let's see, Roxanne, Apex, Marlon out of Houston, H-Town, very nice. Jonathan, LA. I'm going to Los Angeles tomorrow. Becky, Detroit. Lorna from New York City, one of my favorite places. And Eunice says, I cannot wait. I'm in Ohio. Well, I'm in Ohio State, Buckeye Eunice, so I love you already. All right, so welcome everybody. And I'm not going to waste a lot of your time at all. I'm not going to waste any time tonight. I'm actually going to invest this time into offering you some information that I believe is going to elevate you in every single way. I think that this is really exciting. This is actually some pretty deep revolutionary stuff that we're able to do in the Black Business School. We're really proud of our faculty. We're really proud of what we're able to do for the community. Now, in case you want to know what we're trying to do here in the Black Business School, we are trying to create an HBCU. We believe that HBCUs can be created without the need for government funding. We believe HBCUs can be created without the need for excessive corporate sponsorship. We believe that HBCUs can be created with a fraction of the cost without the student loans and everything else. And the Black Business School has done it. We have done it. We have excellent faculty, PhDs, attorneys, therapists, all kinds of people. We even have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we are digging deep into cutting edge research on money mindset, everything from financial anxiety to the ability to work together as a group so you can build wealth together as a group. The Powernomics philosophy is all about groupism and group work. And so we are not capitalists because in fact, our economic philosophy is probably more socialist communist, but it's not really labeled. You can't label it because we end up being able to make as much wealth as a capitalist would. But we do it in a way that is ethical, right? Because capitalism is unfortunately very harmful. Capitalism is the reason that your healthcare system is so bad. Capitalism is the reason that they sell you fast food that is going to kill you. Give me a yes in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Capitalism is the reason that that we have a lot of problems in our society. So we don't want to be capitalists up in here, but we also don't need to walk away from money as if wealth does not matter. We are here to build a strong community by building strong individuals and building strong families We educate our kids on wealth at the age of 6 so that they'll be ready to dominate when they are 26. We don't wait until the last minute. We don't react. We are proactive. That is the philosophy we have in the Black Business School, and that's why we're the best on earth at what we do. So anyway, let me hop in and just tell you guys that I'm about to start. I'm about to pull some slides up, and we're just going to get going, man, because I'm really excited about this discussion we're going to have, and I want to introduce you to a methodology that I think is one that is life-changing. It's not just something that I talk about from a theoretical standpoint. It is something that I practice. And from a personal, practical standpoint, it's something that I do in my own life. This is how I make my money. This is actually how I make my income, the bulk of my income. And so I'm going to share some of this with you and introduce you to some ideas that you may not have seen before. Some of you maybe have seen it. Some of you haven't. Well, let me just tell you why I'm super excited about it. All right, so let's jump in here. So I want to talk to you guys about how to make money without working. That's something that that we as Black people, I don't think we get exposed to very often. But one thing you should understand is that the majority of the wealthy Americans in this country that are making lots of money, they don't get up and go to work every day. They don't do 9 to 5s. They don't have a boss. They don't report to somebody. In America right now, to be in the top 1% of all income earners, you have to make about a little more than $500,000 a year. That's what I just saw. That was the last piece of data I just saw today. So you have to make $500,000 a year to be in the top 1%. A lot of those top 1%, they don't get up and go to work every day. They don't just have good jobs. They have good investments. And so I'm going to introduce you to an investing model that I use that I apply from the PhD that I have. I got my PhD at The Ohio State University. And these are some things that I put together based on what I understand about financial markets and how money can be extracted from financial markets. And I did this because I love my wife and I love my kids and I want to leave a legacy for my family. So here's, so why are you here? Well, the first reason that you're here is because you want to learn how to generate passive streams of income using stock options. That's the goal for today. We're going to talk about how to generate not just income, but passive streams of income. Passive means you're just chilling. You're not really doing anything. The money's just coming in. And stock options is something that you may have heard people talk about in the media, but they talk about it wrong. They introduce it wrong. People are applying it wrong. And I'm going to explain that in a second as we move forward. Next, you want to level up your life. Give me a yes in the chat if you want to level up. Everybody in here that wants to level up, that's doing things to put yourself in a better position, where you want to level up your kids, you want to level up yourself, you want to level up your spouse, you want to level up your situation, whatever that situation may be. I don't care if you're at the very top. They say, Michael Jordan said in his book that when you stop growing, you start dying, and none of y'all did. Y'all are 100% alive and growing and thriving and pushing and striving, and I commend you for that. You're also here because you want to invest in a way that's safe and affordable and impactful on your family finances. A lot of investing happened during the pandemic, and a lot of that investing was very bad. That investing led to a lot of people losing money. They saw this when the stock market started to crash and crazy things started to happen. And a lot of people were investing in weird crypto schemes and whatever. And I feel bad for those people because they didn't understand that what goes up can come down. And a lot of things that went up did go down. And so you want to invest in a way that is safe, affordable, and impactful. Also, what else might you want to do? Well, you might also want to leave a legacy of generational wealth. How many of you want to leave something behind? I hope that you're in this category. We're all about legacy. Part of my legacy personally is going to be the Black Business School. I want to let you guys know when I die, I will leave millions of dollars to the board of trustees at the Black Business School, and I will give them specific mandates in terms of what our core mission is. And I want to be the founder of a university. The same way John Harvard started Harvard University 200 or 300 years ago, I'm starting the Black Business School now. And I told him, I said, I just give me a little statue in front of the building and just kind of don't forget that I was here and build on what we started. Because if you don't leave that legacy, then everybody after you is going to have to start all over again. So we're all about legacy. We're all about institution building. We're all about power. We're all about seeing that family as an institutional piece. Even if you don't have kids, that doesn't mean you can't be a parent. Even if you don't have a biological family you can work with, that doesn't mean you can't have an economic family. If you don't have a family and you're here by yourself, that's okay. We're your family. I got you. Like when I see you at the convention, I'll give you a hug because I got you. We are family up in here because I know that not everybody thinks the way that we do. And I want to encourage you in your desire to build a legacy for the people you love. All right. So here are some lies that I was told as a child. These were things that somebody told me that just were not true. A lot of economic lies are given to you when you're a kid, and these are lies that keep you broke. These are lies that keep you in the struggle. These are lies that keep us stuck on generational curses. And one of the lies that I got, tell me if you ever heard this one, that everybody has to get a job. Did you grow up kind of thinking, like when you told somebody you wanted to make money, maybe your parents, and they didn't mean to curse you like this. They didn't know what they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that they were doing this to you. But how many of you heard like, okay, when you want to make some money, well, you better get a job. Get a good job, boy. You better grow up and get a job. Get a job, right? I heard that too. I heard that a lot, that you have to get a job. And I will tell you this, I don't teach that to my kids. And I don't say you have to get a job. I say you have to pay the bills, right? That's what I say. You have to find a way to pay the bills. So if I give you a head start and I pay some bills in advance for you, then you can go your whole life and not have to even pay the bills. You know, you definitely got to go to work. So this idea that everybody has to get a job, that is a false idea. That is a lie. That is a myth. That is something that we were told maybe because we were slaves, or also because America is a capitalist society where they convince a segment of the population that you got to go to work in order to pay your bills. That is not true. Also, how many of you heard this? If you don't work, you don't eat. Like, boy, if you don't work, you don't eat. Anybody heard that? If you don't work, you don't eat. Okay, so that is not true either. You know, now work is important, you know, when it comes to building things. Like I work to build the institution. I work to, you know, do things with my family. I work to write books and stuff like that. You know, you guys know my new book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I had to work to write that book. But this idea that you have to work in order to eat, that's simply not true. As I mentioned to you guys, most of the people that make the most money in this country are the ones who work the least. What they focus on doing, unfortunately, some of them, is they focus on getting other people to do the work for them. I heard a billionaire who said this once, and he said that the secret to being a billionaire is not how hard you work. The secret to being a billionaire is how hard you get other people to work. Okay, so if that statement, if you don't work, you don't eat, that is simply not true. Don't believe that anymore. You have to work if you don't have any capital or you don't have any money. But if you have capital, money, you don't have to work in order to eat, and you can eat well by making certain moves. The third myth, let me know if you've heard this one. You have to have money in order to make money. If you ain't got money, you can't make money. Anybody ever heard that? You got to have money to make money, right? Anybody heard that one? Well, that's a common myth too. A lot of people say that, and I can see where people are tempted to say that, right? Because it does seem that it's easier to make money when you have money, and that is true. If you have money, it is easier to make money. If you know, unless you blow it, you know, if you do something crazy with your money. But you know, you don't actually have to have money in order to make money. That's not true. That part's not true. Money is one type of capital. What you really have to have is you have to have capital in order to make money. What is capital? Well, capital is anything of value that you can extract wealth from. So that means you can make money from stocks. You can make money from your real estate. You can make money from your human capital, your time and energy. There are plenty of people out here that have no money that are able to make plenty of money because they have something that other people want. They have something of value that they can sell, offer to the world, that ends up helping them make money. This is why one of the mandates in the Black Business School that we ask you to pursue is to make sure that every Black child in your sphere of influence knows how to start a business by the age of 12. Because if they know how to sell something and they can see value and see wealth and see capital, they don't have to have money in order to make money. They know where the capital is and they can convert that capital into money. So this idea that you have to have money in order to make money, that is not true. That is absolutely false. Do not let anybody ever tell you that, because that is not true. All right, so what is a stock option? Let's talk about stock options. But first, before we talk about that, I want to ask you guys about, some of you have been studying in the Black Business School in some of our stock options programs, but it never hurts to kind of refresh your thinking on some of this. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat, how many of you know what it means to have options? How many of you know what it feels like? Give me a yes if you if I say, oh, you know, he's got plenty of options. Do you know what I mean when I say that? How many of you know what it means to have options? Give me a yes in the chat. And I want you to think about what that feels like. You have options, you can do a lot of stuff. You feel wealthier. You may not even have any more money, but you got options. Like if you're dating, like you're a pretty girl and 10 guys are trying to talk to you, you got options. That feels pretty good, right? Now I want you to think about how you feel when you don't have options. Well, that sucks. It's kind of like slavery. You know, that's what slavery is. Slavery is being stuck in a world without options. A lot of us become slaves to corporate America and have to go to jobs that we hate because we don't have options. If we had options, we would pursue those options, but we don't have any options. So we're stuck doing whatever Master tells us to do, right? So ultimately, from a psychological standpoint, you guys know we've done a lot of research in our Black Financial Therapy department on financial anxiety, financial depression, things like that. And one of the things that we found is that people who don't have options are more depressed. And this is simple and it's true. Right. So if you want your kids to be happier, which I think is an important goal for kids, that's a nice goal. They're not going to fight you. If you tell your child to be a doctor or a lawyer, they might just rebel just because kids are rebellious. But if you say, I want you to be happy, they're not going to fight that. Who would get mad at you for saying, I just want you to be happy? Right. But then you have to define what happiness looks like. Right. So that's the thing. You got to define what happiness looks like. And one thing that they would agree on, even if your child is 7, is they'll understand that you're happier when you have plenty of options, right? Well, son, how do you get options? Well, education gives you options. Investing gives you options. Being financially secure gives you options. Being intelligent gives you options. Do you understand? So you can guide them in the direction you want them to go without telling them what you want them to do, right? So ultimately, we all know what it feels like to have options. Now, so stock options are basically one type of option that's out there. It's a financial version of the concept of options. So you already understand what a stock option is. I just need to kind of nail down the financial theory so you kind of understand exactly what it is from a financial standpoint. So an option, to use the more technical definition, is it's an obligation, it's the right to do something, but not the obligation to do it, right? So that means you can do it, but you don't have to do it. So for example, right now, I have the option of jumping out my window if I want to. But I'm not going to do that. You know why I'm not going to exercise that option? Because it's 23 degrees outside. Me and my wife went running today, and it is freezing out there. I mean, my butt was so cold when I came back. My hands were so cold. It took me a while to even warm up on the keyboard, right? So an option is something that I could do, but it doesn't have much value to me right now to have that option because, I don't want to jump out the window. But what if conditions change? What if the house caught on fire? Right. And I was locked in the basement and the whole outside of my office was on fire. Well, then suddenly that option to jump out the window becomes very valuable to me. I would pay money for the option, the right, but not the obligation to jump out that window. Right. Because now the option means something because I need to exercise that option. You understand? So a financial option is kind of the same way. It is the right to do something, but you don't actually have to do it. It's not the obligation. So, for example, with a stock option, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. And I can buy it at a certain price. I can buy it for $65. Now, the price may not be $65 yet, so I may not exercise that option. Why would I buy a $65 stock from you when I can buy it on the market for $58? Right. So if the stock price is below the price that I've agreed that I could buy it from you for, then I'm not going to pay that. But what if the stock goes way up? Suddenly the stock goes to $150. Well, then suddenly that option to buy it at 65 is a very valuable option. Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes. Let's stop right there and just sort of focus on that definition and give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying, what that means to have a stock option. Let me see. I'm going to look at your responses here in the chat just to make sure we're moving and grooving together. Okay, good. And I get excited. When I get excited, I talk a little bit fast, and I hope that's okay. But this stuff really does excite me. I'm not pretending. Okay. All right. So we know what it means to have an option. We know what it means to have an option when it comes to stock. It's the right to do something, but you don't actually have to do it. Well, every option has a buyer and a seller. Right. So a lot of times, for example, this might happen in Hollywood. Like, let's say Shonda Rhimes writes a new script, and that script is for a new movie. A Hollywood studio may come along and say, look, we don't want to buy your script from you, but we want an option on your script. So what they then might say is, we're going to sign a contract with you where we have the right to buy your script anytime in the next 5 years for $2 million. That means you can't sell this script to anyone else without going through us for the next 5 years. And so suddenly if you become the most popular thing in the world, or your script becomes really valuable, it doesn't matter because we have the option to buy it from you for $2 million. So every option has a buyer and a seller. The buyer gives up money to get someone else's option, right? The seller is receiving money, but they're giving something up. Right. So Shonda Rhimes receives money to give up the right. She gives up her right to sell the script to anybody. She can't sell it to anybody now because she's committed to the person who holds the option. And she cannot sell to anyone else until that option either expires or she maybe buys it back and says, here's your money. I want my freedom back. I want to be able to sell it to someone else. Right. So when you sell an option, you're kind of giving something away, but you also receive cash, because you've given away your right to do certain things, right? So every stock option has a buyer and a seller. And the thing is that there's a massive, massive market of people buying and selling options every day. The market is huge. There's 40 million options contracts traded every day. And basically, it's a bunch of people that are just kind of gambling on what a stock price is going to be. So, for example, if a stock price is trading at 50, there will be people that will say, hey, I'll sell you the option to buy my stock at 53 by next Friday, but you got to pay me $1.50 per share to have that option. That means that anybody who buys that option can buy your stock from you for $53. If the stock price goes above 53, then it's a great option. If it doesn't go above 53, then it's not a good option. Right? So this is a massive market. This was one of the biggest drivers of economic activity all throughout the entire pandemic. When the pandemic occurred, there were tons and tons, millions and millions of people that were buying options on stock, because what options did was it allowed them to pay small amounts of money to get in on the game, to get in on the action. Right? So that means you buy an option to, I pay $2 a share to buy an option on Amazon stock, which with a price, what they call a strike price. That's the price it has to go past before the option kicks in and becomes valuable. A strike price is slightly above the price that the stock is trading at. And if the stock goes above that price, then the value of my option goes up and I can do a quick flip. A lot of people were looking for those quick flips because it was almost like a type of financial crack. It was financial crack, because think about this. You can invest $3,000, and if things work out, you're making $10,000 or $15,000 off the $3,000 investment. That's pretty good. But for every yin, there is a yang. For every good thing, there's a bad thing. For every light, there's a dark. So the good side is, hey, if it works out, I win. I make all this money. The downside, though, is that if it doesn't work out, you lose everything. You can lose everything. Right? So options, a lot of people, millions of people were buying options largely because options are easy to understand and options can give you a quick flip. And a lot of people are looking for the quick flip because we live in a world where people seek out instant gratification. We live in a world where people are always looking for that easy money. We live in a world where people want to make money overnight. They want that fly by night. And I'm not in that category. I don't go chasing waterfalls. My cousin's in the group TLC, and she taught me a long time ago. She's T-Boss, Tiana Watkins. That's her name. Tiana Watkins and TLC, the greatest female group of all time, told me, don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. That's my point. And let me explain why. Let's keep going. So options are beautiful, and then before I actually explain why, let's talk about what options can do, though. Options kind of allow you to season your portfolio. So options, understanding options, is a critically important part of being a good investor. You have your stock. A lot of us know how to buy stock, but the options allow you to kind of calibrate your portfolio, like putting seasoning on food, right? So imagine food that is seasoned properly versus food that is bland, right? Food that's bland, it's not very interesting. Food that's seasoned is made just right for you, just the right amount of salt, just the right amount of pepper, right amount of cinnamon, paprika, whatever it is you want to season it with. Options allow you to do that. But the reason I don't buy a lot of stock options is because those who buy stock options typically do not make money. They don't make money. The people that were buying all those options during the pandemic, a lot of these 22-year-olds getting on Robinhood, overpaying for stock options on GameStop and AMC and all that, they were losing millions and millions of dollars. They were getting their butts kicked because they were on the buy side of that transaction. Now, the thing about this market is that it is what is called a zero-sum game. It's like a football game. If you watch the NFL playoffs, for every winner, there is a what? Answer in the chat. And for every loser, there is a winner. So if they're losing, if they're on the buy side of the deal, then what does that mean? Who's winning? You got the buyer and the seller. If the buyers are losing, then who's winning? The sellers, right? So I never came into this market looking to buy stock options. I come into the market to sell. I come into market to sell. I sell side. So that's what I did all through the pandemic. That's what I've been doing ever since. That's what I do to this day. I do it every single week. I sell stock options. And that has generated me hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what I do. Now, where can I add value? Well, because, having a PhD comes in handy. You know what to look for, what to watch out for. You know where the opportunities are. You know where the risks are, right? So here's the deal. In this transaction, in this big trade between the buyers of options and the sellers of options,
It's like going to a casino. It's like going to Vegas, right? So process this for a minute, right? If you're talking about a gambler going to a casino in the house, who always wins? Does the gambler typically win, or does the house win? The house always wins. The house eventually wins. Now, remember this, though. So if you know that the house always wins, then why would people go and gamble? Why would people even show up and gamble if you know that the house is going to win? Well, because every gambler doesn't lose. There's that 38, 40, 45% that might win something, right? So everybody's thinking I can be in that group, that small group of winners. But the house is always going to win. That's why companies like MGM make billions of dollars every year, because the house always wins on average, right? So in this trade between option buyers and option sellers, you got the gambler, which is the person buying the option. They're seeking to speculate. And then you've got the house, which is me. I'm selling the option because I already own the stock. And I say, hey, look, if you want to buy an option on my stock, you can. I want to be the house. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. So this is a specific type of trading strategy that's built more so for people that want to generate income, who don't need to be greedy, who are not trying to bet the whole farm, who just want to have a steady, consistent income that you can rely on, even when the stock market's going down. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling options on my stock, even when the stock market was going down, because I do not believe in being a greedy investor. So let's keep going. So here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a couple of things. One, I'm going to show you why selling stock options actually saved my real estate portfolio. My wife and I, we invest in all different areas, in real estate, stocks, everything in between. And I'm going to show you why my options actually saved my real estate portfolio. It was tough to make the income that we'd like to have on real estate, and stock options actually really came through in terms of providing cash flow that supported our real estate investments. Two, why selling stock options is easier than running a business. I've run many, many businesses, and I find that selling stock options is the easiest way to make money I've ever had in my life. Three, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. A lot of us buy stock, and it can be a little bit dull because you're sitting there waiting for the stock to go up. Well, what do you do when the stock takes 3 years to go up? What do you do when you have 2 years of negative returns in the stock market? You're just waiting. It's kind of dull, right? So let's keep going. So here's a house we bought. We went to this house in Atlanta, and we really loved it. It was a beautiful house, and we fell in love with it in a minute. And we bought it, and we thought we were going to use it, and then we realized we'd rather rent it out, and we did. So we made it into a rental property, and we have a nice lady that lives there, and she's an excellent tenant. And it's cool because the tenant, if you know anything about real estate, the tenant, kind of gives you enough rent money to cover the mortgage, and it's great, right? That's why I'm a big believer in the ownership of real estate. I love real estate. Real estate ownership is a very substantive sort of investment. It makes you feel good to own a piece of the earth. It's all that good stuff, right? Well, one day I got a phone call, and somebody sent me this picture. And this is a picture of the downstairs bathroom. The downstairs bathroom, apparently, because I'm a forgetful professor who's always working on doing other stuff, and I forgot to pay one of the bills. So the sump pump backed up because the electricity went out. And when the sump pump backed up, all the downstairs flooded. And next thing you know, we got all this destruction and mold in the basement. And so this bathroom had to be completely torn out and gutted and repaired. And the mold had to be cleaned out. And then I had to apologize and pay for the neighbor's damage because the water had leaked through to their place. And it was just terrible. And here's the thing. It wasn't so much just a matter of like the fact that we weren't making any money from the property at this point because all of our cash flow was going toward this repair. It was just the inconvenience of it all. It was a pain in the butt. I like real estate, but I don't know how much I enjoy being a landlord. I don't know. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know how much I enjoy like getting a call in the middle of the night because somebody's toilet broke or something flooded. I know you have property managers and stuff out there, but even talking to the property manager was draining, and so I like real estate, but I tend to be an investor in things like real estate investment trust rather than actually buying property because there's a lot that comes with it, a lot of time, a lot of attention, a lot of energy. It's not that it's bad though, but it's not optimal for me. And also it's not the best way to make money. And actually, I can even give you an example that shows this, but yeah. So this is what happened, and so one of the things I realized is that I real estate's nice, but it was actually the money I was making from stock options that kept flowing even when my real estate money stopped. Okay, so also in terms of businesses, I've run a lot of businesses, and I love running businesses. The problem with running a business is that you can't run a lot of them. Like after you sort of put your heart and soul into one or two businesses, you can't run like 10. And eventually you get tired. I don't know if anybody ever gets to the point where you're just tired of always working like nonstop all the time. Even when you're successful, you end up being successful and drained. And then you start getting maybe over the age of 40 and you're like, gosh, I don't really know if I want to just work until I die. And so that's the downside of being this independent entrepreneur is that first you work yourself out of a job and then you end up working harder as an entrepreneur than you did on your job, but you're happier because you're free, right? You got your freedom to make you feel better. And then maybe your business takes off. You learn strategy and delegation and technology, and it allows you to scale. But then even then you're tired, right? Because you kind of are like, gosh, I don't really know if I want to have to chain myself to a desk every day in order to get things done. So I was kind of working nonstop. And this wasn't bad. I still do it. I still like it, but I don't know if that's the best way for me to spend my time. I kind of want to hang out with my daughter because she had a choir recital yesterday, and I enjoy like doing stuff like that involves things other than working. So I learned that passive income is more enjoyable than active income because if you build your capital base, you can pursue passive income at a level that gives you as much money as you would if you were out working every day. So you don't have to torture yourself in order to make money. Next, here's the other thing about the stock market that's interesting. So the stock market has been the greatest place on earth to invest. One of the biggest things I'm super proud of right now is the fact that 58% of all Americans invest in the stock market. In the Black Business School, that number is 92%. Sorry, 91.87%. Let me be more precise. So let's clap for that because let me just tell you, that stock market participation, based on my research, is the number one variable that determines whether you're going to end up rich in this country or if you're going to end up struggling in this country. People that are missing out are really missing out. Really missing out. It's like you're trying to drive the car, but you haven't chosen to put the key in the ignition, or you're trying to drive your car 70 miles down the road, but you keep on getting on a horse. A horse can't go 70 miles an hour like a car. So if you want to go 70 miles an hour, you got to get you a car like everybody else. The stock market is that vehicle that drives people to wealth. The Black Business School students, those of you, I don't care if you have a nickel in your bank account, if you are among that group that has started investing in the stock market, I guarantee that within one generation, your family will have more wealth than 95% of the white people that you know. Right? So this racial wealth gap is largely driven by stock market participation. I put it right there. I put the little cursor right there on August 2009, because that was when a lot of Black folks got nervous and started selling their stock, and they lost trillions of dollars. Because you see what happened to the market right after that downturn. Everybody got scared when the market went down right there a little bit after 2008, after Obama got elected. But look at what the market did ever since. So if you could have held on, just kind of turned away, held your nose, bought more stock, then boom, you're killing it. You're making an insane amount of money, but you got to see the big picture. You can't get caught up in the small. I'm a big fan of the stock market. In case you haven't noticed, this is the number one key to wealth. But here's the thing. Sometimes you have times like this. That's red. Red is bad. Red means that it's raining outside, basically. It's like financial rain. It's not like making it rain like at the club where you have plenty of money. This is like making it rain like in a bad way. This is like toxic rain where money is being lost at a massive scale because stocks are going down. Major companies are going down. And sometimes this can last, this rain, these financial thunderstorms can last 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So here's the benefit of stock options. What I found that I loved is that stock options allow you to make money even when it rains, right? So even as the value of different stocks were going down, I was still making money by selling my options every week. You know why? Well, because I was selling options to people who thought that the market was going to go up. So the stock is at 60. They buy an option from me where, to buy it to them, where that gives them the right to buy it at 65, but the stock never hit 65. So they paid me for that option, and I'm like, okay, sure, I'll take your money, thank you. And then the stock doesn't go up to 65 by the expiration date. The clock runs out. Well, guess what? Then I can go back and sell that option again to somebody else. There's nothing unethical about it. Certainly nothing illegal about it. This is the way the game is played. You bet on something that never actually occurred. I am not a person that needs 10 birds in the bush. I just want one bird in the hand. I just like getting my consistent income and knowing that my money is coming every single week, no matter what. That is the beauty of selling options. You can sell options just like you sell shares of shoes, or excuse me, sell pairs of shoes, not shares of shoes, pairs of shoes. All right, so that's kind of what happened. So I found that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. So option selling is not for people that are super greedy. It's really for people that just want a consistent income. They want to have some money coming in, some extra cash flow coming in. And so for example, let me just actually stop sharing my screen for a minute, right? So let's say that I was selling options on a company like Ford. I'm going to open up my E-Trade account and kind of give you that example. Okay, so Ford is not necessarily the best company to sell options on. The options premiums are not necessarily the highest that are out there. I'm not particularly ecstatic about options on Ford stock. But imagine if I went and I picked Ford. Ford is not even in my portfolio. So for the students that are in the Prime program, I pick the stocks that I like the most. But Ford is just sort of this basic average run-of-the-mill investment, right? So let's go look at Ford, right? So if I was to look at Ford stock, the price of Ford stock right now is, let me see here. The price of Ford stock is $12.85. So everybody, if you got a piece of paper, write down $12.85, right? Now, if I wanted to buy an option right now, or not buy, I'm sorry, sell an option right now, today is the 26th. So let's say I go out to February 3rd, so about a week from now, I could sell an option that gives someone else the right to buy my stock for $13 by February 3rd, but they have to pay me for that option, right? Because if I own the stock myself, I get all that upside. That's all my upside. But if I sell the option at 13 with a strike of 13, that means that they can buy it at 13. I can't. So if the price goes to 16, that's their benefit. I don't get that. I sold that away. But what I did get was I got a bird in the hand. I'm not waiting and hoping that the price goes up because remember, stock prices don't always go up. I own the stock, and yes, you do. You're right, Curleen. You have to buy the stock first, right? So it's like owning a piece of land and renting the land to somebody else. So if I sell this call option for 40 cents a share, and let's say that I put up a little bit of money. Let's say I put down let's say I buy 1,000 shares for $13,000. Okay. So I have 1,000 shares. I can sell those shares for 40 cents a share. That means I make $400 a week, or approximately, let's say approximately $1,600 a month on this stock. $1,600 a month. Okay, now I want you to stick that in your mind. That's what I'm making if I own 1,000 shares of Ford. So if me and my family get together, save up $13,000, and we buy 1,000 shares of Ford and sell the options every week, we can make about 40 cents per share, which would go up, which would give us about $400 per week or $1,600 a month in additional income that we did not have before. And that income is ours no matter what the price does. Now, if the price goes up, we make a little bit more money, up to 13, but if it stays the same or goes down, it doesn't matter. We that's our money. Okay. Now, I want to compare this to a real estate investment. Now, somebody give me a price of a house. Let me ask you all this. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that maybe $390,000 is kind of a typical house price? What do you think the average home price in America is about? It's a little over $300,000. Somebody says $799,000, but let's go with $390,000. So we're really going with a cheap house, right? We're not really going with an expensive house, but let's do $390. The reason I'm going to do $390 is because it fits nicely with the mathematics of $13 a share. Okay, so let's say that I invested the same in Ford stock that it would cost me to buy a $390,000 house. Now, to give you a point of comparison, how much rent, let's say I did it as a real estate deal, how much rent do you think I could get on a $390,000 house? Anybody want to guess? What do you think? How much do you think I can get in rent? Okay, $2,800, $2,000, $2,500, $1,200, $3K per month, says Glenn. Okay, $3,000. Okay, so let's go with $3,000. $3,000 a month in rent. Okay, so I want you to write down and remember those two numbers for me. Okay, so I'm paying $390,000 for this home, and I'm getting $3,000 a month in rent. Got it? Everybody with me? Give me a yes in chat if you're following what I'm saying. I don't want to lose anybody. Okay, and I'm doing more. This is what you call arm waving. When I was teaching at Syracuse University, we call this arm waving when you don't actually have it on the screen. But this is something. This is to help me illustrate this point to you. Okay, so $390,000 house will make me $3,000 a month in rent. Pretty good. Nice income flow. Pretty good. All right, great, cool. All right. So now imagine if I took that same opportunity, instead of buying a $390,000 house, I bought some Ford stock. I bought $390,000 worth of Ford stock. So 1,000 shares would be $13,000. 10,000 shares would be $130,000. 30,000 shares would be $390K. You follow me? You follow the logic? So 30,000 times 13 is $390,000. So that's me taking the money from the house and putting it in Ford stock instead, and saying, instead of getting money from the house, I'm going to get the money from selling the options on Ford. I'm literally giving you game that will change your life. Okay. So 390. All right. So remember, how much was I able to sell that option for? The one that expires on February 3rd with a strike price of $13. It was 40 cents a share, right? Right? So let's calculate weekly income. 40 cents a share. Let's do the math here. Let's see what 40 cents a share is on 30,000 shares. So I got 30,000 shares of Ford stock, and I am making 40 cents a share. Hold on, let me do the math. Give me a second. Hold up. My calculator. Got to pull my calculator up. All right, so 40 cents a share, 30,000 shares. How much is that per week that I'm making? Glenn says $1,200. Sorry, Glenn, you're zero off. $12,000 a week. How much is that per month? If there's 4 weeks in a month, $48,000 a month. Now, how much were we making when we rented the property out again? I can't remember. What was that tiny little number again? What was it? 3,000? So do you understand why I'm yelling when I say this to you? Do you understand why this gets my heart racing and my blood pumping when I'm talking about this? And let me tell you a secret. Ford is not the best place you can actually generate income from your stock options. Ford is not even in my portfolio because I've got better stocks that are in my portfolio. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you understand the gravity of what I'm saying? Okay, so I really I really hope you guys will listen to me when I tell you that this is a great way to make money. So let me keep going, guys. Sorry, I'm acting a fool right now. So let me relax and stop being so immature. But honestly, I think immaturity is a little overrated. So this is, somebody said this is major in the chat. Yes, it is major. Yes, it's very major. And here's the other thing too. If I own the property, I got to keep up with all kinds of paperwork. I gotta get property insurance. I gotta deal with tenants and property managers and all these other things that come with real estate. I'm not saying real estate's bad though. I told you I own property. I like real estate largely because I can live in it and enjoy it while I also own it. So I'm not at all saying don't invest in real estate, because on top of that, you shouldn't have all your money in one place anyway. So you spread your money out. But this is how I make my money, because I can make this money sitting at home in the bed. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to talk to another person. I don't have to travel anywhere. I don't have to sign any paperwork. I don't do anything. I can literally get on my phone. Boop, boop, boop. This is what I do every week. Get on the phone, boop, 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 and type in and sell my options. And then I roll back over and cuddle with my beautiful wife and go right back to sleep. That is my Monday morning routine. Let me keep going. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. I hope you're getting what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you're really feeling and understanding that just how heavy this is. Okay, so here's my process. My process is very simple. It's straightforward, and this is kind of the overview in terms of how I get it done. I find my assets that are going to generate my income. I go through and I scour stocks to see how much income I can make from owning the stocks. I measure the ROI. And so basically I look and I say, how much do I have to invest to own these shares? To sell options on stock, that is what you call a covered call if you own the stock. Now you can do what they call a naked call, but you can't do, most platforms will not let you do naked calls. They will not let you sell something that you don't really own unless you have the cash to back it up. So I buy the stock first and then I sell the calls on the stock. Straightforward play. I measure ROI on the different stock. Then I check the risk levels of the assets to look for any red flags. Okay, is anything wrong? This is the other thing too. Everything that glitters isn't gold. There are some companies out there that look beautiful, that look like they'll make you a ton of money, and they're literally stink bombs waiting to happen. There was one company that I had bought shares in that was making an insane amount of money for me. And in fact, I was so pumped up when I figured out a process for this back in 2020. I didn't tell anybody for 2 years because I told my wife when I was running with her, I said, I've never run into an easier way to make money in my life. This is amazing. And I said, I want to tell my students, but I need to find out, I need to wait for the other shoe to drop. I need to find out the flaws that are in this strategy. So I spent 2 years refining this before I mentioned this to anybody. And so there was one area where I learned a lot was there was a Chinese company called Tekadu, and I bought shares in Tekadu, and I probably made $100,000 from the ownership of Tekadu just from the options alone. Well, all of a sudden, the Chinese government came in and they shut down the whole industry. It was an online education company. They shut down the entire online education industry. So this stock price went from 31 to 3, just like that. So then I was able to assess and go do the forensics because, of course, I'm sad. I'm like, oh, my God, look at this. Whoa. And I didn't lose a lot of money because I'd already pulled out so much income from the stock already. So it's like I kind of broke even when I thought I was way ahead. It's almost like being in a basketball game where you think you're going to win by 40 points, but you only win by 2, right? But I went back and I studied and I said, okay, what are some ways I could have calibrated that risk and minimized that risk to prepare myself for that type of possible tragedy? So I put together a model, a proprietary model, you call it a Dr. Boyce model, if you will. PhDs, we can do stuff like this that allows you to find the highest income generating stocks while also calibrating and minimizing the risk so that you don't end up freaking out because crazy things happen to the portfolio. So then what I do, once I assess the risk levels and measure the rate of return, I just sell the options. Right? And you go right to the market. You don't know who the buyers are. You just go into the open market. There's a clearinghouse in the middle, and you sell the options to the clearinghouse, and then they buy, somebody else buys them on the other side, and then you end up getting your income, and I put the income in my bank account. And then when I get that money from the bank account, what I do is some of it I'll pull out and I'll pay bills with it. I'll send it to my wife and say, hey, pay the credit card bill, pay the mortgage, whatever. And then a percentage of it I put into my long-term portfolio of long-term stocks that I use so I can make various financial moves. I have several portfolios that do different things for me depending on the situation. And then another component of it, I reinvest into my options portfolio. So if I own 800 shares of a certain stock, then next week I might own 900 shares, which is almost like a landlord that's able to buy more units that he can actually rent out and generate income from. Okay, and I'm able to do this all in my bed while on my cell phone. That literally is my life. I don't talk a lot about my life because it's just kind of weird. I'm a big believer that when you make a lot of money, you shouldn't really talk to a lot of people about it because it's just a strange world we live in. But rather than people getting jealous of the fact that we're able to do this, I'm hoping that people will just listen and learn, and we can all be successful and prosperous. And this is what I do. This is how I make money for my family. Now, this year, Christmas came a little bit early. The students that were in the Prime program, a lot of you got a text message. I text the students when I'm making a certain move or when I find a special stock. And there was a stock called Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And I sent out a text to you guys in December saying, look, this company, Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, I'm going to make some investments in it. I think it's a pretty good place to make money. And so here's what I'm doing. I don't tell anybody what to do. I just say, here's what I'm doing if you want to pay attention or follow along. And this company literally shot up 262% over the weekend. It literally went from about $65 a share to about $280 a share. One of the students made over $250,000 in a weekend. This is real life. This really happened. If they had not taken the time to invest, then they never would have been in a position to have their lives changed in that way. But because they were investing consistently, this big opportunity came along. Every stock doesn't do this, but some of the stocks do. Some of them are good explosions waiting to happen. So I want to introduce you guys, if you allow me to a program. Some of you might already be in it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Watkins Passive Recurring Income Machine, or Prime. So this is something I created around this very idea. And basically what it is this coaching program in the Black Business School that we put together just for you guys. And it shows you how to generate safe, passive income by selling stock options. So basically I become your financial coach in terms of helping you to find the assets that you may want to look at, to calibrate the appropriate risk, to look out for the potential risk factors and the problems that might occur, and to make sure that you and your family are in a better economic position as a result. Now, here's what you get in the program. Number one, you get access to bi-weekly coaching calls. I gather the Prime students on a regular basis. During those sessions, you can send me questions about certain stocks that you're interested in. I find stocks for you. We talk about the dynamics. We go through option trading strategies. I make sure that you and whoever you bring to class are fully aware of how this market works, what the opportunities are, and how to position yourself properly in this market. Number two, you get access to the Dr. Boyce Watkins Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass. So if your goal is to also grow your financial literacy and understand investing, I have an excellent masterclass that I put together on investing that will get you started even if you are a beginner. So even if you've never bought your first share of stock, I can give you everything you need in order to understand how the stock market works and how to position yourself to do well financially. 3, you get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. These are long-term investments that I put my money into based on the research that I do. So every Monday, or actually Sunday night, is Monday morning, I go and I do research and I find stocks that appear to be undervalued or appear to be have great long-term prospects based on the research I do. And I make a list and I send it out to the students. You have full access to all that material, all that content. Number 4, you get access to family investment support group consultations. My wife is an excellent therapist. She's top of the line. She's been treating patients for almost 30 years now. She is a full professor of social work. She's an expert on things like trauma, which affect Black people. And also we've dug in and we created the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. There is no HBCU or a predominantly white institution anywhere that I know of that has a Black financial therapy department that specifically focuses on the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth as individuals or as families. A lot of us have a hard time coming together, building wealth because we can't get along with our cousin, or because we're afraid of quitting our job, or we're worried that the stock market's going to go up and down and we don't know how to handle it when it occurs. So a good financial therapist can help you in that goal. We meet regularly. We agree to meet monthly, but we typically meet sometimes as much as 2-3 times a month. So you get free access to that. Also, you get access to a lot of investment club training materials, blueprints, and all kinds of other things we put together specifically for you to help you achieve your goal. And then also, this is a really big one, you get access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers. So the same way I showed you that the ROI on selling options on Ford is about like 5 to 10-fold of what you would make if you put that money into real estate. Well, Ford is a stock. I told you, Ford is not even in my portfolio because there are stocks that are so much better than Ford. But Ford is a free gift. If you want to go and do it on your own and go with Ford, you can literally do that right now. But there are so many other places that where there's so much wealth there. And the thing is, it kind of changes every single week. The dynamics of the market change. And this is where my PhD comes in. I have an ability to kind of assess market volatility and conditions and various factors across different industries that allow us to pick the stocks that are effective and safe at the same time. So I give every 2 weeks approximately, actually. I don't do this every single, I do this every 2 weeks. I give a list of Dr. Boyce Moneymakers. Also, I send out text alerts to students on new stocks that I'm thinking about adding to my portfolio that week. So you can have access to that. Now, if you add up the value of all these materials, and this is not everything, there's actually a bunch of other stuff that I didn't even mention today because I could keep going all day. You could get about $8,692 per year in terms of what the cost of that would be. Now, if you go back to when I was teaching at Syracuse University, this is the cost that students at Syracuse pay to learn from people like me, $73,845. I felt very guilty about that cost being so high because when I was teaching on the faculty of the finance faculty at Syracuse, most of my students were not Black, and most of my Black students are still in student loan debt. I think that there's a better way, okay? So what we were able to do was create this entire program that I know will not just help you learn economically, but transform your life for $29.99 per year. $29.99 per year. I think that's massive. When we survey our students, 90-something% of you say that you learn more from us than you ever learned in college. I think this is almost like AI, the way AI is changing the game. Well, you know what? Black intelligent institutions are changing the game because there are ways for us to get what we need in a way that's specific to what we're trying to do without having to pay all that money that you paid in college. So the cost of the program is $29.99 per year. Now, the special offer for you guys today is that you can join right now today for $19.99 per year. $19.99 per year. So I want to ask you this question, basically, based on what I said. I just showed you an easy example. Ford, this is real data. I pulled this right off my phone. This was not theoretical. This is not me making this up. This is not old information. This was what you could actually buy Ford for right now and sell the options for right now. And you saw that the ROI just kind of murders any other type of investment. So I want to ask you this question. What if this made you an extra $50,000 a year? Would it be worth it? Give me a yes or no. with $29.99 as an investment. Remember, in order to build wealth, sometimes you have to make an investment. You thought about that maybe when you went to college. You invested in that. For some of you, it worked out. For some of you, it didn't. With $29.99 per year as an investment, it'd be worth it if you made an extra 50 grand a year. I say yes. If I could invest $3,000 in something and make $50,000 a year, I would do that investment all day. And it's not even $3,000; it's actually $2,000 because we dropped the price by $1,000 a year for those who want to sign up. If it made you an extra $20,000 a year, what if you didn't make that much money? What if you only made $20,000 a year? Would it be worth it? Give me a yes or no. Yes or no. What if it made you an extra $10,000 a year? Would it be worth it? So you invest $19.99. You make $10,000 a year. $10,000 a year is easy. We could do that in our sleep. And we don't just talk to you about how to do it on your own. We talk to you about the process of building a family investment group so that you and your family can pool your resources and then go and make these moves where all of you can eventually quit your jobs. $10,000 a year, would it be worth it? So here's what some of our students are saying. Let me just give you some real feedback from some of our students. This is brother Jamar Robinson that I met at the Generational Wealth Conference. He says, I joined your program a few years ago and you've made me a lot of money. Me and my wife have just bought a house in Chicago and we are living a good life. I was on the plantation working just to get by. Now I have options. And he said options both literally and figuratively, as he and his wife were about to buy a $700,000 house with cash. And I said, were you always doing well? Or did you just start doing well when we started talking? He said, oh, I wasn't doing well when I met you. And now I'm doing well because of you. And that's why I had to go out of my way to thank you. Jamar Robinson is a real person in Chicago. And I hear this from a lot of people. Some of you may already even be in the program that are in the chat. I don't know. But if you are, I hope you'll say something to let people know this is not us sort of, making something up, right? This is something that is actually affecting people's lives. Here's another comment. Taylor Clemens says, I really like when Dr. Boyce showed how to find good stocks and sell options on. He's teaching us about fish and how to fish. And that's the goal. I don't just teach you where the fish are. I teach you how to fish, but I don't just teach you how to fish. I fish for you, right? So I do a lot of these things for you so you can follow right along with me. So it's like a mentorship program. When we found Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, we found it because a student came to me with that stock and I looked it up. And if I see a good investment and I tell you guys that's good to follow, then I'm going to do it too. Because again, I have a family too, just like you, and I want to make sure that we're investing our money in good ways, in good places. So ultimately, the sharing of information is extremely valuable in this process. So you have these choices. Here are some choices that you can execute. You can take no action at all, and then you're going to end up losing money, right? If you lose $1,000 a month, then you're losing $12,000 a year. If you lose $2,500 a month, then you're losing $30,000 a year. Right? So the list goes on and on and on. Economic potential, the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. I think I've proven to you, give me a yes if you agree, I think I've proven to you that this is a massive opportunity, that this market is something that you don't want to overlook. I've shown you how I'm able to make my money without doing any work because of this market. Right. Another option you have is you can figure it out by yourself. You say, you know what, screw this guy. I don't need whatever he's offering or whatever. I can do it myself, and that's fine. The problem is that it might take you 10 years like it did for me and a lot of people. This is not stuff that it just comes to you automatically. I can look at stocks and see certain things. I can see dynamics because I spent 25 years studying this stuff. Right? This was not something I knew when I first started my PhD program. This was something I figured out almost 20 years after I finished my doctorate. And getting a PhD is really, really hard. I was the only Black man on the planet to get a PhD in finance during the year 2002. So this is almost like a surgeon. It's like heart surgery. It's hard to give yourself heart surgery, but maybe if you go to school long enough, you can. And then also, the doctorate kind of helps. And I've also condensed the process to make it very simple for you, right? So we kind of walk through this together, and I make sure you have everything you need, and I make sure you don't miss any opportunities that I'm able to share with the other students. In fact, I even do it all for you. I can dig stuff up for you. So if you want to learn, you can, but if you don't want to learn, you don't have to learn. You can just say, okay, what's Dr. Boyce doing? Because I don't have time for this. A lot of you are very busy. And I think that you'll find that this extra income that you would be making the same way you would if you had a rental property or something like that will improve your life. And I want to convince you that this is a good way to go. All right, so let me tell you guys about something, just so you guys can know how great the Black Business School is. Like, we really are an HBCU for the 21st century. Let me tell you about a Net Promoter Score. Now, Net Promoter Score is kind of a benchmarking tool for customer satisfaction. It's basically just says, how happy are your customers? How much do they actually love being a part of your business, right? And so the Net Promoter Score, it gives you insights about the loyalty of your customers or their willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. It's a really important benchmark that's used for major corporations all throughout this country. And you can literally Google any company and look up their Net Promoter Score. So here are some major brands, and I want us to be compared against the best. This is Black excellence. Our goal is 100% Black excellence. My team, that's what we aim for. We want to be the best institution on this planet, and I know that we are already well on our way. So let's look at some major brands out here, and let's look at their Net Promoter Scores, and then I want to compare it to the Net Promoter Score from the Black Business School student surveys. So the Net Promoter Score of Microsoft is 40. That's pretty good. 50 is excellent, but 40 is really, really good. The Net Promoter Score of Amazon is 51. That's even better. The Net Promoter Score of Apple is 52. Apple's a major brand worldwide, $3 trillion company, right? Harvard, their Net Promoter Score is 52. That's the Net Promoter Score for Harvard University, right? Now let's look at the Net Promoter Score for the Black Business School. Check it out. Boom. Survey results. Chanel's in the chat. Chanel will tell you in the chat. We didn't buy it. We didn't do anything biased. We didn't play any games. We didn't make it up. Tell me, I mean, I just kind of, not that I'm bragging, but I kind of would hope that we can acknowledge that, take a moment to kind of talk about what we have created. We did this without any government funding, without any major corporate sponsorship, none of that stuff. This is Black owned. This is a Black owned institution that has a Net Promoter Score that far exceeds Harvard University. We're the best at what we do, period. We get results. We're not playing with you. We're not here. We can't sell you a fake degree that's not going to get you opportunities. We have to deliver, and we do. Our team is that good. And I didn't do it by myself. We have a whole team of people that work on your behalf. So I just want to kind of give you that insight to let you know, in case you're kind of on the fence or you're not sure what to do with the Black Business School, we are excellent at what we do, and we're working to get better every day. So let's keep going. So on second thought, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the offer. And we mentioned $29.99 is the regular price. $19.99 is the special price. For the next 50 people, if you sign up now, you can get in for $869 per year. That is the offer that we will make today. If you sign up right now at drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com, I'll give you the password in a second. You can get in for $869 per year. So I hope that I've convinced you to at least take a look and give it a try, think it through. It's drboyceprime.com. Chanel, type that in the chat for anybody that needs it. And you can also receive a 100% money back guarantee. So for the first 30 days, if you're unhappy for any reason, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and not just get a full refund, but if you're not happy, we will give you a $1,000 course absolutely free. We are that sure that you're going to love it and that it's going to change your life. So how do you get the discount? Let me just show you. Let me throw this in here. So go to drboyceprime.com, and if you want to get the annual offer, put in the code word offer 2023 to get the offer and to get the annual discount. All right. And so this offer expires in 24 hours. And so it's for the first 50 people. So let me show you really quick how to do that if you're interested in signing up with the program now. So I see Weberton is saying, yes, I made money at the program and I did the beta test. Yes. I mean, it's not us making things up. Right. So let me show you drboyceprime.com. I'm going to share the screen and show you exactly how to enter the code to make sure that you can get the discount if you want to be one of the first 50 people. All right. So you go here. Right. So this is the page for drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. So here's what you do. Up in the upper right hand corner, you click Start Making Money Today. Down here, you've got a monthly option for $349, or you got the annual option for $19.99. Now, remember, your annual fee, if you're in the first 50, goes to $869. So you would hit Enroll Now. And once you hit Enroll Now, it'll take you to another page that will allow you to, this is the checkout page. So on the checkout page, you should see, give me 1 second. Sometimes it takes a second to load. Okay, maybe because I'm sharing my screen. So give me 1 second, guys. So once you get to the checkout page, you're going to see, let me stop sharing so I can refresh this page and make sure it comes up. Here we go. Okay, it's up now. All right, so maybe it's because I was sharing, it wasn't coming through. All right, so on this checkout page where it says $29.99 per year, and then you get the discount here, there's already a code in here that gives you the discount, right? So if you're not in the first 50, you'll still get a discount. You'll go to $19.99 because the code's already there for you. But if you're in the first 50, you can hit remove, add this code, add in offer 2023 with a capital O, offer 2023, all one word, and then you hit apply. And when you hit apply, you'll see the price will drop from $29.99 to $869.71 per year. So you go to Dr. Boyce Prime, use that code offer 2023, and if you're in the first 50, you can get the $869 offer. If you're not in the first 50, you still get a discount, but it's $19.99 as opposed to $869, but it's still much cheaper than $29.99. So that's our offer for today. That's literally the whole everything. And so I hope that you see just how this works and how great this can be. And a lot of you, again, a lot of students are already in this chat actually. And so if you are in the chat and you're enjoying the program, I hope that you'll tell others how great this is, because I don't want anybody to think that we're trying to talk them into things. I want to talk you into doing what's best for you. That's what I really want for you. So let me share my slides again one more time in order to mention one more thing for you guys. Now, some of you are asking, is there some sort of a monthly option? Well, if your money's tight and you don't want the annual discount, or you can't take advantage of the annual discount, we did put together a monthly discount. So here's the monthly offer. The monthly offer, the regular price is $399 per month. The monthly price is $155. So now 155 times 12 is about $1,800 a year. So it's still it's higher than the $869, but it's still pretty good. So for the next 24 hours, if you go to that page and you go to the bottom and you put in offer 2023 monthly, so put that word monthly at the end with a capital M, you'll get the discount. So what I can do is actually show you how to do that too. So on the page, if you go to drboyceprime.com and you go here to the top where it says start making money, right here on the right, start making money, it'll bring you to the bottom right here. This is a discount price that's offered, but the regular price is $399. You hit enroll now, right? And then on this page, and let's see, sometimes when I share, it loads a little slower than when I don't share. So let me unshare, maybe it'll come up faster that way, the checkout page. Okay, 1 second. Hey, Micah, there we go. I know Micah and Chanel are actually in the chat. They're part of our team. So if you have any questions, you can talk to them as well. So here you see, excuse me, $399 per month. You can hit remove and you can hit apply code, offer 2023 monthly with a capital M. Let's see how I spell that right. Hit apply. It drops from $399 to $155.61. Now that is available again for the first 50 of you. Okay, so if you would like to take advantage, just go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look. Now I'm pretty much almost done. So let me just finish up real quick, so I can answer your questions. So I'm sure you have a ton of questions, and I will answer a lot of them for you. I got time. So I already showed you how. So here's one other little bonus. If you sign up now, you can get buy one get one free. So if you have someone, but the person has to live in your house. So if you have someone in your house that you would like to also share your login with, they can actually share your login and you can both join together. And so you can share your login with someone in your house, just like a Netflix account. So feel free to use that option. So don't have two people in the same house sign up. Just one sign up is enough. And that's it. So happy investing. And I wish you guys the very best with that. All right. So let me dig in here. If you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. Let's see. I see Michael Ruff. How you doing, Michael? Let's see. T from Philly. Good to see you. Let's see. If you have 100 shares of stock when buying options, or you're paying for premiums, I'm new to selling options. Yeah, when you buy options, let's see. Terrence says the code for monthly isn't working. Chanel, can you help Terrence? It just worked for me, so I just put it in there. So if and if it doesn't work, maybe it might be a chance you might not be in the first 50. So that's the only way, because I just did it, and so it worked just now. So maybe Chanel can help you with that. Yeah, so make sure the word try the word offer with all caps. Maybe that'll help. But I know that when I put it in there, I capitalized the O and then did it that way. Let's see. Latanya says, please do a poll. Who's investing consistently? Only invest in 401k. Have a few stocks and then get discouraged. Does not own stock. Yeah, you know what, Latanya? We did do a survey, and what we found was again, 91% of you are invested in the stock market. In terms of investing consistently, it was a little less, maybe about 52%, something like that. So you are invest. Okay, Darren says offer 2023 did work. Okay, great. Let's see here. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I may miss the question. Let's see here. Let's see. Josette says, I don't have 10,000 to invest in options. That's really okay. I mean, if you, the thing is, one thing we can do in class is we go over some of the stocks that cost less, where you can buy 100 shares for maybe a few $100 as opposed to 1,000 or something like that. And so that allows you to still get in the game without necessarily having to have a lot of capital. Also, the Family Investment Club component of the Prime program is beneficial so that you can actually find some relatives to work together. I've seen families come together and do this and generate a lot of extra income that they didn't have otherwise. So that's something that may be an option for you. How much does it drop down when you put in the code? If you go to the page and you hit the Start Making Money Now button, it will take you to the bottom, and you put in the code. Let me show you guys again in case you didn't see it before. So if you hit this here and you go to the top, it says Start Making Money Today. You hit this, it takes you down. You hit Enroll Now, right, to do the annual. And then you got to take out the other code. The other code will give you a discount. If you're not in the first 50, then you will still get a discount. It just won't be the sort of massive discount that we talked about before. But when you go up here, and sometimes when I share, it just takes the page doesn't load right away. So Micah, try to look into that if you could, see if there's a reason why, if it's Zoom that's causing the page a little slow sometimes. But anyway, so you go here, right? And you remove this code here. You hit remove, add code, put offer 2023. So you see how I typed it with a capital O, and 2023 is all one word. Then you hit apply, make sure you hit apply, and then it gives you the discounted price. You see that? Okay. Now, if you want to do monthly though, you have to hit a different option on that first page. So on that first page, you're going to hit the monthly option, and your code changes. Your code is 2023 monthly as opposed to offer 2023. So if I go to the monthly option, then what I would do is pop in here and hit enroll now, right? So that's the monthly option, right? So I hit the monthly option, and I guess because my computer's sharing resources, it takes a second for the page to load. But so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in offer 2023 monthly, right? And capitalize the O and capitalize the M, okay? But you got to remember, you got to go two different routes if you're going to do monthly versus annual. All right, so let me answer some questions while this thing comes up. Some reason this checkout page sometimes takes a second. Okay, there we go. It's up now. All right, so I remove the old code, I add coupon code, and I type offer 2023 monthly with a capital M, and then I hit apply. Don't forget to hit apply. If you don't hit apply, it won't work, right? Hit apply, you wait for this price to drop, and it drops down to here, okay? So, and this offer is available for the first 50 of you. All right, so, and everybody can get a discount that's here. All right, so Corey, welcome Corey. Corey says, I just enrolled for the year. All right, so congratulations to Corey, and I look forward to seeing you in class. You will be hearing from me via text very, very soon. And Elisa, how does the share work? You can share with anybody that lives in the same house. If you're sharing, across homes, and that we can't allow just for, tech reasons. But if you have somebody in your house that wants to share your login, then that's okay. You can both just have the same login and both be enrolled for one price. Mitt Lewis says I enrolled. Good for you. Congratulations. Debbie, congratulations. Mauricia enrolled. Congratulations, Mauricia. Who else is in here? Gosh, there's so many of you in the chat that are telling me about the fact that you just signed up. So let's see here. In fact, actually, let me go to the page and just kind of welcome you in as one by one. And I'll also answer your questions. I'm not just going to sort of talk about this and bounce out. I'm going to hang out with you guys, and I will answer questions, any questions you have about the program. Because obviously the Black Business School, we can't be what we are without your support. And we are building an HBCU for the future. Except it's better because it runs on lighter financial footing, and it's not dependent on the government, not dependent on corporations. So I want to welcome Siobhan Boykin. Welcome. Let's see, Clue 0805. That's your email. Okay. Welcome to you. Zajed Greenwood. Welcome to you. Courtney. Welcome. Leroy Lambert. Welcome. James Pierce. Welcome. Let's see here. Bridget. Welcome. Lounge and Luxury, welcome. Reggie Mays, welcome. Cynthia Cargill, welcome. Tranisha Jordan, welcome. Let's see. I saw another name and I missed it. Janet Bernard, welcome. James Smith, welcome. Sandra Towns, welcome. Thomas Dobson, welcome. Anthony Oakes, welcome. Keldrick Owens, welcome. Malone at att.net, welcome. There's the email address. I don't see the full name, but it's okay. It can be malone59 at att.net. All right, so let me go and answer some of your questions. And then as I see your names, I would definitely welcome you. If I miss your name, please forgive me, but I'll talk to you definitely in class. And I spend a lot of time with the students because I really want you guys to get everything you need. Julia says, in one of your lectures, you said to buy your put options first before selling your options. Can you please demonstrate what the strike price should be in the expiration? You know what, Julia, if you log in, if you go to drboyceprime.com and you log in, you look under Prime Plus Lectures. And that's the section where all the recorded lectures are. And I did a bunch of examples of that. And the put options are important because that gives you your insurance that protects you from the possibility that the stock could go down. If the stock goes down too much, then that can cause a little bit of discomfort because you're losing the value of your equity. So I think of selling my stock options like owning a business, where every business that you start, you have to buy insurance on the business. What times and days are classes? We meet typically on Thursdays, at least twice a month. Also, I do a lot of pop-up Q&As. Students submit questions to me. You guys have submitted a ton of questions. I answer all of them, and then I send the recording of all the answers to the questions to you to make sure that every single question you have is answered. And also, there is so much stuff there because we record everything. I save everything. So when you go in there, like you log in right now, you will see everything. In fact, a good way to get access to your material if you're doing anything else in the Black Business School is actually, instead of you going to drboyceprime.com, you can also go to theblackbusinessschool.com. And Chanel, if you could type that in the chat so that everybody can see it. If you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, don't forget that THE, then you can actually look under the programs you're enrolled in, and it'll have everything you're enrolled in. We have a great support team that is available. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they will take good care of you. They will make sure that you're good. Let's see here. How can I get customer service help with enrollment payments? Okay, Kimberly, I think I answered that question just now. 3,000 is more than enough to get into options, but make sure you understand things like time decay and expiration. Yes, we break all that down. That's very important. Welcome, Philip Hudson. I see that you're enrolled. Derek King is enrolled. He says, let's get started. Derek, you can start right now. If you started and let's say that you said, okay, I'm so pumped up, I want to get started tonight. You can log in tonight and have enough material to go through that would last you for the rest of the year. Like that's how much good stuff is there. We have the financial therapy sessions with Dr. Alicia. We have all the stuff on how to get started with stock options, how stock options work, different options trading strategies, all the what Dr. Boyce is buying, all the Dr. Boyce money makers that you can use and implement right away. All kinds of the investment club training, how to form a family investment club so that you can make money together. All this stuff is available to you right now. Tramal says, how much cash do you need to get started off investing after you sign up for the course? Well, let's say you buy 100 shares of a $7 stock. Well, that means that the cost to begin investing will be $700. And let's say that that's still too high. Well, maybe you have a family friend that you can invest with. I invest with my family. I've helped several of my relatives quit their jobs because as a group, we're able to pool our money together and I apply what I know and we invest it and we're able to generate income like that. Now, the thing about options that's interesting too, is that it is options are more of an income-based investment. They're not so much an investment that is based on capital gains or price appreciation, like where you buy a stock at 50 and you wait for the price to go up and you sell it later. So a lot of times, with the strategy, it's more about generating that consistent income. That's really the goal. All right. So by the way, Denise, I see you have a question. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A section if you can. That way I can make sure I get it because the questions are coming through pretty fast in the chat. So I want to get as many as I can. So put it in the Q&A section. If you have any trouble, if the enrollment's causing you any issues, Chanel is in the chat. I think Micah's in there too, and they can definitely help you get set up. Micah, if you're in there, say something. That way I know Micah's in there. I know Micah's around. Let's see. Daryl says, thanks for this info. What do you use bar chart for again? Well, that's one of the tools that we use to identify the stocks that we can sell options on. So there she is. I see Micah in there. Micah is a brilliant, an amazing Black woman that I have the honor of working with. Let's see here. Anita says that it looks like Anita's having some trouble with her enrollment. Chanel, can you help Anita? and see what's going on with Anita's enrollment, because I see a lot of you are enrolling. So it looks to me like most of you aren't having problems. Sometimes what can happen is that if there's a lot of people coming in at once, the system can get a little clogged up. So if it doesn't work right away, you could try again and see, because sometimes things don't, respond as quick as we want to. Let's see here. If the code isn't working, it could be because maybe you're not in that first 50. But remember, everybody gets a discount. So there is the $19.99 discount that's already like locked in. And so if you can't get the code to work and you're not in the first 50, that's okay. You still get a discount, right? Everybody gets a prize, no matter who you are, for sure. Let's see here. Armando, I see you out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Good to see you. Let's see here. Who else do I see? Let's see. John Gray says, I fund my own IRA. Is it wise to stop funding it to use the money for stocks? My income is the same. I do not recommend, in fact, this is not investment advice, but I'm not a big fan of putting all your money into one type of portfolio. So with the options, I don't tell, the students that I don't put all my money into my stock options portfolio. I spread my money out. And remember, even as I showed you guys how selling options dominates real estate investing in terms of ROI, I still invest in real estate. I still invest in real estate because I like my real estate. I like my house. I can live in it. It's great. I got a man cave where I can watch football games, and it's awesome. I like our house in Atlanta. I like our property in Chicago, and so don't think, and this is important with investing, don't think that one investment is the place where all your money needs to be. If you put all your money in one place, I hate to say it, but you could be asking for trouble. Don't ask for trouble. Just get your cut, get your share. My goal is not to talk to you guys about investing in a way that is greedy, that's going to have you, sort of hungry to just make all the money you can. This strategy is one that generates the consistent cash flow, the consistent income that a lot of you have been looking for in your investing process. And it's also not just consistent income, it's passive consistent income, right? So that's different, right? Like if you have a job that pays you a lot of money, that's nice, but you still got to work for that money. But this is money without a job. This is just, this is literally something where you build a portfolio up. You can even with our kids, I've even talked to them about giving them some stock and saying, you can just sell options on this stock. The stock belongs to me, but you can generate the income from the stock and live off that. And if you want to work for someone, you can, but you don't have to do it. The website is drboyceprime.com. And if you go to drboyceprime.com, you just go up to the top where it says start making money now, and then go to the bottom, and it'll give you the option of choosing either the annual membership or the monthly membership. And what I'll do is I'll do another example in a second, so you guys can kind of see what the page looks like. And if you have questions, keep putting them in the Q&A section. I got time, so I'm gonna hang out with you guys and answer questions. All right, so if you go here on this page and you hit start making money today, it'll take you to the bottom. You got two choices. You can do monthly or annual. These are the prices, right? So you hit enroll now for annual. Now, if you, now I don't know if that top 50 code will still work, but there's a code here already that gets you $1,000 a year off, right? So that's $19.99. I'm good. I think that we've hit the 50 mark for that $879 price, or I think it was $871. But if you want to try it, you hit remove and you type offer 2023 and then hit apply. Make sure you hit apply. And if the code still works for you, it'll change this price down here. And if you want to do monthly, then you would hit the monthly option on that first page, right? And then when you get to that page, then you would use a different code. The code would be offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay. So those are the two options that you have for today. All right. So let me see here. Q&A. Let's see. By the way, if you don't work, you won't eat. It's from the Bible verse. That's Thessalonians 3:10. That well-meaning elders often quoted out of context. I didn't know it was in the Bible. Yeah, I don't. That's just not true anymore. I mean, you don't have to work to eat. Welcome to capitalism. But and I'm not trying to convince you to become a capitalist. I'm not really a capitalist myself. Capitalism has a little too much greed in it. But I do believe that if you're going to be in a capitalist society, I think that being economically intelligent allows you to work that capitalism in your favor. And that's what I want for you. How easy is it to sell your shares, says D. Celeste? It's typically pretty easy for stocks that are pretty liquid. Stocks that are not so liquid, it might be a little tougher, but for the most part, that's another benefit of stocks over things like real estate. I'm not saying real estate's bad. I like real estate. But if I sell a house, there's a whole process. I got to call a bank. I got to go find a buyer, do all this other stuff, work with a broker. If I sell stock, I just need to pull out my phone and start punching buttons on an app. That's a pretty cool way to invest. So I like stocks ahead of things like even private equity. I've invested in startups. I invested in one startup called TribeVest. And in this startup, my investment was $75,000. It tripled to $250,000 or something, almost $250,000. And the problem is I can't, if I wanted the money, I couldn't get my money out, right? I have to wait until there's an exit point, until the company gets acquired or some big investor comes in and gives them enough cash flow where I can sell my shares. And that may take years. So stocks are kind of fun because if you look at Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, the investment tripled over the weekend. Not that this happens a lot. It doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes it does. And you could sell, I sold my stock on Monday and I sold it within 8 seconds. So it's pretty cool. Let's see. Carolyn says, I'm new at this, so I don't understand. That's okay, Carolyn. If you hang out with me long enough, you'll be you will literally, if you watch more, I guarantee you this, if you watch more than 5 lectures that I do, you'll be the best investor in your family. And I really want you to own that and be proud of that. And I want you to believe that because I need you to go back and talk to your loved ones about some of these opportunities that are out there so they can find their way out of the darkness. So, a lot of them want better opportunities and a better life. And maybe if they see you making money without going to work every day, they're going to want to learn to do what you're doing. And then the trust will build and then they'll start sort of doing some of these same things. Let's see. Can you clarify what calls and spreads are? Yeah, but the call option is it gives you the right to buy the stock. A put option gives you the right to sell the stock at a certain price. Spreads are basically where you engage in 2 trades at once so that you're sort of buying and selling at the same time so that you're it's almost like getting on the freeway and then saying, I want to get off at this exit ramp. I don't want to stay on the freeway. So I buy a call with a certain price, and then I sell a similar call at a different price, and I'm making money between those 2 prices as opposed to making money all the way up, right? So ultimately, these are some of the strategies in the Prime program. If you log in at theblackbusinessschool.com and go to the Prime program, we cover all that stuff in class, all the materials right there. You can dig into it and learn every single thing you need to know. Mizan says, when an order gets filled, does that mean you made a profit, or do you have to sell to lock in gains? You do not have to sell to lock in gains. There's a million ways to lock in your gains without selling. You can do stop loss orders. You can do put options, you do things like that. So don't ever think you have to sell in order to lock in your gains. Let's see, where do I go? Mizan says, where do I do proper fundamentals research? How do I know that I'm doing it correctly? There's a lot of places to do fundamentals research. I think listening to the analysts goes a long way, but you have to listen to it in a certain way. There's a lot of analysts that have different opinions, and you have to know how to kind of sort of gather information. The way my process is I just take in tons of information. I blend it in my head with all the financial stuff that I know, and then I come to a conclusion based on sort of how this information is processed in my subconscious. And then that's where I end up sort of making my personal recommendations to you guys in terms of what I'm doing with my own money. What's the deadline for joining the Prime program in $19.99, and what is the promo code? That deadline is 48 hours, Quentin. So feel free. If you want to do the $19.99 option, you got a couple of days to do that. What is a good dollar amount to start with, says Reginald? It depends on the price of the stock. If the stock is $10 and you need 100 shares in order to sell options, to sell covered calls, so 100 shares times 10 is $1,000. Let's see, Marvin, is this the same program as Introduction to Stock Market Investing? No, it's not. The Stock Market Investing class, Marvin, is focused solely on stock market investing, the fundamentals of how that works, and long-term investing, sort of buy and hold strategies, and the dynamics of that particular market. This program is based specifically on income. Income is the goal. That is the goal. That's what we think about. How do we take the money we have and generate cash flow from the money that we have to invest? Period. So I think of it a little bit like a real estate scenario. I think of my stocks as like apartment units that I have, and every unit that I own generates a certain amount of income. So for example, if I have Coinbase stock and I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, like right now I can look in, I can literally, this is the beauty of having an active market, right? So Coinbase, if I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock and I sell options on Coinbase stock each week, then I can generate approximately want to say, I don't know, let's say $2 a share on my Coinbase stock. So that would be $2,000 a week or $100,000 a year that a person could generate on 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock. How much does 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock cost? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock costs $53,000. So there's $53 a share. You get 1,000 shares. You can generate $2,000 a week by selling the options on Coinbase stock. This is just it's a straightforward play. But what happens is not every stock has an active options market. Not every stock's options pay that well. Also, the stocks that pay well, they tend to have risk variables that you want to understand and calibrate, right? So there's some scenarios where a lot of money can be made, but I avoid them like the plague because I don't want to be in a situation where I lose all my capital base. So that's where that calibration piece comes in terms of being careful. So in a way, you can think of it like, let's say somebody told you you can make a lot of money. Like, here you go. I've been watching this show called 1883. Anybody been watching that show? It's a spinoff from Yellowstone, and there's another version called 1923. And it's about these people back in the old Wild West who are trying to go. They're trying to go from Texas to Oregon because they heard that there's money in Oregon. There's free land in Oregon, right? So they heard that there's all these resources out in other places. Like maybe there's gold in the hills over there and free land over there. But the problem is it's very dangerous. It's like you go out there, you got, you have Native Americans trying to kill you because you're out there messing with their land. You got, the elements, the land is trying to kill you because there's nothing to eat. It gets hot, it gets cold, all this other stuff. You got rivers. Crossing the river would get a lot of people killed. So there's a lot of danger, right? So the only people that were willing to kind of do this sort of thing were typically people that were skilled at surviving in the outdoors, right? Or they were with somebody who was skilled because they didn't know what to do. And then also there would be some scenarios where they would say, okay, there's gold over there, but you got to go through those mountains, and you don't want to do that because it's too risky. It's too risky, right? But if you know your way around and you have a guide that can kind of show you, then you can actually find opportunities and possibilities that other people can't get. So my goal is to kind of be one of your guides. That's it. Just want to be your guide, right? I think I can guide you to where the money is, and I can tell you where the risk factors are and where the danger is, so you can be careful as you go into this unsort of venture territory and understand how to generate economic opportunities that don't exist in a lot of other spaces. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Cedric says, I already have some of the classes. Is there a way I can buy the Prime program without the others? You know what, Cedric? Speak with Chanel. She's in the chat, and she can guide you to support, and they can work with you. If you're already a student and you're already enrolled in various programs, we'll work with you. We'll work with you to adjust, what you're doing, and we have curriculum advisors that can help you get exactly what you want. Our goal is not to charge every penny that we can charge. We generate revenue because we have people we have to pay, and we're building a university. But our goal is not to charge the max that we can charge. We're not like these universities that are charging $100,000, $200,000 a year or for a 4-year degree and all this other stuff. Our goal is to generate the revenue that we need. But at that point, we will work with you and get you exactly what you want. So never hesitate to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, Cedric. That's who you can email. All right, Janice says, hey, Dr. Boyce. Paid $1,000 yesterday for Black millionaires tomorrow. Expanded pack to help my children. I think this stock option program will help me provide a future for my children as I'm self-employed and homeschooling. Can you help me switch to this? I've been working with Amani. Please help. Yeah, tell Amani that I said that Dr. Boyce said to work with you and to work out some sort of a deal with you. If you're already in one, then we can work with your budget. So just tell Amani that I said to be flexible and to get you into what you need to be into. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. We do not have. Someone's asking, do you have the ability to pay 3 payments of $290 for the 869? No, that's the annual deal. That's a pretty major discount. There's a good chance maybe we've hit that 50 mark, so it may not even be available anymore. You can still try it though. You try offer 2023. In fact, I'll put the code back up here for anybody that needs to see it. If you go to drboyceprime.com and go to and put in offer 2023, then you can still try it to see if it's available. Okay, wait, I can't put it on my screen. I lost my slides. But either way though, if you hit annual and put in offer 2023, all one word, you could try it out. And if it doesn't work, there's already a code in there. Just refresh the page and you'll still get the first discount. We don't have a 3-payment layout this time around. We just have the monthly and the annual. All right, let's see here. When does the class meet? We're going to meet next week, Anita, and we're also going to do a Q&A early next week, just kind of an onboarding process for those of you that just signed up. So I'm anticipating Tuesday night. So Chanel, follow up with me and make sure that we set up a class for Tuesday night. I'm going to be in Los Angeles, but I'm going to set that up so we can bring you guys back in and answer questions for you. Let's see here. Let's see. Terentia is having trouble putting in terms of where to put in the offer. Chanel, can you help Terentia so that she can kind of see where to put her coupon code? And again, Terentia, I don't know if that discount will still be available because we might have hit that 50 mark, but you can still try. Here, Terentia is where you put in the code. So here, there's already a code, right, that takes it from $29.99 to $19.99. You see, this is the price that's there, right? So if you want to put in the new code, you just hit remove, and you hit add coupon code, and you can put offer 2023, and then you hit apply, right? And if you hit apply, then this price will drop, and then that will be the price that you'll pay to get in. If that does not work, refresh the page and use the discount code that's already there because it's still a pretty good discount. Let's see here. Nate says, is there a way I can see this webinar at a later date? I am at work and barely getting a chance to see the first 35 minutes. Yeah, Chanel, Nate's email address. You know, actually what I'll do is I'll email the recording out for you guys to watch. So Chanel, please make sure that I get that done. Maurice says, does your course show how to set up apps in E-Trade? Yes, we go through all of that. We've already done it, but we're going to do it again. I repeat myself a lot if necessary for those of you that are new to the system, new to the program. Delisha says, if I want to sell options as well as invest in the stock exchange, what is the best program to purchase? I think Prime covers a lot. Prime covers a lot of stuff. So Prime will get you what you need. The Prime students are kind of the premium students of the Black Business School. So, you know, we take good care of you. You kind of, you know, are VIPs and we love you and we want to make sure you're good. So if there's something that's not there that you'd like to see or have access to, we can either give you access directly or at a substantial discount. So it's kind of like a black card for the Black Business School. Let's see here. Barbara's asking a good amount of money to start. It depends on what price the stock is. So a $10 stock would mean you'd have to buy 100 shares. That would be $1,000. But if it's an $80 stock, then 100 shares would cost $8,000. If the money's tight, then I find working with family and groups can be extremely beneficial. And that's how it can work. Now, I want to give a welcome to Terentia and Chanel and Betty Barnett and Adrian Simmons and Flora, Rella Ford, Craig Key, Karen Swain, Vicky Downtano, Walton, Khadijah Rauf, congratulations to you. Bashan Kulan, congratulations. Dustin Nelson, congratulations. Taya 1711, congratulations. Janny Choice, congratulations. Fred Gauthier, congratulations. So let me go back in and answer some more of your questions. Let me see here. And just so you know, the website to join is drboyceprime.com. And to, if you want to still try to get the annual discount, use the code offer 2023, all caps, and you can get the discount. Okay. So those of you that maybe came in late and aren't sure where to go, just go to drboyceprime.com, PRIME. All right. So let me read more of your questions here. Let's see. Becky says, how do you decide the price per share to sell the stock? There is no specific price per share to sell. You sell stock for 3 reasons, in my view. Or how about this? I still sell stock for 3 reasons. And welcome, Richard. I see you in there, Richard. I sell stock for either what they call liquidity reasons. I need the money to do something, right? You were going on a trip or something like that. We want to pay the car off. I sell the stock if I find a better investment, right? Like, for example, when I saw that the stock options approach was a great income generator, I sold some stock to invest in stocks that I could sell options on so I could generate income. The third reason I might sell stock is because I just want to diversify, right? So when during the pandemic, when stocks were kind of overpriced and the prices were going up, I ended up selling stock to go buy property. Because as I mentioned to you all, the options are a better ROI than real estate, but I will never tell you not to invest in real estate. I believe deeply in the ownership of real estate. So do not think that I'm saying that real estate stinks. I'm just saying that from a cash flow generating perspective, this is better because the money's better and the amount of work is less. And there's a lot less. I'm into the anti-stress. I don't like a lot of stuff to do, to be honest with you. I like stuff that's kind of simple, straightforward. How do you decide the strike point? Well, Becky, if you log in, that all that's covered. There's material for all that. The way I would pick a strike price is typically I sell out of the money call options. So if the price is say 70, I pick a strike that's slightly above that. So I can still get a piece of the action, but I'm selling everything above that price. So I might pick a strike of say 73, which means that if the price goes up to 76, I get $3 of that. That's mine. And then the rest goes to the person who buys my stock at 73. How do you decide how long to offer the option? I like weekly because it reminds me of like getting a weekly paycheck, and I pay myself weekly with my options. But you can do monthly. You can go out 6 months. That's another cool thing. Sometimes you can sell long-term options. So if you need a bunch of money at one time and you saved up money, you own a bunch of stock, you can sell 6 months worth of options. Now, mind you, during that time, you can't sell your stock, but you can generate income from your stock options. Let's see here. Next, let's see. Freud says, what's the code? I think we already put that in there, Freud. And Chanel can help you with that for sure. The code is offer 2023, all one word, offer 2023. That's how you get the annual discount if you're in the first 50. If you're not in the first 50, there's already a code in there that gives you a discount, not the first 50 discount. And if you want to do monthly, the code is offer 2023 monthly, offer 2023 monthly. Let's see. DW says, what is the best platform to use? Because I've used Robinhood and lost about $200. I like Robinhood, but I keep my money in different exchanges. I don't put my money in one place. So I like Robinhood. I like E-Trade. I think things like Fidelity and TD Ameritrade are pretty good. So also Acorns and Stash aren't bad either. Let's see here. Dustin, do you have a lot of shares of stock to get premium options prices per share? Do you have to have a lot of shares? No, but the more shares you have, the more money you make, right? So it's like with real estate, the more property you own, the more rent you can charge. But if you own a little bit of property, you can still charge a little bit of rent. You can just kind of build on that. Is Webull a good platform? I haven't used Webull, but I've heard good reviews about it. I don't think you'd be wrong to try Webull out. I don't put all my money on one exchange, so I try to spread it out. Can Canadians join? Yeah, I think Canadians have access to a lot of these same platforms and stuff like that. And money, Canadian money is kind of similar to American money. So it's really the concepts and everything are the same. The main exchange you may be trading on may differ a little bit because you're in another country, but there's still so much you can learn. We have students from Canada. We have students from all over the world, London, all kinds of places. Let's see, when are the classes? The next class will be next Thursday. However, we're going to do a Q&A Tuesday night. Let's see, when selling options, do you have to understand what a delta, theta is, etc.? I do explain all that. You don't have to understand all those things, but it does help. Do we have to understand everything as if we were buying an option? No, you don't. It's a little bit like driving a car, right? You can drive a car without understanding everything there is to know about a car. You don't have to know everything about how a car works or what a combustion engine is or anything like that. But it does help. It helps, right? You're a better driver if you understand the car, but you don't have to know everything in the car. Jamila says, Dr. Watkins, what's the difference between stock options and binary options? Well, stock options basically operate on what you might call a continuum, whereas binary options operate on like a binary or yes or no framework. So think of binary like a light switch. Either it's on or off. So a binary option means either the option's in the money or out of the money. It's not about magnitude or how far in the money it is. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit in the money or deep in the money. It's just binary. It's like a basketball game. It doesn't matter if you won by two points or if you won by 20. All that matters on the win-loss column is that you won, right? So that's kind of the difference with binary options. Lakeisha, my 12-year-old son got stock from Cash App for $2. Should we invest more money in the stocks? If not, what can he do to make money? I would invest consistently, right? On BoyceWatkins.com, there is the $5 a day plan, which is highly recommended for any of you that have children. If you do that consistently, then you can build a ton of wealth for your kids. It's a ton of wealth. So I would personally look into something like that. I think that might be a great way to make sure your child is in good shape long term, and it doesn't take a lot of money right now to kind of do something like that. But the key thing with the $5 a day plan is you can't sell your stock. You got to this is for the kids. This is not for us to take it out because we got to pay a bill or whatever. This is the one thing we sacrifice for our children, and this becomes their big power play. So your child is 28, 30 years old. They've got $200,000 in the bank. They're ready to do amazing things. They have plenty of options in life. What dates and times do the classes meet? We typically meet at 8 o'clock, Barbara, typically on Thursdays. Sometimes we have extra classes, though. We do the financial therapy sessions with Dr. Alicia on Sundays. And also, I text you guys and send stuff out to you all the time. You'll probably get a text from me like very soon in the next couple of days. I'm going to send, in fact, you'll get an email from me probably tonight or tomorrow. And then you'll get some text messages as we connect on text. And I'll let you guys know kind of what's going on. And don't forget, if you want to check out the program, if you just came in and you want to take a look, just go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. If you'd like to get the discount or the first 50, I don't know. I have no idea if we've hit the first 50 or not. I think we might have, but if we haven't, you can use that code OFFER2023, OFFER2023 on the annual, or offer 2023 monthly on the monthly. And even if you're not in that first group, you still get a massive discount. So feel free to take a look at that. All right. So Troy says he just enrolled. Congratulations. Good for you. He says, will the 26th be the same as every month, or will it start on the first of every month? You know what? We don't meet necessarily just on the first of every month. We meet typically on Thursdays. So I think that's what you might have been asking. I hope I didn't get that question wrong. But if I did get it wrong, forgive me. Just, when you come to class, you can ask that question again. And you guys will hear from me soon. We'll set up another class. Have you heard of Nadex? Asked Jamila. No, I have not. I don't know what Nadex is. Is that a company, or I don't know what Nadex is? Let's see here. Let's see. Nicole says, Chanel, where will the dates and session specifics be posted? If you log in, if you go to theblackbusinessschool.com and you log in and you look under your enrollments, you'll see something called Dr. Boyce Prime Plus Lectures. That's where every lecture is stored. Right? So every single lecture we do, we store it under Prime Plus Lectures. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and close us up for tonight. I think we started an hour and 45 minutes ago. I hope that this was a beneficial session for you. I want to congratulate a lot of you that signed up. I'm looking here at some of your names. I see Karen Swain. I see Craig Key and Flora Relaford, Adrian Simmons, Betty Barnett, Chanel. Let's see, Terentia, Quentin, and Vincent. Congratulations. And this offer will be up there. For the next. Wait, hold on. Did I leave the Zoom? I hope I didn't leave the Zoom. There we go. Okay, I thought I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. I'm saying, oh gosh, I hope I didn't hit the wrong button. So I'll send you all an email. If you missed this presentation, Chanel, just remind me to make sure I send out an email with the recording so everyone can watch the recording. Everything that we talked about is available for the next 24 hours. Those of you that signed up, congratulations. You will get a message from us very, very soon. We'll get you started right away. There's material in there right now. You can get started right now tonight. And so if you're feeling pumped up, jump right in there. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And I hope that this was worth your time. And that was the goal. My goal is to change your life every time I talk to you. And I appreciate the fact that you listen to us. And we love you guys. And we are building the best institution on the freaking planet. And we're not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. So God bless you guys. Have a good night. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.